In this world, whether it is the development of pets or the subsequent contracts, their qualifications will directly affect the future of the beastmaster. And with my awakening of god-level talent, I turned my very poisonous spider into a peerless beauty. There is no doubt that my life is destined to be extraordinary. Other people's pets are animals, but mine is actually a sexy beauty. It makes me happy just thinking about it. My beautiful pet and I fight monsters and level up together until we become the strongest beastmaster in the world. After many battles, I gained 4 new skills. They are battle form, explosion, fire. All attributes are increased by 320%. All skill effects are increased by 200%, and the appearance is greatly changed. This skill has no maximum duration, but it will continue to consume mental energy. Heavenly Fire Strike, fire a long-range skill. Swing the sword and summon 5 flaming balls to fall from the sky and strike targets within the range. Flying Wings, flying ability is increased by 300% and can be stacked with other similar effects. Fire Energy Shield, fire summons a flame shield with super high temperature that can burn all intruding things. I couldn't help but sigh. With 4 such powerful skills, this trip to the secret realm seems promising. At this rate, it won't be a problem for me, Chunwon, to enter the top 100 in the assessment. Hey everyone, this video is the second part of I contracted a poisonous spider, but with my talent, I transformed it into an unparalleled beauty. If you haven't watched the previous part, you can find the link in the video description. Now, I will explain the new story for you starting from Chapter 101. Chapter 101 Angry Armored Seraph. Chunwon's continuous growth has caused jealousy from others. Just when Chunwon had just finished the task of upgrading his equipment, 2 women and 1 man verbally mocked Chunwon. Hey, isn't this our relative Chunwon? The long-haired girl looked up and sneered, her tone sarcastic. The short-haired girl looked at the yellow-haired boy and sneered, Brother, you waited for a loser to come to you. What a loss. The yellow-haired man gnashed his teeth and said, Damn it, I was expecting a fat fish, but I got a rotten fish instead. But after all, it's kind of fun to eliminate a stray dog like you. The 3 of them laughed continuously, and the yellow-haired man immediately proposed a condition. Chunwon, kneel down and kowtow 10 times, the kind that bleeds, and I will consider letting you go. Chunwon looked at him coldly. You're overthinking. The yellow-haired man was so angry that he took out the pet ball from his armpit. Crazy viper, come out. The purple snake coiled up, spitting out its tongue, and black venom dripped onto the ground, making a hissing, corrosive sound, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. What? You're not going to summon your useless pet? The yellow-haired man challenged. Chunwon looked around at the 3 of them and said calmly, Where are your pets? Come along to save trouble. You little loser, you're still stubborn even when you're about to die. The long-haired girl sneered, her eyes full of contempt. Since you want to die so quickly, then I'll grant your wish. After that, she took out a portable pet ball from her waist. A dazzling light flashed, and accompanied by a low roar, a fiery red giant lion landed on the ground, looking majestic. The system displays pet, fierce flame lion, gender, male, qualification, S level, level 1, type, fire, form, initial form. System displays skills, fire lion bite, fire, war claw, fire, flame devour, fire. And you? Chunwon turned to look at the short-haired girl, his voice cold but full of provocation. What? What are you standing there for? The short-haired girl was stung by these words, and her expression instantly turned ugly. You are so shameless. Since you want to die, I will grant your wish. She threw her pet ball angrily, and a moment later, a kangaroo with electric light all over its body stood in the center of the venue, with strong muscles and awe-inspiring majesty. The system displays pet, electric rat king, gender, male, qualification, S level 1 type, electric, fighting form, initial form. System displays skills, electric shock tyrant, electricity, electric shock tyrant, big electric fist, electricity, fighting, crazy shock tyrant fist, fighting, electric shock tyrant flash, fighting. Electric Rat King. Attack with Electric Tyrant, the short-haired girl ordered loudly. The Electric Rat King waved his arms, and yellow electric current quickly surged out of his body, running along his arms straight to his palms, making a crackling sound. At the same time, the Flame Lion and the Crazy Viper also launched their respective skills, and the venue was instantly covered by flames and poisonous gas. The Flaming Lion roared, and a blazing fireball condensed from its mouth, burning and distorting the air around it. The crazy poisonous snake arched its body, with dark green poisonous mist coming out of its body, as if it was ready to launch a fatal attack at any time. Chunwan looked at the three aggressive pets and sneered, "That's it?" He raised his hand and said calmly, "Armored Seraph, come out." Instantly, a blazing flame tore through the darkness. Armored Seraph made a grand appearance. The golden-red armor shone brightly in the moonlight, and when the huge wings spread, the flames rolled as hot as the scorching sun. Combat form, explode? Chunwan spat out a few words coldly. With the sound of the armor merging together, the armored seraph entered a complete combat form. A raging heat wave instantly swept across the entire place. The surrounding grass and trees were scorched yellow by the scorching air, and the ground began to crack. The three of them panicked when they saw this. What kind of monster is this? Didn't he raise a sunflower? How did it become like this? Stop! Stop attacking! However, the three pets' abilities could no longer be retracted. Electricity, flames, and poisonous mist all rushed towards the armored seraph. Fire energy shield, Chunwan shouted. The armored seraph spread his arms, and a huge flame barrier suddenly unfolded, like an unshakable wall of fire. The moment the three skills collided, the electric current was evaporated, the poisonous mist was burned, and the flames turned to ashes in an instant. Counterattack. Strike with skyfire. Chunwan ordered. Several huge fireballs fell from the sky, hitting the three people and three pets with a shrill scream. Ah! No! Help! After the flames exploded, the three pets had been burned as black as charcoal, with no signs of life. The three of them were also forcibly teleported out by the secret realm's protection mechanism and were completely eliminated with their miserable faces. Outside the secret realm, the appearance of three people attracted the attention of all the eliminated contestants. Help! Save me! My hands, my legs, are all broken. The crowd gathered around and gasped when they saw the three people's bodies covered with burns. Is this the fire monster again? Their condition is exactly the same as the boy before. The yellow-haired man was pale and trembling all over. It's Chunwan. He summoned the monster. Chunwan? That loser? The crowd was in an uproar. The long-haired girl gritted her teeth and said, "Yes, it's him. That monster of his is simply a demon from hell." In the hotel outside the GUN Guild, a man and a woman were observing the situation inside. The woman leaned on the man's shoulder, wearing a gorgeous black dress, with a hint of sneer on her face. She was Mu Xian. The man next to him, Chen Yuanxiu, was short and fat with an ugly face, but he stared at the scene in front of him with greedy eyes. "It looks like this game is starting to become interesting," Mu Xian said softly. "Yeah, I hope this kid can hold on a little longer." Chen Yuanxiu grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth, with an intriguing look on his face. Chapter 102 Tamer? He, my baby. With the special effects cards developed by our Phantom Academy, are you still afraid that your fair can't get the first place? Chen Yuanxiu smiled greasily. A hint of viciousness flashed in Mu Xian's eyes. Not only do I want him to take first place, I also want him to kill Chunwan with his own hands. Can you do it? Of course. Chen Yuanxiu patted the black block in his hand proudly. With this secret realm hacking device, not only can your son use the explosive species cards and explosive soldier cards outside the secret realm, but it can also directly cancel Chunwan's protection mechanism. At that time, he will not be ejected from the secret realm, but die inside. Hearing this, Mu Xian's eyes flashed with ecstasy. What are you waiting for? Act quickly. No hurry, he. Chen Yuanxiu put down the telescope, picked up Mu Xian, and said in an obscene tone, "But before starting, you have to serve me well." Ouch, that's annoying. Mu Xian pretended to struggle, then smiled charmingly and said, "I'll serve you well, but don't forget to help my son kill Chunwan with his own hands." A minute later, Chen Yuanxiu pulled up his trousers while lighting a cigarette, took a deep breath, and looked at the secret realm hacking device in his hand. I can disable Chunwan's protection mechanism just by plugging in this little treasure. He immediately turned on his laptop, connected the device, and the screen lit up. The names and real-time coordinates of all participants appeared on the interface. Chen Yuanxiu found Chunwan's name. The coordinates kept jumping. 5633, 7856, 5634, 7855, 5633, 7854. Mu Xian came forward and asked anxiously, "What are Fair's coordinates? Are they close?" Chen Yuanxiu took a glance and said, "Very far, about 50,000 meters away." "What should I do?" How can my son catch up with Chun Wan and kill him? Mu Xian frowned. Chun Yuanxiu raised a sinister smile at the corner of his mouth. Easy. Connect directly. He pressed a button, then nodded to Mu Xian. Talk to your son. Mu Xian was stunned for a moment and tentatively asked, Fair, it's Mom. Can you hear me? Mom. A surprised voice came from the other end. Why are you in the secret realm? Mom is in control of everything outside. Mu Xian sneered. Chun Wan's protection mechanism has been cancelled. You can kill him with your own hands now. Qin Fei's voice trembled with excitement. Really? That's great. I will definitely kill him. Okay, I'll provide you with guidance at any time. Mu Xian turned off the communication, turned to Qin Yuanxiu, and smiled meaningfully. When this game is over, Zhang Baoyuo and his Pineapple Academy will be completely finished. Inside the secret realm, Qin Wan was still unaware that the cancellation of the protection mechanism had no actual impact on him. Because in the secret realm, there is no threat that can make him feel the pressure of life and death. 11 hours later, he successfully entered the safety circle. Black lines began to appear around the map, quickly spreading towards the safety circle. All players who fail to enter the safety circle and are swallowed by the black line will be eliminated directly. Chun Wan found a high tower and climbed up to observe the surroundings. A dark fog enveloped the unsafe area in the distance. The number of eliminated people under the tower continued to decrease. In just 5 minutes, more than 20 people were eliminated. The players under the tower were talking about it. I was so scared. I almost got eliminated. I saw someone get swallowed by the black fog with my own eyes. It was so scary. Outside the secret realm, the eliminated players came out one after another, and many people had heard of Chun Wan's amazing record. Some people said, he is so strong. Although I don't know how he did it, at least I can be sure that he didn't cheat. Some people said, maybe his flame pet was tamed in the secret realm. Chun Wan must be confident in his taming ability to choose a top-level pet. It really opened our eyes. Someone raised doubts. But he is only a beastmaster with the innate level of talent. How could he tame such a terrifying beast? A boy explained, this is normal. Taming beasts and controlling beasts are two different things. The taming masters in Emperor City are only of level 1, but they can still tame level 1 exotic beasts. A tamer is a special profession that can tame exotic animals into pets, and the top taming masters can tame exotic animals with extremely high qualifications. They are born with an extraordinary affinity for exotic animals, and are able to capture subtle emotions and signals, quickly establishing a trusting relationship with them. Hearing this, Ku Lungyu sighed softly. So my brother is an animal trainer. No wonder he is so powerful. Chapter 103 Red Treasure Box 1 verses 3. Su Yutong was slightly distracted, then nodded and murmured, a beast trainer. It turned out to be a beast trainer. No wonder I couldn't figure out where Chun Wan's strength came from after thinking for a long time. Zhang Baoyuo laughed, a hint of pride flashing in his eyes. It just so happens that our Pineapple Academy is still in need of an excellent animal trainer. If Chun Wan is willing to join, it will be a blessing for our academy. When Su Yutong heard this, her eyes lit up, but in an instant, a complex emotion surged in her heart. Zhang Baoyuo's words clearly did not intend for Chun Wan to simply enroll, but to directly enter the academy to take up a position. The staff of a super university were extremely high-ranking people. Su Yutong felt a little regretful and thought to herself, beast trainers are popular everywhere. I pushed a beast trainer away with my own hands. Meanwhile, the fight in the knockout rounds was still fierce, with a contestant being eliminated almost every few seconds. The first round of shrinking is always the cruelest stage, and those who are eliminated are almost always the weakest players in the game. Some of the eliminated people around were talking about it, and they were filled with regret after hearing about Chun Wan's identity. If I had known he was a beast trainer, I wouldn't have looked down on him, a girl said with regret on her face. Oh, now it's over, another girl sighed. Not only did we fail to get along with him, we also mocked him many times. I'm afraid we are on his blacklist. If he becomes rich in the future, will he take revenge on us? Some people worried. It depends on his heart. The person next to him shook his head and said, the future development of animal trainers is bound to be limitless. It depends on whether he is still willing to bother with us. When the competition reached a white-hot stage, suddenly, a staff member ran up to Zhang Baoyuo with an anxious look on his face. Teacher, we have detected an invading magnetic field that is interfering with the secret realm. The specific role of the magnetic field cannot be determined for the time being, but it may affect the order of the competition. Zhang Baoyuo frowned, quickly glanced around, and said in a deep voice, initiate anti-cheating measures immediately. He picked up the intercom and spoke in a low but authoritative voice. Captain Lee, immediately lead your team to search for any suspicious signals within a 5,000-meter radius, centered around the Epic Guild. If you find any suspicious targets, detain them immediately.
Yes.
A resounding voice came from the intercom. Instantly, there were roars in the sky. 50 helicopters descended from the sky, and armed soldiers with live ammunition in the cabins were imposing. This team is the armed force directly under the Pineapple Academy, and its combat effectiveness far exceeds that of local armed forces. Zhang Polo stared into the distance and whispered to himself, who dares to invade this secret realm? Could it be Qin Fei's mother? Kalung Yu on the side asked, tentatively. Su Yutong shook her head. What's the point of her doing this? At this time, the staff member ran over again, his tone more urgent. Teacher, after analysis, Chunwan's protection mechanism has been completely cancelled, and the coordinates of all contestants in the secret realm have been exposed. At the same time, Qin Fei was found to have the ability to communicate with the outside world. A cold light flashed in Zhang Baoyuo's eyes. It's Chun Yuanxiu. He has always wanted to crack my secret realm of rules. And his tone paused slightly, and a hint of sarcasm appeared at the corner of his mouth. It is rumored that he is involved with Mu Xian. It seems that this time Mu Xian and Chun Yuanxiu have joined forces to kill Chen Wan in the secret realm. What's even more insidious is that they want Qin Fei to deal with Chen Wan personally. Kuling Yu added. Su Yutong was furious when she heard this. How despicable! Teacher Zhang, what should we do? Can the loophole be fixed? It's impossible in a short time. Zhang Baoyuo shook his head slowly, then smiled meaningfully. But Chun Yuanxiu forgot one thing. The ultimate control of this secret realm is still in my hands. But I want to see what tricks they want to play. 2 days later, the competition had entered the 6th round of shrinking, with more than half of the players eliminated. Chunwan always carried out the task step by step. His pet grew rapidly during this period. His level has already reached the evolutionary conditions, and he has inlaid 3 powerful orbs by opening treasure chests and defeating enemies. They are Holy Fire Spirit, Fire Skill Damage increased by 101%, Defense doubled, Secret Treasure of Perseverance, greatly improved defense, endurance, and mental strength. Sword Heart, Sword Skill Damage doubled. With the blessing of the gem, the combat power of Chen Wan's pet beast increased by leaps and bounds, and it was capable of both offense and defense, making it almost invincible. However, the scroll of evolution still hadn't appeared, which made him feel a little anxious. At this moment, there was a fierce battle sound coming from the front. Chun Wan hid behind a tree, looking through the branches and leaves, and found 3 pets fighting. Devil Dog, Golden Armored Toad, Mechanical Sharptooth Beast. The 3 are very powerful, and each has its own characteristics. And their masters, 3 beast masters, were anxiously giving orders beside them. Not far away, a red treasure chest stood out. Chun Wan was delighted. Red treasure chest. It may contain an evolution scroll. He smiled coldly and walked forward slowly. The 3 beast masters soon discovered him. You, a piece of trash? A man with a crew cut shouted angrily. Are you worthy enough to interfere in this battle? This is a game for the strong. Another person added viciously. If you don't leave, I'll chop you off. Chun Wan smiled calmly, his eyes cold. I see you have been fighting for a long time. Why don't you let me help you decide the winner? Chapter 104. Wings of the Sun God. SSS Level Soul Skill. Chun Wan murmured in a low voice. Finally found it. Before he finished speaking, a flame suddenly burst out behind him. The armored seraph swung his sword and directly summoned a dense array of fireballs. Boom! The 3 pets had no time to react and were instantly refined by the high temperature, turning into a sea of fire. The 3 beast masters also triggered the protection mechanism and were forced to be eliminated, disappearing directly into the secret realm. Instant kill. Chun Wan walked slowly to the red treasure chest, a hint of joy flashing in his eyes. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. I've been looking for 3 days and finally found it. He stretched out his hand and placed his palm on the surface of the treasure chest. Start. You have obtained Common Evolution Scroll, Abyss Evolution Scroll, Upgrade Capsule, Custom Item Orb, Red, 7 stars. Chun Wan's eyes fell on a translucent sphere that was emitting a faint glow, and his heart trembled slightly. Pet Orb, Customized Orb, Quality, Red, Star Rating, 7 stars. Effects, 1. To be confirmed. 2. To be confirmed. 3. To be confirmed. Tip. Please describe the required tags for the orb's attributes, and the orb will automatically generate attributes. It is recommended that the number of entries should not exceed 3, and it should not be too complicated, otherwise the generation effect will be greatly weakened. Chunwan closed his eyes and quickly wrote in his mental power, 3 attributes of grass, flying, and fire, defensive gems, and appropriate increase in attack power, confirmed. Generating attributes, generated successfully. Beast Orb, Secret Realm Treasure, Quality, Red, Star Rating, 7 stars, Effects, 1. If the attribute of the beast is 3 or above, all skill effects will be increased by 300%. 2. The defense of the beast will be increased by 300%. 3. The attack power of the beast will be increased by 200%. Perfect. Chun Wan embedded the orb into the core of the seraph without hesitation. At the same time, he took out the Abyss Evolution Scroll and gently unfolded it. Buzz. A dazzling golden light burst out from the armored seraph and shot straight into the sky. The originally gloomy night sky was completely covered by golden light. 9 huge suns hung above the sky, emitting dazzling light. In the forest, vegetation grows rapidly, dead trees come back to life in spring, and flowers bloom. The stream became crystal clear, and the whole environment was full of life. However, this ray of hope did not last long. The temperature suddenly rose, and flames began to rage from the depths of the forest, burning through the bodies of countless beasts. The players within the range screamed in agony. More than 100 contestants were eliminated directly before they could withdraw, because the protection mechanism was triggered. Outside the secret realm, everyone in the audience was shocked. 9 suns? This is too exaggerated. I almost got burned to death. The secret realm of Pineapple Academy is really terrifying. Zhang Baoyuo listened to everyone's discussion, feeling a little helpless. 9 suns eliminated hundreds of people in an instant? This scene is really... She sighed softly and continued to observe the changes in the secret realm. At the same time, deep in the sea of fire, Chunwan quietly watched the armored seraph that had completed its evolution. The golden light gradually faded, and the seraph had completely transformed into a new form, the wings of the sun god. Her skin was as smooth as milk, her eyes were as hot as flames, and every feather on the huge golden-red wings behind her emitted a dazzling glow, as if condensed with the energy of the sun. The sword and shield were also brand new, inlaid with sun patterns, exuding a powerful sacred aura. New skills added: Sunblade, Fire, Firevine Entanglement, Grass, Fire, Divine Fire from the Sky, Fire, Fire Feather Flying Knife, Fire, Flying. Chunwan looked at the brand new Seraph armor and was filled with excitement. The combat power improvement brought by this evolution is absolutely beyond imagination. At this moment, Chunwan suddenly felt a strange energy surging in his body. System prompt. You have learned Soul Skill, Flame Fist, Level 1, Fire Element. Effect. Swing your fist, and a huge force will burst out, along with the power of blazing flames. Chunwan clenched his fists, feeling the burning energy in his body, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It seems that this time, my goal is not only to be in the top 100, but in the top 10. Chapter 105. Let's watch the show together. The system selection is indeed powerful. Chunwan thought, evolution actually comes with an SSS level soul skill. Now, I have the Water Dragon Emperor Immortal Slaying for long-range combat and the Flame Fist for close combat. My personal combat power has been completely upgraded. Chunwan raised the corners of his mouth slightly, his eyes full of confidence. The knock on the door interrupted the ambiguous atmosphere in the room. Mu Xian and Chun Yuanxiu woke up immediately. Chun Yuanxiu quickly pulled up his pants, walked quickly to the door, and whispered, "Who?" A deep voice came from outside the door. "Mr. Chun, the hotel has sent you lunch." "Lunch?" Chun Yuanxiu frowned. "I didn't order it. This is free." Hearing this, Chun Yuanxiu let down his guard and opened the door. However, the next second, more than 20 fully armed fighters filed in and the room was instantly occupied. A dozen people pointed guns at Chun Yuanxiu, and the rest surrounded Mu Xian. These fighters are all members of Pineapple Academy's private army. Each of them has a pet that is at least A level, and their beastmaster level is 5-star. Faced with such a situation, Chun Yuanxiu did not dare to act rashly. "You know what you have done." Captain Li walked forward and pressed his watch. A screen was projected in the air, showing Zhang Polo's figure. Zhang Polo on the screen smiled slightly, his tone teasing, "Xiao Chun, I'm sorry to interrupt your and Director Mu's good time. I hope you didn't get hurt because of the scare. If I make you unable to be a man for the rest of your life, then I'd be really ashamed. You old woman, you speak in such a vulgar way." Chun Yuanxiu gritted his teeth. I mean, Zhang Polo sneered. Compared to you hacking into my secret realm, what's my point? Don't forget, Pineapple Academy has the strongest private army among the 8 super universities. When you did these things, didn't you think about the consequences? Chun Yuanxiu snorted coldly, sat on the chair, lit a cigarette, and said with a smug tone, Consequences? Now I only need to move my fingers to remove everyone's secret realm protection authority, causing the death of a large number of people. By then, I'm afraid you won't be able to keep your position as the principal, right? Zhang Baoyuo didn't care at all. He smiled and shook his head. Haha, I was really scared. But, Xiao Chun, you seem to have forgotten that it was you who invaded my secret realm first. If something really happens, the main responsibility is on you. Not only will I not take the responsibility, but I will also become the biggest victim. She changed her tone and said jokingly, If you threaten me now, I can notify the Public Security Bureau to arrest you at any time. Although I am 86 years old, my mind is much clearer than yours. Unlike you, you have been drained dry by those pretty skins. Ha ha ha. Zhang Baoyuo's ridicule made Chun Yuanxiu's face turn pale. He was silent for a moment and then said coldly, Tell me, what do you want? Zhang Baoyuo narrowed his eyes slightly and said slowly, Since we all have a certain degree of control over the secret realm, why not come directly to the Jiuan Guild and play this good show openly? And Director Mu beside you, come along as well. I don't know why you are so determined to have your son kill Wan, but since you are so interested, why don't you go and watch the fight in person? Mu Xian lowered his head and said nothing, obviously knowing that Zhang Baoyuo was forcing him to do so. Mu Xian, put on your clothes and let's go. Chun Yuanxiu said coldly. Soon after, a helicopter landed at the Jiuan Guild. After Chun Yuanxiu and Mu Xian got off the helicopter, they sparked discussions among the audience. The crowd was in an uproar. Holy crap, it's actually him. Chun Yuanxiu and Mu Xian walked up to Zhang Baoyuo, who still had his signature smile on his face. She pointed to the chair next to her and said, Take a seat, Xiao Chun, and install your intrusion equipment so as not to delay Director Mu's conversation with her precious son. Mu Xian lowered her head and said in a trembling voice, Principal Zhang, let's just forget it. No, I still want to study this communication equipment. Zhang Baoyuo said innocently, You can actually bypass the rules of the secret realm and communicate with the contestants. I can't compare to you. Chun Yuanxiu couldn't hold back and said angrily, Zhang Baoyuo, what do you want? Stop being so sarcastic. Zhang Baoyuo sneered, Principal Chun, are you anxious? I don't mean anything else. I just think that since you are so keen to participate in this game, why don't you participate openly? She turned to look at Mu Xian, her tone suddenly becoming cold. Director Mu, since you want your son to kill Wan with his own hands so much, then it would be a bit boring to just cancel Wan's protection mechanism, right? Mu Xian was horrified. His eyes widened and he asked angrily, What do you want to do? Zhang Baoyuo raised his lips slightly and said calmly, Cancel Qin Fei's protection mechanism as well? You're crazy. Mu Xian stood up excitedly. Why? Zhang Baoyuo looked at her sarcastically. You have no confidence in your son? Mu Xian sneered, his eyes sharp. Who said I don't have confidence? Even if his protection mechanism is cancelled, he is still the strongest A-level beastmaster, and he is my pride. Wan, that loser, died at the hands of my son. It was his honor. Heh. Zhang Baoyuo chuckled and thought to himself, Wait, I want to see how your pride will look when facing a truly powerful person. Beneath his kind face, there lurks a deep calculation and dark justice. Chapter 106, The Raging Swamp. In the secret realm, Qin Fei was riding on the evolved electric tyrant Dragon King, flying towards Wan at an astonishing speed. The wind whistled in his ears, and his heart was filled with excitement and excitement. Wan, I must kill you with my own hands. He looked determined and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Just then, a dazzling golden light on the ground caught his attention. Golden treasure chest? Haha, Mom, I found a golden treasure chest. Qin Fei's voice trembled with excitement. He said, There must be an evolution scroll in this treasure chest. With it, my pet will be able to complete its second evolution. By then, no matter what tricks Wan plays, he will never be my opponent. He swooped down on the electric tyrant Dragon King and came straight to the treasure chest. The system displays, Open. You have obtained Normal Evolution Scroll, Abyss Evolution Scroll, Upgrade Capsule *30. Seeing these rewards, Qin Fei's eyes lit up and he was so excited that he could hardly control himself. He quickly took out the Abyss Evolution Scroll and used it directly. Use. With the use of the scroll, the Tyrannosaurus rex begins its second evolution. At the same time, Qin Fei felt a sharp pain in his body, as if the blood in his body was boiling, and a fishy and sweet smell surged in his throat. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out and his face turned pale in an instant. Son, what's wrong with you? Mu Xian's voice came from the communicator, full of anxiety. It's okay, Mom. Qin Fei forced a smile. It's just a side effect of the Abyss Evolution Scroll. Compared to these, my pet has completed a second evolution. Hearing this, Mu Xian turned from sadness to joy. Okay, my fair, you should be the first beastmaster in the entire secret realm to complete the second evolution. Now, Chunwan is definitely dead. As the evolution was completed, the fierce Tyrannosaurus rex transformed into the electric Tyrannosaurus rex, his body covered with golden electric armor, looking murderous. The system displays Pet, Electric Tyrant Dragon King, Type, Electricity, Dragon, Flying, Form, Secondary Evolution, Level 18, Level 48, Upgrade Capsule used. System display skills, Tyrannosaurus Claw, Dragon, Electric Claw, Electricity, Super Flight, Flight, Lightning Dragon Armor, Dragon, Electricity, Lightning Judgment, Electricity, Super Electronic Array, Electricity, Dragon King Bite, Dragon. Ha 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 ha. Qin Fei laughed. Level 48. I'm going to kill Chunwan. The surrounding contestants were frightened by his pet and retreated one by one. Qin Fei's goal was clear. He rode on the electric tyrant Dragon King and flew towards Chunwan again. On the other side, Chunwan was moving along the edge of the black fog in the secret realm. He suppressed the black fog and was not in a hurry to enter the safe zone because it was too noisy there, which would be detrimental to the plan. After pushing away the jungle, Chunwan came to a vast quagmire. The quagmire is like an ocean forgotten by time. Its surface is covered with duckweed and moss, exuding a smell of corruption. The air has thin oxygen, as if it is isolated from the outside world. Chunwan frowned. It seems that this road is blocked. He turned his head and looked around. If he took a detour, it would not only waste time, but also put him in unknown danger. As the black fog was approaching, he did not have time to think about it. Little son, let's fly over. He gave the order.
Yes.
The wings of the sun god gently picked up Chunwan, spread his wings and flew into the air. However, just when they flew less than 100 meters, dense bubbles suddenly appeared on the surface of the mud. Gurgle, gurgle. More and more bubbles appeared. The mud seemed to be boiling. Rotten vines surged out, and a fishy smell quickly spread. Something's wrong. Chunwan whispered, Little son, go back. As soon as he finished speaking, 100-meter-long tentacle suddenly jumped out of the mud and rushed towards Chunwan. Master, be careful. The wings of the sun god swiftly swung the sword and activated the skill. Sun god armor, fusion. The golden, heavy yet flexible armor instantly covered the wings of the sun god, making her figure look extremely majestic. Ha! The long sword swung down, and the tentacles broke with a sound. However, more than a dozen tentacles suddenly rose from the mud and attacked them from all directions. Divine fire falls. The fire of the sun suddenly poured down from the sky, forcing the tentacles back. However, the movement in the depths of the swamp became more and more intense. Chunwan frowned. There are strange beasts under the swamp. This power is terrifyingly strong. He felt an invisible pressure staring at him, like a gaze from the abyss. At this moment, the quagmire began to roll violently, rising like a huge wave and rushing straight towards Chunwan in the air. Fly up quickly, Chunwan ordered decisively. The wings of the sun god rose rapidly, but the waves of the swamp rose rapidly as if they had life, rising directly to 100 meters, swallowing up Chunwan and the wings of the sun god. Where are Chunwan's coordinates? Mu Xian stared at Chun Yuanxio's screen and asked anxiously. The coordinate display on the screen suddenly turned into a string of garbled characters. What's going on? Chun Yuanxio was also confused. Mu Xian sneered, Oh, I'm afraid he's already dead. Zhang Baoyuo didn't say anything, but stared at the screen deeply, his brows furrowed, and an inexplicable worry surged in his heart. Could it be? Her intuition told her that things were not that simple. Chapter 107. X-Level Soul Skills. Existence beyond SSS level. Outside the secret realm, Zhang Polo frowned, and the garbled text on the screen made her fall into deep worry. Su Yutong leaned close to her ear and whispered, Teacher, why did Chunwan's coordinates suddenly become garbled? Is there something wrong with the equipment? Kulungyu on the side clenched his hands, his face full of tension, and the sweat oozing from his back even had a faint milky scent. Her voice trembled. Wan Gu, did something happen to him? Zhang Baoyuo was silent for a moment, sighed, and motioned for the two to follow her to the side. She whispered, Chun Wan may have been swallowed by the 10,000-year-old swamp. 10,000 years swamp? Kulungyu widened his eyes, obviously not understanding what this was. Zhang Polo said in a heavy tone, the 10,000-year swamp is one of the most dangerous things in this secret realm. It is not an ordinary geographical environment, but an ancient mysterious force, even more terrifying than today's restricted areas. Legend has it that 5,000 years ago, an 8-star beastmaster used his spiritual power to seal it and merge it with this secret realm. Although there have been no abnormalities in the swamp for thousands of years, no one can guarantee that it will always be peaceful. She paused, tears welling up in her eyes. I've been there myself and confirmed that it's not dangerous, but now it seems that this is my fault. Kulungyu asked in a trembling voice, Teacher, that swamp, will it really swallow people? Zhang Polo nodded. It will not only devour humans, but also pets, trapping everything in it forever. Only those with mental strength beyond the limits of humans can escape. Hearing this, Su Yutong also panicked, with unprecedented fear on her cold and beautiful face, while Kulungyu squatted on the ground, holding his head and crying, Wan Gu, Wan Gu. Chen Yuanxiu and Mu Xian couldn't help laughing when they saw the three people losing their composure. Haha, Chun Wan is dead. He is dead after all. Mu Xian laughed proudly. Good thing he died. Chen Yuanxiu snorted coldly. If this kid lives, he will be a stumbling block to my godson. At the same time, Chun Wan was trapped in the swamp. His body was completely trapped. He couldn't hear, couldn't breathe through his nose, and his mouth was so tightly closed that it was difficult to open. Only the consciousness is still struggling tenaciously. Is this death? Chun Wan asked himself in his heart. But the next moment, his thoughts gradually became clear. He could feel that his soul was still intact, and his consciousness had not dissipated. He seemed to be falling into an endless abyss, until the moment he felt his feet touch the ground. His body suddenly felt lighter, as if he had had a long-awaited good sleep. Chun Wan opened his eyes and found himself in a bright space. Above him was a suspended swamp, covering him like the sky, and beneath his feet was a clean and transparent land with fresh air, as if it was another world. Chun Wan tried to communicate with the beast taming space and soon received a response. Master, you are still alive. Xiao Zi's voice was full of excitement. Yeah, we were all worried. Xiaoyin also echoed. Chun Wan smiled slightly when he heard this. Thank you for your hard work. I won't let you worry anymore. He touched his trouser pocket and was glad that the pet ball was still on him. He slowly closed his eyes, connected his mental power with the pet space, and officially completed the contract with the 8th pet. The game has just begun. Just as Chun Wan was about to explore this strange space, a dark brown sphere suddenly rose in front of him. He subconsciously reached out his hand and touched the surface of the sphere. Buzz! The sphere instantly melted into his palm, and the entire swamp began to shake violently. Countless black liquids rushed towards him, but instead of swallowing him up, they all gathered into his body. Chun Wan's muscles felt an unprecedented strength. He looked down at his abdomen, and the lines of his 8 abdominal muscles were clear and powerful. The power of the swamp. I conquered this swamp. The system displays, you have learned level X soul skill, Demon Swamp Armor, Earth System. Seeing this information, Chun Wan's eyes suddenly lit up. X level? It's even beyond SSS level. He tried to summon his soul skills, and the black armor instantly covered his entire body. Goggles blocked his eyes. The armor was sharp and bony, and full of murderous aura. The system displays Magic Swamp Armor Earth Element, Grade 10, Level 1 Effect 1. Greatly improved attributes, continuous consumption of mental power, Skill 1. Swamp Confinement Remote Control Skill, Note. After the soul skill level is increased, more skills will be unlocked. Chun Wan clenched his fists, feeling the powerful force, and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. It's really cool. However, he soon realized that this set of armor consumed an extremely high amount of mental energy. We have to leave here first. Chen Wan leaped up and actually jumped directly 100 meters, easily breaking through the swamp layer above. It took only 30 seconds for him to rush out from the bottom of the 5,000-meter deep swamp. He stood on the swamp, looking down at the desperate situation below that had swallowed countless lives, and a sense of confidence surged in his heart. Chapter 108 Resurrection. My Chunwan. During these 3 days, the number of people in the entire secret realm has been reduced from 300 to the last 3, including Chunwan. In addition, there were Qin Fei and another boy. The circle was shrunk to the size of the school playground. However, Chunwan has now relied on the power of the swamp to break the rules and ignore the fog. But it is temporarily ignored. You are now in the fog elimination zone. Please enter the safe zone within 1 minute. The beast controlling space is still in a closed state according to the rules, so even the wings of the sun god cannot be summoned. But it doesn't matter, with 2 major level soul skills and 1 level soul skill. Even if the king of hell comes, he can twist his head off, and if the black and white impermanence comes, they can be twisted into Tai Chi Bagua. At this moment, it is already 12 o'clock noon. In the playground outside the secret realm, almost everyone has dispersed in the past few days. Only Su Yutong and 3 others, as well as Mu Xian and Chun Yuanxiu were left. There are only 5 hours left until the end of the game, Mu Xian said. Looking at Liang, Chunwan's coordinates are still garbled. I'm afraid he has died without a trace left. For the past 3 days, Kalungyu sat in the corner all day, crying, not eating or drinking, and could not be called even when Kutianchi came. She couldn't even sleep. Her eyes were bloodshot as she looked at the smug Mu Xian and Chen Yuanxiu with her beautiful red eyes. Zhang Baoyuo also blamed himself. If there hadn't been a problem with the secret realm, the swamp would not have swallowed Chenwan. Su Yutong felt only pity in her heart, such a huge pity that a genius had fallen in such a way. As long as my fair kills this remaining little trash named Lin Ci, he will be the first place. Ha ha ha. Mu Xian said, entering the epic guild with the first place result will have a bright future. Mu Xian, listen to me, Su Yutong said with sharp eyes. Your son will never be welcome in my guild. I will never allow cheaters to enter the guild. Cheating? Ha ha ha. I cheated. Mu Xian said, if this is called cheating for me, then what do you call Chunwan's 10,000 point test a few days ago? You ugly, hypocritical woman. Besides, it doesn't matter whether you accept my son or not. Fayer got first place in this assessment, and this is his honor. Now, Chunwan's strength is obvious. Mu Xian continued with a smile. He died on the 4th day of the assessment. He is simply a waste among wastes, ha ha ha. You bastard. Suddenly, Kalungyu in the corner picked up a stone on the ground and threw it at Mu Xian. Mu Xian waved his palm, and his whole hand seemed to turn into a blade, instantly shattering the stone. Level soul skill, handblade. Oh, you expressionless stinky fox, you have been so ugly these days, Mu Xian said. Just like a resentful woman, your husband is dead. Don't feel bad. Beg my son to be his concubine. It's not bad either. You. Kalungyu stood up tremblingly, his facial features distorted with anger. Su Yutong hurriedly supported her body. Lungyu, don't get excited, I think. If Chinwan is still alive, he definitely wouldn't want to see you like this, right? Su Yutong patted Kalingyu's shoulder with some heartache. At this moment, Kalingyu could no longer bear it. She clasped her hands on her face, her delicate body trembling constantly, and soft cries came out through her fingers. Su Yutong also had tears in her eyes. Although she had little contact with Chinwan, she knew that Chunwan was a talented person who was low-key and persevering. She couldn't accept that such a person did not die at the hands of a powerful opponent, but died due to environmental reasons. He's still alive? Ha ha ha, you guys are really good at fantasizing, Mu Xian said. You expressionless fox, cry if you want to. You're pretty pitiful. You can't even see Chunwan's complete corpse, hee. You. Hey. Lungyu, look. Su Yutong pointed at the computer screen. Chunwan. Reconnecting. Chunwan. Connection successful. Chunwan's coordinates. 1322, 756. Seeing Chunwan's coordinates light up again, Kalungyu's fatigue from 3 days and 3 nights disappeared instantly, and his eyes glowed again. He snatched the communication device from Mu Xian's hand and said, Wan Gu, can you hear me? Kalungyu, where are you? Hearing Chunwan's healthy and strong voice, Kalungyu was relieved immediately. I'm glad you're okay. Your coordinates disappeared for 3.5 days, and we were worried to death. Humph, it's just a flash of youth. Mu Xian sneered. So what if the coordinates appear? Aren't you still going to be killed by my fair? She did not stop Kalungyu from using the equipment because she was confident enough in her son. It was Mu Xian and the principal of Phantom Academy, Chun Yuanxiu. They cheated to invade the secret realm and secretly canceled your protection mechanism. They wanted Qin Fei to kill you personally. Oh, hee, that kind of trash is worthy of killing me? Chunwan, what are you talking about? Mu Xian shouted. I think you are really confused. How dare an aunt like you call my son trash? Chunwan said, Aunt Mu Xian, you dote on your child too much, even at the cost of your own body to gain benefits for him. In the end, he will die under your protection. Humph. What? You still want to kill Fair? You can't do it even if I give you 10 lives or 100 lives. You are dreaming. No more talk, auntie. I'm on my way, and you'll be free soon. Chunwan knew that Mu Xian must have sold her body to get in touch with Chen Yuanxiu. Otherwise, as a mere director, she would never have colluded with Chen Yuanxiu through formal means. Moreover, Chen Yuanxiu was notoriously ugly and had bad behavior. Now that Chunwan has killed Qin Fei, Mu Xian no longer has to worry about anything and no longer has to sell her body so frequently. Oh, brother, Kalungyu said, you have to be careful. Qin Fei has 2 special effect cards. One can greatly increase the attributes of the pet, and the other can replicate the attributes. This is the unique technology of the Phantom Academy. It's nothing, Chinwan said calmly. I'm sorry to have made you worry these past few days. I'll apologize to you after I get rid of Qin Fei. Oh, what nonsense are you talking about? I hope you're okay. At this time, Chen Yuanxiu pushed Kalungyu away and said to the transmitter, What are you talking about? Do you know the strength of our Phantom Academy's explosive seed card and explosive soldier card? Chen Yuanxiu became unhappy immediately when he heard his unique technology being insulted like this. You are just a high school student. How can you fight against special effect cards? In front of my special effect cards, any genius is nothing but an ant. Not to mention a rubbish of your level. I advise you to commit suicide right now. Maybe you can leave an intact body. Qin Fei's pet has completed its 2nd evolution. With my special effect card, it will not be enough to crush you 10,000 times. Chapter 109 Chun Wan vs. Qin Fei, the decisive battle. Chun Wan didn't say anything more, just drove the demon swamp armor to hurry on his way. This is a top-level soul skill armor, and all basic attributes have been improved by at least 10 times. It is unimaginable how terrifying it is if the fastest speed of a normal person is increased tenfold. The only drawback is that it does not have the ability to fly, but its extremely strong jumping ability makes up for it. At this moment, within the safe zone, a boy was hiding in the bushes and observing his surroundings carefully. This man has a pointed face, a thin complexion, and a wicked look. He is the 3rd person besides Qin Fei and Chen Wan, Lin Ci, a natural level beastmaster. Huh, I finally found you. So you were hiding here. Lin Ci turned around and saw that it was Qin Fei. Do you want me to do it, or do you want to get out of here yourself? Qin, Master Qin Fei. Lin Ci hurriedly crawled out of the bushes, knelt on the ground, looked at Qin Fei riding on the dragon's back, and said, Master Qin Fei, please show mercy. Then, he rolled his eyes a few times and said, According to the display, the only people left are you, me, and Chan Wan, that rubbish who got in through the back door. I guess he is hiding in a corner like me. Master Qin Fei, if I am eliminated now, the 2nd place will be his. Are you willing to let him be 1 place behind you? Are you willing to let him get 2nd place? Lin Ci's words immediately made Qin Fei fall into deep thought. Lin Ci continued, How about I be your little brother for the last few hours and help you eliminate Chen Wan? After that, I will end my life. Do you think this is okay? What you said does make some sense, Qin Fei said. Besides, I know you well. You were my younger brother in the assessment in Coffin Valley. It's reasonable for me to give you the 2nd place. Thank you, Master Qin Fei. Thank you, Master Qin Fei. Hee. This is the assessment of the Era Guild, and the value of the 2nd and 3rd place is very different. How could Lin Ci let himself be ranked behind Chen Wan? Then, he opened his package and took out a bunch of things. Master Qin Fei, these are the props I got. I'm giving them to you. See if there's anything you can use. Qin Fei looked at Lin Ci's things, his eyes full of excitement. 45 upgrade capsules, an Abyss Evolution Scroll, and 2 orange 7-star gems. Well done. With these, my Tyrannosaurus Rex can complete its 3rd and final form of evolution. Ha 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 ha. Chunwan, let's see what you have to fight me with. Qin Fei hurriedly used the upgrade capsule to upgrade the Electric Tyrant Dragon King. The Electric Tyrant Dragon King has been upgraded to level 19. The Electric Tyrant Dragon King has been upgraded to level 20. The Electric Tyrant Dragon King has been upgraded to level 21. The Electric Tyrant Dragon King has been upgraded to level 19. The Electric Tyrant Dragon King has been upgraded to level 42. Abyss Evolution. Pet, Tyrannosaurus. Gender, male. Qualification, level. Level, 42. Type: electric, dragon, flying, form, 3 evolutions, final form, new skills, Dragon King Dimension, electricity, dragon, Dragon King Cannon, dragon, flying. Hoo. After using this evolution scroll, Qin Fei felt extremely exhausted physically and mentally. His face was pale and bloodless. His lips instantly cracked and a large amount of blood gushed out. However, he could still bear it. This time, using the Abyss Evolution Scroll was much more painful than last time. After all, the aftereffect of using the Abyss Evolution Scroll last time had not yet worn off. He is not Qinyuan, who can use 3 or 4 Abyss Evolution Scrolls in a row and then recover after a good sleep. But this price is worth it. Qin Fei looked at the Tyrannosaurus in front of him with joy on his face. It only took 6 days to get a level 42 pet, and it was level 40. It was so cool. Qin Fei laughed strangely, his white teeth stained with blood. Just as he upgraded, he also embedded 2 orange 7-star gems on the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Pet Orb, Dragon King Orb. Quality: orange. Star rating: 7 stars. Effect: 1. The basic defense of pets with dragon attributes increases by 133%. 2. The damage of dragon skills increases by 145.6%. Pet Orb, Non-Fu Battery. Quality: orange. Star rating: 7 stars. Effect: 1. If the equipped pet has the electric attribute, the pet's basic physical strength will increase by 200%. 2. The consumption of physical and mental strength by the pet's electric skills will be reduced by 50%. 3. If the equipped pet has the electric attribute, the pet's basic mental strength will increase by 11%. Tyrannosaurus Rex, the final form of the yellow electric Tyrannosaurus Rex. The body color has changed from its previous color to a dark blue, almost purple, and the body posture is upright. He was 6 meters tall, and his eyes glowed with a sharp light. The jaws display ferocious teeth and sharp claws. The back is equipped with flight thrusters and weapon systems, making it invincible in land battles and also capable of handling air battles with ease. Wow! Lin Si's eyes trembled with fear when he saw the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Is this the final form of the super pet? It's simply. It's so terrifying. This was also the first time that Qin Fei had a pet of such a high level, and also the first time that he had a pet in its final form. Qinyuan, I'm going to tear you into pieces. Tyrannosaurus Rex. Let's go. At this time, a voice came from the dense forest. Don't leave. I'm coming to find you. Qinyuan's figure slowly appeared in front of the two of them, walking leisurely and calmly. You scum who got in through the back door. Why don't you kneel down for Master Qin Fei? In order to express his loyalty to Qin Fei, Lin Si immediately started to insult Qinyuan. Maybe our Master Qin Fei can show some leniency and spare your life. In addition, Lin Si has always disliked Qinyuan, and finally he has the opportunity to take advantage of Qin Fei to have a good chat with him. But Qinyuan ignored him and said to Qin Fei, go ahead. Take action? Why? You don't even summon your pet? Qin Fei wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and smiled. There's no need to hit you. I know. Lin Si interrupted. That rubbish-grade sunflower of his must have died a long time ago. He just refuses to admit it because of his face. Ha 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 ha. Qinyuan, whether you still have a pet or not, I must kill you today. Qin Fei raised his head proudly. Of course, it won't help even if your sunflower is still alive. Yes, Qinyuan spread his hands. So, let's do it. Chapter 110. The Terror of the Demonic Swamp Armor. Okay, you're the one who said that. Tyrannosaurus. Go ahead. The Tyrannosaurus Rex leaped up and hovered in the air, with the mechanical gun barrel behind him extended and aimed at Qinyuan. Master Qin Fei. Blow him to death. Lin Si said, blow him up. You don't need to command me, Qin Fei said. Blow him up for me. Buzz buzz buzz. The gun barrel behind the Tyrannosaurus Rex suddenly fired a large number of shells. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. More than a dozen shells were fired at Qinyuan, causing a strong bombardment. The flames spread wildly, and the violent bombing blew the surroundings into pieces. Ha 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 ha. Qinyuan, I thought you had some conspiracy. Qin Fei said, didn't you end up being blown into a bloody mist by me? Mu Xian, who was outside the secret realm, heard his son's proud voice and laughed. Ha ha ha. Well done, son. A dog like Qinyuan deserves no death. Hearing this, Su Yutong raised her eyebrows slightly. She couldn't help but wonder if Qin Fei was so proud because he had really succeeded. But Kalungyu remained calm. She believed that Chun Wan would not even get hurt when dealing with such a minion. Boom. When the smoke cleared, the site was empty, leaving only a few large pits. Haha, young Master Qin Fei, you blew him to pieces without leaving any ashes. Lin Xiai said. What a pity that he died so quickly. Qin Fei said. I haven't tortured him properly yet. It's a pity that I don't have this chance anymore. There's still a chance. Chun Wan walked out from behind the two of them, who said I'm dead. Qin Fei and Lin Xiai turned around abruptly, shock revealed in their eyes. You, how did you get behind us? Lin Xiai said. You're just a worthless bastard. Qin Fei said. You just like playing dirty tricks to survive. Just now, Chun Wan summoned the demonic swamp armor, moved behind the two of them at an extremely fast speed, and then disintegrated instantly. The demon swamp armor should not be used for a long time as it consumes too much mental energy. Once mental energy is consumed excessively, the whole person will suffer irreversible damage. Are you introducing yourself? Chun Wan asked with a smile. Stop talking nonsense. My mom is going to take me to eat barbecue after the test. Qin Fei said, You annoying, troublesome bastard, die. Tyrannosaurus. Keep attacking. The cannon behind the Tyrannosaurus was aimed at Chun Wan, but it didn't fire yet. Chun Wan directly summoned the demonic swamp armor. Bang! As a shell fell, Chun Wan grabbed it with his bare hands and crushed it with one palm. Boom! Accompanied by the smoke and dust of the explosion, Chun Wan slowly walked towards Qin Fei. Qin Fei and Lin Xiai looked at the fully armed Chun Wan and began to retreat tremblingly. At this moment, Chun Wan exudes an incomprehensible sense of horror. The pitch-black armor was like thorns growing in a swamp that had existed for thousands of years, with a sharp, cold edge. The opaque black goggles, this unfathomable power and vision, bring people an inexplicable sense of terror. He is a warrior from the 10,000-year swamp. Click, click, click. Every step felt like stepping on wet, swampy ground, but without any sense of heaviness. Cursed warrior. Warrior from the abyss. Qin, young Master Qin Fei. He seemed to have crushed a bomb with his bare hands just now, but he himself was unharmed. Lin Xiai said, Do I need you to explain it to me? Do you think I'm blind? Outside the secret realm, crushing explosive bombs with bare hands? Chun Yuanxiu said in surprise, Your son's current pet is the final form of Tyrannosaurus Rex. If I'm not mistaken, what he crushed was the Dragon King cannon. Hearing these words, everyone present was shocked. It would be understandable if Chun Wan's pet was unharmed after suffering such a blow. As a human being, an 18-year-old high school student, he blocked a low-level skill with his bare hands and was not hurt at all? Is this right? Fuck. Zhang Baoyuo said, Is this Chun Wan a human? Son, are you talking nonsense? Mu Xian said, Are you teasing your mother? On the other side, Qin Fei did not reply for a long time, and then said intermittently, Chun Wan, don't kill me. Don't kill me. Feier. Mu Xian panicked and looked at Zhang Baoyuo and said, Chun Wan's original body has such strength. He must have practiced forbidden techniques. I demand that you suspend the game immediately. Arrest Chun Wan. Humph. The world's current technology for detecting dark beast masters is quite mature. Zhang Baoyuo smiled. Do you think if Chun Wan is a dark beast master, he won't be detected? So you think it's reasonable for a high school student, a human being, to have this kind of strength? There is no such thing as reasonable or unreasonable, only the depth of your own cognition. You are the ones who teamed up to harm my son, said Mu Xian. Calm down, my darling, Qin Yuanxiu said. Don't forget, Feier still has 2 special effect cards from our Phantom Academy. The explosion card can increase all attributes by 200%, and the explosion card can create 4 physical clones, which is equivalent to having 4 more pets in the final form. I don't believe that Chun Wan can withstand 5 Tyrannosaurus Rex. Yes. Mu Xian said, Feier, use your special effect card quickly. In the secret realm, Qin Fei took out 2 special effect cards in a panic. Chun Wan, go to hell. Start up. Buzz. In an instant, 4 Tyrannosaurus Rex gods whose combat power had increased by 200% appeared beside Qin Fei. Including the one in the sky, there are 5 in total. Ha ha ha. Qin Fei suddenly became confident. Chun Wan, are you scared? Do you know what it means to have 5 pets in their final form? Moreover, they have been strengthened by the explosion card, and their combat effectiveness has increased by 200%. This time, it's enough to cut you into pieces. Wow, Master Qin Fei is really amazing. Lin Si said, "You didn't use this move just now. I guess you were giving in to Chunwan. Chunwan, why don't you kneel down and beg for mercy? Maybe Master Qin Fei will show some leniency and spare your life." Chunwan didn't say much and slowly raised his hand. In an instant, brown-gray swamps emerged from his palms like tentacles, 5 in total, and instantly stretched out dozens of meters. Chick, buzz, swamp imprisonment. The 5 tentacles each wrapped around a Tyrannosaurus Rex and dragged it directly to the ground. Chunwan waved his hand vigorously again, lifting the 5 Tyrannosaurus Rex more than 10 meters high, and then threw them heavily to the ground. He simply played with the 5 Tyrannosaurus Rex in the palm of his hand. Buzz. Kill. With one exertion of force, the 5 swamp tentacles transformed into tens of thousands of thin filaments. These filaments seemed to come from the devil's hair, dancing from hell. Crack, crack, crack. Cut all 5 Tyrannosaurus Rex into pieces. Blood and flesh flew everywhere. Chapter 111. Qin Fei. Death. Looking at the scene in front of them, Qin Fei and Lin Si were completely frightened. Lin Si sat directly on the ground. Fuck. It's weird. A monster. A monster. Qin Fei was so frightened that he couldn't even speak and his whole body was shaking violently. Feier. What happened? Muexine said. Mom, mom, mom. Help, help, help. Qin Fei shouted. Chen Wan. He killed 5 Tyrannosaurus Rex with his bare hands in seconds. Come and save me quickly. Outside the secret realm, everyone who heard the news showed exaggerated surprise on their faces. Muexine was stunned for a second. Then she screamed like crazy, Feier! Son! Son! She quickly transferred the communication channel to Chunwan. Chunwan, listen, as long as you let my son go, I will agree to whatever you want. If you want money, we have plenty of it at home. If you want sex, I will agree to that too. I know much more than that expressionless fox. Chunwan, did you hear me? As long as you let my son go, we can give you everything in our family. Anything. Kulingyu looked at Muexine's crazy appearance and smiled. She was not angry at Muexine's words, because a crazy shrew could do anything and say anything. She doesn't care. Unexpectedly, what reached Muexine's ears was Chunwan's cold voice. Auntie, no one is taking care of the evil offspring you raised, so I will do it. Muexine knew that she couldn't stop Chunwan, so she turned to look at Zhang Baoyuo. You? Stop the game. Quickly. Dot. Zhang Baoyuo smiled and shook his head. You're forcing me. You're all forcing me. This is too much. Muexine directly summoned his 6 pets. All of them are powerful pets of the maximum level. Just by appearing, she created a powerful aura. Zhang Polo showed a look of disdain, waved his hand, and summoned out only a pet. An upright black dragon, covered with dark scales, 5 meters tall, with bulging muscles. His eyes are scarlet, deep and cunning, the embodiment of fear and despair. The fangs were long and slender, flashing with a cold light, like 2 daggers. The tail is long and powerful, with a huge sharp needle at the tip. Black smoke was emanating from the gaps between the scales all over its body, and its horror and power were visible to the naked eye. Pet. Hell Demon Dragon. Gender. Male. Qualification. Level. Level. 132. Maximum level. Type. Dragon. Evil. Form. 3 evolutions. Final form. Skills. Hell's Claw. Evil. Dragon's Breath. Dragon. Black Fire. Dragon. Death Gaze. Evil. Resolute Dragon Shield. Dragon. Dark Assault. Evil. Dragon. Annihilation Dragon Break. Evil. Dragon. My pet is inlaid with a colorful level 6 gem, which increases its defense and attack power by 700%. Are you sure you want to start a war? Zhang Polo said with a smile. I don't mind ruining your career as a beastmaster. The colorful gems were extremely terrifying. There are only 5 color gems discovered in the world so far, and the highest level is level 7. Zhang Baoyuo's is still 1 level short. However, the strength of a level 6 color gem is already 7 or 8 times higher than a 10-star red gem. It's so terrifying. You are an old lady in your 80s, and you are bullying a girl. Chen Yuanxiu said, aren't you ashamed? It's true that 2 beasts can sleep in the same bed together, Zhang Baoyuo smiled. They all like to be the bad guy first, and then accuse others in a sanctimonious manner. Chen Yuanxiu, I'm afraid you've reached the limit of your career as a principal. If you choose to intervene, then I don't mind destroying you. Zhang Baoyuo continued. I believe that with your reputation in the circle, even if I kill you, The other 6 super university students will applaud. You can try. Chen Yuanxiu shook his fat body vigorously and summoned a pet. A 5-meter-tall black wild boar stood upright, its body smelling fishy and stained, its face hideous and ugly, revealing a mouthful of extremely sharp fangs. A pair of turbid eyes were like 2 blood-red beads, with only a small black, the size of a bean inside. The head is covered with thick skin, covered with hard and rough wart-like tumors, like a natural armor, extremely disgusting. His body was large and muscular, covered in dirt and mud, and every hair on his body was stained with soil and rotten plant debris, emitting a foul odor. Pet, rotting pig. Gender, male. Qualification, level. Level, 133, maximum level. Type ground, evil. Form, 4 evolutions, final form. Skills, wild boar charge, ground. Demon possession, evil. Powerful demon fist, ground. Death bite, ground. Hard, ground.
Ugh.
Kalungyu was the first one who couldn't help it and started to dry heave. But because he hadn't eaten or drunk anything for 3 days, what he vomited out was all sour water, emitting a faint girl's body fragrance. Su Yutong and Mu Xian also turned pale for a moment, but they held back the urge to vomit. After all, Zhang Baoyuo was a veteran, so she was not moved at all and just stared at the wild boar quietly. Hey, when did you have a son? Zhang Baoyuo said. He looks exactly like you. I feel relieved to see that you are not cheated on. You old man, you are just spouting shit here. Chen Yuanxiu took out a red special effect card. This is the explosion card too, which can increase the target's attributes by 500%. Your colored orbs only increase the attack power and defense power. Who do you think will win if we fight? Zhang Baoyuo looked at the card in his hand and narrowed his eyes. This was indeed beyond his expectations. She knew about the special effect card, but she didn't know about special effect card 2. Although she was not sure whether Chen Yuanxiu was lying to her, Zhang Baoyuo did not want to end up in a fight that would end in loss of both sides. So, do you really want to start a war? Chen Yuanxiu also spoke without confidence. He must be afraid of the colorful gem. Humph, it's just to scare the little girl. Zhang Polo put away his pet. If people of our level start a war in the city, the Imperial Security Bureau will not let us off. Chen Yuanxiu also put away his pet, wiped the sweat off his forehead, and then looked at Mu Xian. You should also put away your pet quickly. Stop looking for trouble here. But my son, put away your pet. Chen Yuanxiu roared. Mu Xian had no idea how big a risk Chen Yuanxiu had just taken. He was betting that Zhang Baoyuo was in a good mood and would not attack. If Zhang Baoyuo is unhappy today, he might really dare to start a war. If 2 pets of this magnitude were to go to war, it would be impossible to imagine what kind of ripples would occur within a radius of 5,000 meters. It would be equivalent to a medium-sized disaster. At this time, Qin Fei's voice came from the computer again. Brother Chun, Master Chun, spare my life. Master Chun, Master Chun. Phew. It sounded like the sound of cutting something, and then Qin Fei stopped moving. Chapter 112. I want to join the Era Guild. Immediately afterwards, at the entrance of the secret realm, a pile of fresh meat like that on a chopping board in a vegetable market automatically emerged from it, mixed with Qin Fei's clothes. Qin Fei's death triggered the elimination mechanism, and his body was automatically teleported out of the secret realm. Seeing this scene, Mu Xian's pupils were trembling. In an instant, blood pressure rose instantly and bloodshot appeared on the eyeballs. My son, my son. Mu Xian walked tremblingly to the bloody flesh, bent down, and picked up a piece of meat. Fair, wake up. How can you wake up when it's all turned into a paste? Haha, Zhang Polo said. Why don't you take this pile home and glue it together to make a specimen? Zhang Baoyuo has always been like this. She will not pity the evil ones, and at the same time, she will use ridiculous language to attack the evil ones. Seeing this, Chen Yuanxiu hurriedly calmed Mu Xian. Baby, calm down. We will definitely avenge this, but not now. Dead. My Feier is dead. He's dead. Mu Xian held the blood and flesh on the ground, his body shaking like crazy. Ah! After a roar, Mu Xian felt dizzy and then fell to the ground, unconscious. In the secret realm, Lin Ci looked at the bloodstains left by Qin Fei on the ground, and his eyes were almost frightened out. He saw the entire scene of Qin Fei being cut into pieces. Master Qin Fei, die. Yeah. Chunwan nodded. Didn't they say that the secret realm has a protection mechanism? Lin Si hurriedly knelt on the ground. Master Chun, don't kill me. I'm just a small follower, not worth your effort. I will withdraw. Lin Si thought he would be killed too, so he quickly pleaded with Chen Wan. Did I stop you from quitting? When Lin Si heard this, he immediately understood and kowtowed 5 times on the ground. Thank you, Master Chen. Thank you, Master Chun. Then he hurriedly left the secret realm. You have won the first place. You can exit by yourself, or wait for the countdown to automatically exit. Countdown: 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Quit. Chun Wan's eyes went dark, and then he came to the outside of the secret realm. Brother Wan. Kalungyu rushed forward and threw himself into Chan Wan's arms. Although Kalungyu had not washed for 3 days and 3 nights, her mouth still had the fragrance of a young girl, and the fragrance in her breath swept away Chun Wan's fatigue. At the same time, the body fragrance is everywhere. Even the sweat exudes a soothing aroma like the perfume of a luxury product. Chun Wan looked down at Kalungyu's weak face and said, You didn't get enough rest these days, right? Of course. You haven't made any movement for 3 days and 3 nights. Do you know how worried I am? I'm sorry. What's there to be sorry about? Kalungyu looked up at Chen Wan. I am willing to worry about you. But you, have you not eaten or slept well during the past few days of the assessment? Kalungyu looked weak, and Chen Wan's complexion wasn't much better. The first 3 days were fine, but he hadn't eaten or drunk anything during the days he was in a coma. In addition, he had just used up too much mental energy from the level 1 soul skill he had just used. So Chen Wan also felt his eyelids were very heavy. Su Yutong first looked at Lin Si, who was standing aside, and said, This has nothing to do with you. Go back to where you came from. Okay, President. Lin Si thought he had saved his life, as if he had survived a catastrophe. He looked at Chen Wan and thanked him repeatedly. Thank you, Master Chen, for letting me off the hook and not bothering with a piece of trash like me. If you need my help in the future, just let me know. Go away. Chen Wan said. Okay. Su Yutong smiled gently, walked to Chen Wan, looked at Kalungyu in his arms, and then looked at Chen Wan again. I will give you an explanation for this matter. Are you injured? It's okay, President. Su Yutong smiled slightly. She wanted to say something but hesitated. She just wanted to tell Chen Wan that she had successfully entered the Era Guild. But Zhang Baoyuo also took a fancy to him, so how could Su Yutong dare to compete with her teacher for him? And once Zhang Baoyuo invites Chen Wan, unless Chen Wan has some problem with his brain, it is impossible for him to choose his own Era Guild. In front of Pineapple Academy, what is the Era Guild? Chen Wan, I'm sorry, Zhang Baoyuo said. This is my mistake. I will definitely give you an explanation. After saying that, Zhang Baoyuo bowed to Chen Wan. Principal Zhang, this is not allowed. Chen Wan said hurriedly. She is the principal of Pineapple Academy. Others should bow to her, and she has never bowed to anyone else. But this time, Zhang Baoyuo admired Chen Wan from the bottom of his heart. She knew that Chen Wan might very well be the future human emperor. As for how Chen Wan could burst out such strong fighting power, she didn't want to ask more. As a person of the upper class, she still understands basic social etiquette. Just like Kalungyu, he knew that if the other party didn't say it actively, even if he asked, he would not get a true answer. At this moment, Mu Xian, who was lying in Qian Yuanxiu's arms, had slowly woken up. Seeing Chen Wan's family reunion, she was jealous. She was angry. There's not even a complete body of my own son. She clenched her fists tightly, and murderous intent surged in her eyes. Calm down, Chen Yuanxiu said. Otherwise, I won't be able to save you a second time. After saying that, Chen Yuanxiu hurriedly picked up Mu Xian and left the Jiyuan Guild. If they continued to waste time here, not to mention Zhang Baoyuo getting angry, even if Chen Wan got angry, the two of them might not see the sun tomorrow. I will never let them go, said Mu Xian. Chen Wan looked at the backs of Mu Xian and Chen Yuanxiu, feeling a little worried. These two people must have been eyeing me, and will definitely cause trouble for me in the future. I must find an opportunity to kill them both, Chen Wan thought. It is obviously unrealistic to start a war in the city. It would be fine if it were a small city in the 18th tier, but this is Emperor City, one of the prosperous cities in the Yanlong Empire, with a complete public security system. Zhang Baoyuo looked at Chen Wan and continued, Chen Wan, are you willing to join Pineapple Academy? When Chen Wan heard this, his eyebrows raised slightly. He is very clear about the value of a super university. Don't worry, with your ability, I will definitely not accept you as a student. Once you enter, you will definitely be a formal employee. As for what position you will hold, I will decide for you later. Working at Pineapple College was something Chen Wan had never thought about. He looked at Su Yutong and found that there was an unconcealable loss in Su Yutong's eyes. The loss made her face look particularly beautiful. There was a lost look on her cold and beautiful face, which made her look pitiful and helpless. Xinhua narrowed his eyes and said, President Su, I want to join the Jiyuan Guild. Is that okay? Huh. Su Yutong raised her beautiful eyes, a sour feeling rising at the bottom of her eyeballs, and even clear, fragrant tears emerged. Chapter 113 Sleeping Together. It was dusk now, and the setting sun was shining on Su Yutong's face, making her pretty little face look exceptionally beautiful. Her outfit today is also very sexy and beautiful. Her tall figure is matched with a slim black dress. The hem of the dress sways gently in the breeze, exuding the charm of a mature woman. The skin is fair and delicate, with a slight milky luster. Flesh-colored stockings paired with black high heels are decent and elegant. When she heard Chen Wan's words, her eyes were suddenly filled with surprise. How could she have thought that Chen Wan would choose her? The choices between the Era Guild and the Pineapple Academy. Looking at Chen Wan's determined eyes, she even felt her heart starting to warm up. There was even a narcissistic mentality that drove her to wonder whether Chen Wan was interested in the Era Guild or in herself. Thinking of this, her body trembled slightly, but she didn't want to show her excitement. Instead, she suppressed her excitement and put on that cold and beautiful expression again. She said, Are you saying that you are giving up entering Pineapple College and choosing to join the Era Guild? Yes, President. Zhang Baoyuo couldn't imagine Chen Wan making such a choice, but he didn't say much. He said, Okay, Chen Wan, I respect your choice. Su Yutong said, Okay, Chen Wan, Kalungyu, you two are official members of the Jiyuan Guild from now on. Yeah. Kalungyu hugged Chen Wan tighter, and his white teeth showed quietly from his lips. Congratulations on joining the Epic Guild, Zhang Baoyuo said. Chen Wan, if you need anything in the future, just let me know. My mistake put you in danger, and I will be responsible for you for the rest of my life. Of course, I'm already 86 years old this year, Zhang Baoyuo smiled. Even if I'm lucky, I can only live another 7 or 8 years at most. So this promise is very realistic. Chen Wan couldn't help but feel that Zhang Polo was really poisonous and even cursed himself. But no matter how many promises you make, let me give you something practical first. Zhang Polo took out a blue card. This is a shopping card for the Pineapple Academy's internal store. It contains 100 points, enough for you to buy some good things. This is a good thing, Kalungyu said like a trustee. Only senior employees of Pineapple College can get shopping cards for the mall. Ordinary employees can't get them, let alone students. The good things in the mall are not available on the market. That's great, Chunwan said. Then you can use it. No, this won't work. It just so happens that I still owe you 100 million. The 100 points on this card are worth at least 100 billion. My 100 million is worthless compared to it. It's so precious, Chunwan said. Then let's use it together. Oh, Kalungyu smiled tenderly like a kitten. Chunwan looked at Kalungyu and couldn't help but recall the scene in the swamp. Although Zhang Baoyuo felt guilty about his mistake, Chunwan still felt very lucky for this adventure. Because this level of soul skill is really amazing. Chunwan, you look very tired too, Zhang Baoyuo said. We'll talk about the swamp after you've rested. I haven't been back to Pineapple Academy these few days, so I need to go back and take a look. Okay, go ahead and get busy, Chunwan said. After everyone left, Chunwan returned to Yanlong University and returned to his small room. My dad is on a business trip. I'll make whatever you want to eat, Kalungyu said as he tidied the room. Hearing that Chunwan did not respond, Kalungyu looked back and found that Chunwan had fallen asleep on the table. The consumption of mental energy by the advanced soul skills is really too great, and the drowsiness is irresistible. Using it continuously for 10 minutes is like not sleeping for 5 days and 5 nights. When Kalungyu saw him like this, his eyes were filled with heartache. Gently lifted his body and laid him back on the bed. Then he murmured to himself, I won't bother you anymore. Have a good rest. She walked to the door and was about to open it and leave. Suddenly, she stopped and looked back at Chunwan, her eyes revealing a hint of desire. Her body seemed to return to Chunwan uncontrollably. Then she lay down gently beside Chunwan, buried her head in Chunwan's cheek, and gently closed her eyes. After a while, he fell asleep due to exhaustion. The weather is already very cool in mid-October. Especially late at night, the cool breeze blows open the window and rushes into the room. Woohoo! In his sleep, Chunwan felt his body was a little cold, so he turned sideways and put his arm on Kalungyu. Kalungyu slowly opened her eyes, noticed that Chunwan had caught a cold, and pouted her lips. I wanted to close the window, but I didn't want to move because I was half asleep and half awake. He could only hum and take off his coat and put it on Shinwan, then closed his eyes and fell asleep again with a sweet smile on his lips. At this moment, Mu Xian's emotions still hadn't calmed down. She returned home and told her father about it. "You want to live after offending my grandson?" An old man in his 70s roared. The old man had a horrible look, with half of his face rotten. However, it was not the kind of rottenness that a dark beastmaster would experience. Instead, it was as if he had been corroded by something. The right half of his face was rotten and no longer looked human. The left half of the face wasn't much better. It was covered with blisters and pustules. The only eye was sunken in its socket, and the white of the eye was almost invisible because of the swollen skin on the face. Those eyes were bloodshot, looking red and swollen, as if they might fall out of their sockets at any time. His wrinkled and spotted forehead was covered with sparse, gray hair that looked like a tangled mess. His lips were cracked and deformed, covered with a layer of mucus, from which yellow liquid occasionally oozed, making his chin and neck look sticky. The nose had been eroded by disease, leaving only a small piece of cartilage. The nostrils were filled with thick phlegm, and a snoring sound could be heard with every breath. Snoo, snooze, snooze. He stood up angrily, making strange noises. This person is Mu Xian's father, Mu Yu. He was once a mercenary of the Red Moon Empire, serving as the chief of staff of the special mercenaries and had experienced many battles. The wound on the face was caused while performing a mission. He has taken countless lives, whether they are the lives of exotic beasts, pets, or humans. The ratio is about 2 to 4 to 4. He is cruel and ruthless, killing people without blinking an eye. Murder means death. Mu Yu slammed the table hard, and green liquid came out of the pores of his body. Chapter 114 Red Moon Empire. Beautiful girl takes a bath. The Red Moon Empire, a country with a very strange environment. The area is very small, with a total population of no more than 100,000, and it is filled with violence, darkness, and cruelty. At the same time, technology is very backward, and the quality of the population is very low. Due to its geographical location, it is dark all day long and can only rely on artificial power generation. There was a red moon in the sky above the empire. It is said to be the moon, but in fact it is not. As we all know, there is only one moon in the world. And above the Red Moon Empire was a red object in the shape of a crescent moon. Under the influence of the red moon, the residents of the empire lived in a state of eternal fear and anxiety. Their emotions were sometimes agitated, sometimes cold and ruthless, or sometimes violent and terrifying, as if they were controlled by the energy of the red moon. The red moon was in the sky, and within 24 hours, the entire empire was shrouded in blood, making the scene in this country gloomy and terrifying. Normally, such a country should have been destroyed by the federal organization long ago, but no one dared to set foot in the Red Moon Empire. Once exposed to the red moon, the body will most likely develop irreversible problems, most likely mental problems. Severe depression, severe anxiety, and severe obsessive-compulsive disorder are all things that happen when you are lucky. At most, you will just suffer. Once the chromosomes are changed due to radiation and symptoms similar to supermale appear, it will be very harmful to society. However, this red moon seems to be protecting the entire empire. It has consciousness, and once it notices suspicious invaders in the empire, it will emit energy, causing a part of the people in the empire to increase their strength greatly and attack the target madly and uncontrollably. That combat power is comparable to that of a Dark Beastmaster. You can even call them Dark Beastmasters. The assessment criteria for a Dark Beastmaster are very simple: crazy growth in strength and loss of sanity. Whether it is passive or active, it doesn't matter. Therefore, the king of the Red Moon Empire seemed to have been sidelined, and the greatest dominant power belonged to the Red Moon with its own consciousness. Everyone in the empire is being held captive by Red Moon. The federal organization feels that this Red Moon is playing a big chess game, but the specific goal is impossible to speculate. Mu Yu became irritable because he was exposed to the Red Moon for a long time. 40 years ago, the Mu family was still a poor family. It happened that the king of the Red Moon Empire announced to the world that he would recruit mercenaries with extremely high funds to develop the empire and expand its territory. He had served as a mercenary in the Red Moon Empire for more than 30 years, and in the end he was second only to the first man in the entire mercenary group. The strongest mercenary group, the chief of staff of the special mercenary group, whose position is second only to the group leader. He earned about 60 to 70 million in the past 30 years and could have retired to live a peaceful life. However, during his last mission, an alien beast corroded 30% of his body. The smelly toxin also remained in his body and merged with his genes. Today, although he has retired and returned to the kingdom of Yanlong, his contributions to the Red Moon Empire are indelible, and his soldiers are also very loyal to him. These are the real threats to Chunwan. The next morning, Chunwan slowly opened his sleepy eyes. Looking at Kalungyu, who was looking at him lovingly in his arms, he trembled suddenly. He quickly rolled off the bed, supported himself on the floor with his hands, and stared at Kalungyu in disbelief. What did I do at night? Chunwan thought. Why is her coat gone? I just remember that I fell asleep on the table yesterday. How come I was lying with her? Did my body move on its own while I was asleep? What is this called? Sleepwalking? Still. Spring outing? Brother Wan, don't be nervous. Kalungyu stood up and helped Chinwan up. I saw you were too cold yesterday, so I came to put my clothes on you. Maybe it was because I was too sleepy that I fell asleep next to you without realizing it. I'm sorry. Kalungyu continued. I hope I didn't disturb your sleep? Hearing Kalungyu's words, Chunwan also breathed a sigh of relief. He gently took off the coat he was wearing, which still contained the body fragrance of Kalungyu, who had worn it for 3 days and 3 nights. Even the sweat exuded a sweet scent of nectar. Chunwan didn't think much about whether what Kalungyu said was true or false. All he was thinking about now was his pet. He had originally planned to train the little sun to its final evolution in the secret realm, but it did not happen in the end. Now he was going to finish it. There is no need to worry about the evolution scrolls. I still have 2 abyss evolution scrolls in my hand, which correspond to the remaining 2 evolutions of Little Sun. But there are still 3 orbs missing. The gem is extremely important to your pet, and it is something that you absolutely cannot give up. It would be extremely foolish to abandon the inlay of gems in order to quickly achieve the final evolution. I'm going to take a shower first, and then I want to go out and buy some pearls. What do you want to eat? I'll bring it back for you. Chunwan said. Then let's go out for a walk together. Is that convenient? Of course it's convenient. I didn't invite you to come along because I was afraid of disturbing your rest. Kalungyu stood up and said with a smile, What nonsense are you talking about? I wish I could stay with you all the time. Hearing Kalungyu's words, Chunwan couldn't help but recall the scene he saw when he opened his eyes in bed just now. That night, the cool goddess who was the center of attention in the eyes of other boys slept next to him with her head buried in his neck. I'm afraid that 99.99% of boys would not even dare to dream of this scene. Let's go, let's take a shower. Kalungyu said. Huh, this too? Chunwan thought, and then swallowed his saliva involuntarily. Seeing Chunwan's abnormal expression, Kalungyu's face suddenly turned red, even to his ears. He lowered his head and whispered, Brother Wan, what are you thinking about? There are 2 bathrooms in the villa. Chunwan smiled lightly and didn't say much. Boys shower quickly, so Chunwan only took 5 or 6 minutes to come out of the bathroom and quickly changed his clothes. After waiting for another 5 or 6 minutes, Kalungyu also came out of the bathroom. Her long hair was wet, like a black waterfall. Each strand of hair was permeated with water vapor and sparkled in the light. She was wearing a blue and white lace dress, the hem of which just covered the base of her thighs, outlining her slender legs. Her legs were tightly wrapped in a pair of white semi-transparent stockings. The sheen of the stockings matched perfectly with her black leather shoes. Like a lotus emerging from water, Chunwan was stunned for 2 seconds, then said, So beautiful. Of course, when going out with my brother, I have to dress up nicely. Kalungyu said, Wait for me to blow dry my hair. Let me take up a few more minutes of your time, Don't delay, don't rush. Chapter 115 Guild Controversy. Commercial Street. Kalungyu walked side by side with Chunwan with a smile on her face, attracting the attention of many people around them. Is that girl Kalungyu? It seems to be true. So beautiful. Who was the man next to her? Could he be her boyfriend? No way. I've never seen this boy before. Besides, Kalungyu has such high standards. She doesn't even like Qin Fei, but how can she like this guy? But apart from anything else, this is the first time I've seen her smile so happily. I'm afraid this isn't really her boyfriend. Kalungyu didn't care about the looks of these people at all, and said to Chunwan, Brother Wan, which pearl shop are we going to? Moon Jewel Shop. Moon Jewel Shop? I've never heard of it. A newly opened small pet store. Chunwan still planned to go to the pet gem shop he had been to before. After all, he knew the owner and could save a lot of money. When they reached the end of the street, Chunwan looked inside through the shop window and saw Yuli eating and watching a play inside. Chunwan walked in and said, Sister, do you remember me? Yuli looked up, her eyes suddenly widened, and she swallowed hard, Don't leave. After saying that, He hurriedly walked forward and grabbed Chen Wan's wrist. Sister, he's here. The person I told you about last time. He's here. What's going on? Kulungyu asked. At this time, Su Yutong walked out from behind the house. When she saw Yuli grabbing Chen Wan, she smiled immediately. Let me go quickly, Su Yutong said. This is the Chen Wan I told you about. Ah. Yuli let go of Chen Wan's hand and scratched her head embarrassedly. President? Why are you here? Chen Wan said. This is the shop opened by my cousin Yuli, Su Yutong said. You came here to buy gems a few days ago and inlaid 2 high-level gems on your pet in front of her. My cousin was really scared, hee. Cousin? Yuli lowered her head shyly. Can you please give me some face in front of this handsome guy? Yaya called me after you left, Su Yutong said, but she didn't leave your name and photo. I was helpless and could only put this matter aside. Su Yutong continued, it just so happens that the assessment has come to an end. I came to Yaya's place to sit down. I didn't expect to meet you. It turns out that the person from a few days ago was you. Yes, President. That's normal, Su Yutong said. After all, you have more surprises than just the gemstones of a higher level, so this is normal for you. Brother Chen Wan, whatever pearls you need, just take them. It's my treat. Yuli said. How can this be possible? Just consider it as an apology for my previous gaffe. Yuli looked at Chen Wan, her eyes revealing admiration and a hint of love. Chen Wan, pick whichever you like, Su Yutong said. You're welcome. Then can I pick 3? Of course, Yuli said. Take whatever you want, hee. Chen Wan finally selected 3 gems. Pet Orb, Fire Soul Protection. Quality, Orange. Quality, 8 stars. Effect, 1. If the pet has the fire attribute, its basic defense will be increased by 186.5%. 2. If the pet has the fire attribute, its basic attack power will be increased by 102.3%. 3. If the pet has the fire attribute, its basic mental power will be increased by 5%. 4. New fire skill. Fire Soul Circle, Fire. Fire Soul Surround, Fire after activation. Summon 3 fire souls to surround the body. When encountering danger, the fire souls will automatically attack the target. Pet Orb, Spiritual Core. Quality, Orange. Quality, 10 stars. Effect, 1. The basic mental power of the pet is increased by 21%. 2. New skill, Mental Explosion, normal within 30 seconds after activation. The mental power is increased by 100%. Pet Orb, Shield Spirit God. Quality, Orange. Quality, 9 stars. Effect, 1. If your pet has a shield weapon, the shield's own defense and the defense of shield-related skills will be greatly increased. The shield's own basic defense will be increased by 200%, and the defense of shield-related skills will be increased by 199%. 2. Your pet's basic defense will be increased by 131%. Looking at the 3 pet beads in his hand, Chen Wan has begun to imagine what the little sun will look like in its final evolution. This will soon be his 3rd pet in its final form. Okay, thank you, President. Thank you, Sister Yaya. Chen Wan said. Well, Su Yutong said, how about sitting down for a while before leaving? No, Lung Yu and I are going to have lunch. Hearing Chen Wan calling her Lung Yu, Lung Yu felt warm inside. Chen Wan finally stopped calling her by her full name, and she could feel that their relationship had become closer. But at this moment, the smile on Lung Yu's face suddenly disappeared. She happened to glance at her mobile phone and was somewhat surprised by what she saw. Wan Gu, President, we are on the trending search. Lung Yu took out his mobile phone and said. Su Yutong and Chen Wan leaned over to the phone, looked at the message on it, and frowned slightly. The GUN Guild's originally planned 2-month assessment ended in just 10 days. What on earth happened? Is there any conspiracy? It is reported that Master Qin Fei was eliminated, and only 2 people successfully entered the guild. One is Miss Lung Yu, and the other is Chen Wan, who I have never heard of. Who is this Chen Wan? In my opinion, this assessment is just for Chen Wan. President Su of the GUN Guild, Su Yutong, wants Chen Wan to join the GUN Guild, but because the GUN Guild is too eye-catching, she must have a reasonable reason. The entire assessment is a trap she set up for Chen Wan. Master Qin Fei has been quiet for the past few days. Does anyone know what's going on? Was his forum account blocked by the GUN Guild? I don't know whether Lung Yu got in through the back door, but there must be something wrong with this Chen Wan. Miss Ku will be fine. In terms of background, Master Qin can't compare to Miss Ku. Miss Ku's father is a doctoral supervisor at Yanlong University. I guess Su Yutong was forced to let Miss Ku into the guild. Otherwise, The original plan was to only recruit Chenwan. There is another possibility, that is, Su Yutong temporarily saved Chenwan. One person said, I heard that Chenwan is very handsome, and Su Yutong has been single for many years, so she may want to support this pretty boy. Seeing this, Su Yutong's legs trembled violently. Chapter 116. The Mystery of the Ghost Town. The news of Qin Fei's death will not be spread. Be it Su Yutong, Zhang Baoyuo, Mu Xian, or Qin Yuanxiu, they all don't want this news to spread. It is easy for the four major forces to hide this matter. The current overwhelming insults against Chenwan are the best way to hide the news of Qin Fei's death. Of course, there are also some people who are protecting Chenwan's reputation. Master Chen is not a relative at all. Yes, everyone who takes the test knows Master Chen's strength. You will regret scolding Chenwan like this sooner or later. At first, we were just like you. We also doubted him, but in the end, never mind, you wouldn't believe it anyway. Anyway, I am convinced that Chenwan has joined the guild. Most of the people who defended Chenwan were those who had participated in the assessment together before. But after all, the arm is not powerful enough to twist the thigh. There are less than 1,000 people participating in the assessment, and only 100 or 200 people are willing to speak up for Chenwan. How could their voices possibly outweigh the doubts of hundreds of thousands of people? Oh, the Navy is here so soon? President Su is really quick to react. He started public relations in just half an hour. Chenwan is really a person of high status and deserves Su Yutong's protection. Of course, Su Yutong has been single for many years and finally found a handsome guy. She should show her loyalty. Ha ha ha. Su Yutong has begun to degenerate. The status of the Epic Guild is no longer secure. I don't think it will last much longer. Fortunately, the Era Guild didn't accept me last year, otherwise I would have gone along with them. They knew the results so quickly? Kalungyu said, speaking of which, this trending search exploded in an instant. It's so strange. It's because of me, Su Yutong said, half an hour ago. I announced the list of people who would join the Era Guild. He continued, there's nothing we can do. Our GUN Guild has official investment and is considered a semi-official organization. We must make it public. So that's how it is. That's normal. Chenwan said. Su Yutong looked at the dirty words on the screen, and a sense of grievance inadvertently appeared on her face. But it was immediately suppressed by her world-weary and cold expression. I thought they would raise doubts, Su Yutong said, but I didn't expect the public opinion to be this way. After saying that, Su Yutong looked at Chenwan. I'm sorry. It's a small matter, Chenwan said. You are so outstanding, and I won't suffer any loss. Poof, Kalungyu suddenly laughed out loud. Seeing the scandal between Chenwan and Su Yutong, she felt a little jealous, but she also felt it was ridiculous. Besides, she was also very clear about her identity. She was just Chenwan's friend. She had the right to be jealous, but she had absolutely no right to show it to Chenwan. Chenwan's words made Su Yutong's heart beat faster unconsciously. For some reason, she felt her cheeks getting slightly hot. President, Chenwan said, how about I go to your place with Lungyu tonight to discuss this matter? It will not work if we just let the public opinion spread. Yeah. Lungyu nodded. That's fine, Su Yutong said. It's a good opportunity to hold an initiation ceremony for the two of you. The original plan was for Chenwan and Lungyu to officially report to the GUN Guild at 8 o'clock in the morning 3 days later. But Chenwan had some selfish motives. He wanted to tell Su Yutong as soon as possible that his mother needed medical treatment. The prerequisite for saying this is that you must be a formal member of the GUN Guild. At least I am qualified to talk to Su Yutong about this matter. As for resolving public opinion, it was just an excuse made by Chenwan. He knew very well that the best way to deal with public opinion was to leave it alone. It was a hot search on the first day, then declined on the second day, and then declined again on the third day. After about a week, 80 to 90% of the public will no longer actively discuss the issue. At the same time, other news hotspots continued to impact the public's thinking, and this matter was completely turned over. This is a world full of dangers, with many more hot spots than on the blue planet. The Dark Beastmaster, new species of exotic beasts, the awakening of a certain genius, and so on. There are hot news almost every day. After saying goodbye to the two sisters, Chenwan and Kalungyu returned to Yanlong University after lunch and took a walk on the playground after lunch. Hey, the two little guys are back. Gu Mating suddenly walked out from behind the two of them. I heard about your good news. Congratulations on joining the Era Guild. Gu Mating had her hair tied up and was wearing a black sports vest and black sports shorts. Beads of sweat like nectar gently flowed across the cheeks and kept dripping. Snow-white slender arms, exquisite waist, strong vest line, graceful and slender legs. All of these are exposed. White sports socks wrapped around the ankles and a pair of white sneakers, full of vitality. The higher body temperature during exercise evaporates the body fragrance, making it more charming. Not to mention that you can't tell that she is in her 40s. No one would question it if you said she was in her early 20s. Thank you, Principal, Chunwon said. Are you running? Yeah. My weight has been over 100 pounds recently. I need to lose some weight, huh? Principal, is my father back? Kulungyu asked. I was waiting for you to come back and tell you. Gu Mating wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, I don't know what happened to Tianchi. He looked so frightened when he came back. He refused to tell me what happened when I asked him. This is the first time I've seen him like this. Then he said, you are his daughter, so it's convenient for you to ask him. Ah. Kulingyu and Chunwon looked at each other. Then he quickly went to the villa. When I walked into the villa, I saw Ku Tianchi sitting in a chair in a daze, with a cigarette in his hand. Father, why are you smoking again? Haven't you quit for more than 10 years? Kulungyu said, the principal told me that you had encountered problems, but you didn't tell him when he asked you, so he asked me to ask. Ku Tianchi came back to his senses, put out the cigarette in his hand, took a deep breath, and exhaled slowly, saying, it's really too weird. Chunwon looked at Ku Tianchi, who seemed a little dazed, and a hint of curiosity flashed in his eyes. Ku Tianchi is a doctoral supervisor at Yanlong University, which is ranked first in the country. He is knowledgeable, experienced, and has been in all kinds of dangerous places. Even as a dark beast master, he had seen hundreds of them. Chunwon really wanted to know what had happened to make him like this. Uncle, tell me about it, Chunwon said. Ku Tianchi looked at Chunwon, then took out his cell phone. I took the risk and recorded it. You guys can watch it. Chunwon took the phone, and then Kulungyu also came over. That was a 10-second video. It was late at night in an abandoned town surrounded by old and dilapidated buildings. The peeling wall paint and broken bricks and tiles appeared abnormally distorted against the backdrop of the night. There are about 5 or 6 people in the picture, who should be the companions traveling with Ku Tianchi. They were imprisoned by an invisible force, their faces were slowly torn off, and some had their arms twisted off out of thin air. Screams of pain and howls of pain came out of their mouths. It is an invisible and intangible terrifying force. Chapter 117 Final Evolution. Sun Goddess. Help. My hand. My hand is going to be torn off. I'm dying. Help. Don't tear my face. The video was only recorded for 10 seconds, but within these short 10 seconds, all the people in the picture died, without even a complete body left. Those whose limbs were torn off were still okay, but those whose faces were torn off were so unrecognizable that their bodies were completely disfigured. Kulungyu's eyes trembled after watching this video. Chunwon was fine, as he knew that all physical effects with autonomous consciousness must be caused by life force. Therefore, it can be concluded that there is a creature in the video that can become invisible. Weird, perhaps, but not scary. What is scary is human beings' own fear of this strange, invisible, and unknown thing. If it comes to scenes that are even more brutal than this, Ku Tianchi must have seen them many times. For example, if alien beasts harm humans, a large alien beast is enough to kill dozens or hundreds of people in an instant. The scene would definitely be more shocking than this. Ku Tianchi has lived to this day and is in this position. It is impossible that he has not seen scenes more horrifying than this. So what kind of strange beast is this? Chunwon thought. Then he started scanning directly on the screen. Sure enough, the message really popped up. Alien beast, cruel hunter, gender, male, qualification, level 130, full, type, fairy, fighting, form, 3 evolutions, final form, skills, invisibility, fairy, tearing, fighting, breath-locking, fairy, flying, fighting. This is normal, Chunwon thought. At this moment, the message popped up again in front of me. High-quality creatures have been detected, and the host is strongly recommended to contract them. In this world, there are very few creatures that can become invisible. Having a creature that can become invisible will greatly increase the beast tamer's tolerance rate in battle, and may even bring certain conveniences to the beast tamer in real life. That's what I thought. Chunwon then asked Ku Tianchi, Uncle, where is this? Yangshu town has been abandoned for 70 or 80 years. No one has lived here for a long time, Ku Tianchi said. We didn't think much about it at the time and didn't want to take a long detour, so we passed through here. We didn't expect what would happen. Oh, my friends. Yangshu town. Chunwon thought about it. It's not that close to here, so I can't go there today. I must find time to go and have a look. Chunwan just found the idea of an invisible pet interesting. Even though this strange beast had killed someone before, Chunwan didn't care. If you like a creature, why bother about its past? Of course, Chunwan was referring to pets. If it were a human, all he could say would be that dirty and messy person should get away. Chunwan returned to his room and began to inlay gems on the little sun and upgrade and evolve it. He used his mental power to probe into the beast-controlling space and found little Sun lying on the ground and sleeping soundly. The graceful back of the body was completely exposed in Chunwan's eyes. Chunwan smiled lightly and immediately endowed its body with powerful strength. Inlay, Fire Soul Protection, Shield Spirit God, Spiritual Core. Upgrade. Wings of the Sun God have been upgraded to level 60. The Wings of the Sun God have been upgraded to level 61. The Wings of the Sun God have been upgraded to level 62. The Wings of the Sun God have been upgraded to level 68. Abyss Evolution. The wings of the Sun God were suspended in the air in the beast-controlling space. The golden red power spreads throughout the space. The 7 beauties around all raised their heads and looked towards the wings of the Sun God. Is 8th sister going to evolve? Xiaoyin said. It seems so, said the little devil. I'm so envious. Shui Bing Feng Yang said. The master seems to have forgotten me. I'm still only level 1. Just then, a mischievous voice was heard. Whoa, whoa, whoa. When the girls looked back, they saw the insect girl rolling on the ground, screaming and crying out, with a look of grievance on her face, and her dozen claws shaking constantly. Wow, wow, wow. There's someone even worse, Xiao Miao said. He can't even speak. Shui Bing Feng Yang nodded. That's true. Xiaozi stepped forward and said, there is no need to overthink or worry. The master must have his own plans. Since the master chose to contract us, he must have taken a fancy to us. Sister Xiaozi is right, said the angel. Yeah. The little devil nodded. Wow. The little bug girl lay on the ground and wiped her tears with her little paws. We should congratulate every beast girl for upgrading and evolving, Xiaozi continued, because this means that our team's combat effectiveness has increased again. Of course, with greater ability comes greater responsibility, and beast girls with higher combat effectiveness should protect those with lower combat effectiveness. Of course, the most important thing is that we must protect our master, Xiaozi said. We must always be prepared to sacrifice our lives for our master. Chunwan looked at Xiaozi and couldn't help but sigh at how fast it was growing. She used to like to act coquettishly with me and seduce me, but now she has become the leader of the team and calms the hearts of the beast girls. Of course, Xiaozi would still sneak around and act coquettishly with herself from time to time, but in front of other beast girls, she had to show her ability to lead as a big sister. Buzz. Soon, the little sun completed its evolution. Her appearance has not changed much, and she still has the same seductive figure, but her skin has become more shiny, which perfectly interprets the word stunner. The more significant change was in the aura. The fusion glare of dark green and golden red became even more vigorous. Pet. Sun Saintess. Gender. Female. Qualification. Level. Hide qualification. Level. 68. Type. Grass. Flying. Fire. Form. 4 evolutions. New skills. Sun God Light Wing / Fire. God Light Shield. Fire. Then upgrade. The Sun Saint has been upgraded to level 69. The Sun Saint has been upgraded to level 70. The Sun Saint has been upgraded to level 71. The Sun Saint has been upgraded to level 88. Abyss Evolution. This ultimate evolution directly exploded the aura of the beast-taming space. At this moment, it is no longer the so-called wings of the Sun God or the Holy Lady of the Sun. It is the real Sun God, Luin, the Sun Goddess. The golden red glare spread across its body, and its golden wings replicated madly, evolving into 5 pairs. Fearless Golden Shield, Sharp Sword. Pet. Sun Goddess Luin. Gender. Female. Qualification. Level. Hide qualification. Level. 88. Type. Grass. Flying. Fire. Form. 5th evolution. Final form. New skills. Wrath of the Sun Goddess. Fire. World-destroying gods and demons defense sword formation. Fire. Skill evolution. Sun God armor. Fusion. Fire. Flying. God and demon annihilation mixed element armor. Fire. Flying. The 3rd pet in its final form. Done. Chunwan smiled. Chapter 118 Guild Wars. Light vs. Dark. At this moment, in a conference room, two men and one woman sat around a table. A man with a hollow face, slightly fat, about 40 years old. The other man was tall and thin, with a mustache, and was about 30 years old. The woman was about 50 years old, a little bloated, with a big belly and short hair. The man with the pitted face is named Zhao Qiong, and he is the president of the Red Flame Tiger Guild. The bearded man is named Shimin Jingyuan, the president of the Battle Spirit Guild. The woman's name is Xiao Qingqing, the president of the Osmanthus Guild. These three guilds are among the top 4 guilds in the country, second only to the Era Guild. Because the Era Guild had been suppressing them for years, the three of them were forced to become grasshoppers on a rope and form a small group. The three of them were eyeing the position of the first guild, but they knew that they needed to unite and fight against the Era Guild first. Su Yutong has given up her career and fallen in love, Shimin Jingyuan said. Brother Zhao, sister Xiao, our chance has come. Humph, Xiao Qingqing laughed coldly. I never thought that the most beautiful female president in everyone's eyes would give up her reputation for a man. It's really unexpected. After all, I've been single for many years, Zhao Qiong said. Hee hee. I understand that you're lonely. She's lonely, so this is a good opportunity for us to take advantage of her. Xiao Qingqing said, I called you two together today to discuss countermeasures. Xiao Qingqing continued, the Era Guild is currently in the spotlight, so this is a good time to deal a heavy blow to Su Yutong. Xiao Qingqing's facial features were distorted with joy. She has always been the runner-up and has never been able to beat Su Yutong for so many years. Before the Jiuan Guild was established, her Osmanthus Guild had always been ranked first in the country. Ever since Su Yutong founded the Era Guild 7 years ago, he has been fighting his way up and has remained at the top for 7 years. As a result, the once glorious Osmanthus Guild became second in command for a time. What's more, Su Yutong is more than 20 years younger than her, so she naturally looks down on this little girl. The basis for guild rankings is also very simple, which is the guild competition held every 6 months, usually in spring and autumn. There are various ways to compete, usually proposed and planned by the presidents of the top 10 guilds in the country and supervised by the Yanlong Empire Guild Supervision Group. The new autumn guild competition will begin in 4 days. Xiao Qingqing said, it's time to take her first place. How should we deal with this? Zhao Qiong asked, Sister Xiao, do you have any good suggestions? Of course, Xiao Qingqing said, as long as the three of us work together, it will be easy to capture this woman. Then he said, doesn't she like to use the back door for this Chenwan? Then I must make this Chenwan embarrassed in front of everyone. Let Su Yutong lose face. Sister, please tell me now. Shimin Jingyuan said, I can't wait any longer. Damn it. From now on, we two brothers will follow you. Yes. Zhao Qiong said, Sister Xiao, if you point east, we will go east. If you point west, we will go west. As long as we can destroy the Jiuan Guild, it doesn't matter who comes second or third between me and Brother Shimin. We mainly support you. Zhao Qiong was well aware of Xiao Qingqing's strength and knew that he could never compete with her for the first place. As for competing with Shimin Jingyuan for the second place, that is a matter for the future. For now, we must unite as one and fight against Su Yutong. Xiao Qingqing said, I have sent my men to investigate this Chenwan. He is just a natal pet level trash. It will be a piece of cake to deal with him. We just need to come up with a competition system that can deal with him. Upon hearing that Chenwan's innate pet was at the beast level, Shimin Jingyuan and Zhao Qiong burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. I was wondering what kind of talented young hunk Su Yutong fell in love with. Turns out he's just a top-level scumbag. Ha ha ha. Shimin Jingyuan laughed. Zhao Qiong then laughed. Ha ha. Su Yutong is really so lonely that she is not picky about food. Xiao Qingqing said, so the competition system is very simple. It allows people under the age of 19 to participate. It is called to train the new forces of the major guilds. In fact, it is to make Chenwan look bad. Beat him until his teeth are missing. He continued, don't worry about Su Yutong opposing the competition system. As long as the three of us strongly agree with this plan, the other 6 guilds will also support us. After all, the Era Guild is at the center of controversy right now. Whoever supports them will be criticized. Ha 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 ha. That's great. It's perfect, said Zhao Qiong. That's really great. I'm so happy that I'm screaming. Screaming. Shimin Jingyuan made an ugly face. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha. This immediately caused Xiao Qingqing and Zhao Qiong to burst into laughter. In the evening, Chenwan and Kulong Yu came to the Jiuan Guild. But this time, the two did not appear at the examination venue. But it is the Jiuan Guild Hall. The auditorium was filled with all the members of the guild, less than 100 people. Chenwan and Kalungyu walked to the last row, and were about to sit down when Su Yutong grabbed them one by one and said, "Don't sit down. Everyone is here to see you. Come on stage with me." Oh, right. Chunwan had always been a small figure on Blue Star. When he entered such an auditorium-like occasion, he subconsciously thought that he was the one who should applaud others. Kalungyu on the side was amused and laughed. Chunwan smiled gently, then walked to the front desk with Kalungyu. These two are the new members of the Jiuan Guild, Kalungyu and Chunwan Lai. Su Yutong said, "Welcome them with applause." Snap. Snap. Applause broke out from the audience, and the loudest applause came from Quan Wu, Xiao Shuxue, Li Taizhu, and Murong Qinglu. All their grievances were released, and at the same time they admired Chunwan's strength. The rest of the applause was just symbolic clapping by other members. At this time, the smile on Chunwan's face gradually disappeared. His sharp eyes noticed that there was something wrong with the aura of a small group of people in the audience. The group of people sitting in the front left, about 20 of them, looked at him with obvious hostility, without moving their hands. And judging by their seating arrangement, it was obvious that they were a small group within the guild. Su Yutong also noticed something unusual and looked over there and asked, "Do you have any opinions?" "Of course." A boy stood up and said, "Su Yutong, not only do you keep a mistress outside, but you also let him join the guild. Aren't you causing trouble for your brothers and sisters?" "Chung Lin, are you doubting Chunwan's eligibility to join the club?" Su Yutong asked. "It's not just me who doubts, they all doubt." Chung Lin pointed behind him. Suddenly, the nearly 20 people behind him stood up. Everyone's eyes were filled with anger. "Back then, I, Chung Lin, had to work hard to get into the Epic Guild," Chung Lin said. "I worked diligently for you, and it took me 5 years to climb to the position of a senior member. Now you treat the assessment as a joke and openly recruit rubbish. Are you worthy of us?" To tell you the truth, the Osmanthus Guild has already extended an olive branch to me this afternoon, inviting me to be the vice president with a monthly salary of 300,000. Your ruined temple can't accommodate me. Not only me, but my brothers and sisters have also been accepted by President Xiao. Just live a good life with your little man. President Xiao also said that if anyone else is willing to go with us, she will only complain about it being too little, not too much. Your salary will be doubled based on what you received at the GUN Guild. Chapter 119, The Vulnerable Side of the Beautiful President. Besides that, Chung Lin said, President Xiao will be responsible for all the compensation for breach of contract caused by your resignation. In short, anyone from the GUN Guild who joins the Osmanthus Guild will enjoy great benefits. Double? That means triple. Damn, President Xiao is so generous. I'm in. I will definitely join too. This Era Guild is on the verge of collapse. Only a fool would stay. Hey, count me in. And me. In an instant, the entire venue became lively, much more lively than the applause just now. They all knew that Su Yutong's heart was no longer on her career, especially since she had brought her useless little man into the guild. How could she devote herself to developing the guild? The Osmanthus Guild will surely hold the #1 spot in the future. What's more, the benefits offered by the Osmanthus Guild are too great. The benefits of the Era Guild are already top-notch, and multiplying them by 3 is simply outrageous. All of a sudden, more than 70 people stood behind Chung Lin. Only 4 instructors and 3 guild members remained in their seats. When Su Yutong saw this scene, she felt a little panicked. She didn't expect that so many guild members would have opinions about her. She didn't expect that Xiao Qingcheng, the old boss, would react so quickly. She became a hot topic at noon, and in the afternoon she had instigated her own senior members to rebel. Senior members are equivalent to senior executives. There is only one senior member in the GUN Guild, Chung Lin. Su Yutong treated him well, so she never thought that he would betray her. The most important thing is that Xiao Qingcheng is really determined. He must have used 80 to 90% of his guild's assets to incite his members to rebel. Xiao Qingcheng knew very well that there was only one chance. If they could not defeat the Era Guild in this autumn guild tournament, it would take forever to get such a good opportunity again in the future. Chunwan noticed the shame in Su Yutong's eyes and said, President Su, don't blame yourself. These people have never been loyal to you. Even if your welfare is good, they will never be satisfied. It's a good thing that these rubbish left. What the hell are you talking about, you useless pretty boy? The group of people immediately became unhappy. How dare you blame us? Don't you know how you got into the guild? President Su, if you feel lonely, just tell me, Chung Lin said with a silly smile. I'm not bad looking, and I'm a top beastmaster. I like to work out, so it's easy for me to serve you, right? Shut your stinky mouth. Su Yutong said coldly. Then he waved his hand and summoned his pet. An upright bull, 3 meters tall, with strong and muscular body, and covered with red armor. This armor is not only extremely strong, but also emits bursts of scorching heat, and the entire space has been burned and deformed. It has 4 sharp and black horns on its head, and its eyes are staring at everyone. In each hand he held a flaming stone axe. Fire Demon Mad Bull. Pet: Fire Demon Crazy Bull. Gender: male. Qualification: Level: 101, full. Type: Fighting, Fire. Form: 4 evolutions, Final Form. Skills: Mad Bull Flame Slash, Fighting, Fire. Red Flame Tornado Fire. Devil Killing Slash, Fighting. Death Flame Jet, Fire. Muscle Explosion, Fighting. The aura is so strong. Chunwan checked the inlay of the Fire Demon Mad Bull's gems. All 10 gems are inlaid, and the last 4 gems are red 10 star. No wonder. Chunwan could clearly feel that this level of pet was very different from the pets he had encountered before, and was even as powerful as his current little devil. If you want to leave, go ahead, Su Yutong said. Don't think I will try to keep you. Brothers and sisters. Chung Lin said, see, this is what Su Yutong said herself. She doesn't care about us at all. Once we leave, let her be the president without any support. Live a good life with her useless little man. All of a sudden, more than 70 people left. Apart from Chan Wan and his 3 companions and 4 instructors, there were only 3 ordinary members left. Those 3 were not very old, in their early 20s. Why are you 3 still staying? Su Yutong asked. The 3 men stood up. One of the boys scratched his head and stammered, President, you haven't paid us the 3-month probationary salary yet. Su Yutong rolled her eyes, then took out a bank card from her pocket and threw it over. There's 60,000 in it. Divide it among the 3 of you. Thank you, President. Then shall we go to the Osmanthus Guild? The boy said cautiously. Su Yutong turned her head away, too lazy to look at them. Now there are only 4 instructors left. These 4 people will not leave. They all believe in Su Yutong's leadership ability and know Chanwan's strength. President, you are a bunch of ungrateful bastards. It's just right that you guys should get out of here, Quanwu said. It just so happens that our guild was a mixed bag before. Even a dark beastmaster like Meng Xianyun could be the guild leader. It's time for a major change. Now the 7 of us are enough to support the guild. But the Autumn Guild competition will be held in 4 days, and I don't know what kind of competition system this group of people will come up with. If the number of participants is not enough, they will be directly judged as forfeiting, said Li Taiju. Yes, Xiao Shushue said. If it's a 10-man team battle or something like that, even if we count the president, we won't be enough. Morong Qinglu said. The ranking of guilds is a direct reflection of whether a guild is prosperous or declining. If our GUN guild capsizes this time, it will be difficult for it to stand up again. Su Yutong listened to everyone's words with her eyebrows drooping. She put away her pet and said softly, You all go. I want to be alone for a while. The 6 people looked at each other, then left one after another without saying anything more. In order to hold an initiation ceremony for Chunwan today, Su Yutong dressed up beautifully. She was more beautiful than ever before, with crystal high heels, a snow-white long skirt, and her hair was perfectly styled, as if every strand of hair had been carefully designed. She never wore makeup before, but today she put on light makeup. Even if she didn't say it herself, everyone could see her intentions. This was the most important ceremony she had attended in the 7 years since she founded the guild. After all, Chunwan gave up Pineapple Academy and chose himself. She wanted to show everyone that she valued Chunwan. However, he did not expect that the entire guild would be disbanded and Chan Wan would be scolded. Suddenly, a feeling of tightness lingered in the ribs, and at the same time, a faint sour feeling arose at the tip of the nose. On the stage, a giant incandescent lamp hanging overhead illuminated her loneliness. A tear rolled down from her left eye. Perhaps it was because she hadn't shed tears for more than 10 years. This feeling was unfamiliar to her, and even made her a little panicked. She took a few steps back and leaned against the wall, which made her feel a little relieved. Just then, a white hand handed a tissue to her. Su Yutong shuddered, turned her head and saw that it was Chen Wan. President, you are crying? Chen Wan said. Chapter 120. Beautiful President, give me a hug. Su Yutong quickly stood up straight and said expressionlessly, Why are you back? I'm crying? Why are you crying? The tense face did look very cold, but the tear marks on the face and the tear that had already slid down the cheek could not be hidden. The 3 consecutive rhetorical questions proved that Su Yutong was nervous. Chunwan raised his arm and wiped Su Yutong's cheek. President, I'm sorry. What's there to be sorry about? Su Yutong looked at the tear-stained tissue in Chanwan's hand and sighed softly without pretending, I just didn't expect Xiao Qingcheng to be so disgusting. It depends on how the competition system of this guild competition is customized, Su Yutong said. After saying that, she raised her eyes and glanced at Chunwan. Chunwan wiped her tears just now, which really warmed her heart. Seeing Su Yutong so sad and crying, Chunwan had originally planned to tell her about the treatment for her mother. But now, doesn't seem like the right time. If Su Yutong feels that I am doing something beneficial to her, it will make her alert, especially since more than 70 people had just betrayed her. If she thinks I'm going to betray her, things will be bad. And if he could help the Jiuan Guild win first place in this autumn guild competition, he believed Su Yutong would definitely be willing to help him. Heh, Su Yutong smiled softly at this time. I have also behaved very ugly in front of you. How could that be, President? You look quite beautiful when you cry. Hearing this, Su Yutong's expression froze, and she looked at Chunwan with a dazed look in her eyes. For some reason, her heart began to beat faster and an inexplicable impulse filled her blood. Women's hormones also surfaced slightly at this moment. President, don't be too sad, Chunwan continued. What if our performance in this guild competition is really not satisfactory? You have built a guild from scratch that has been ranked first for 7 years, so you have the ability to start over again. There was a sudden flash of heat in Su Yutong's eyes, and her beautiful eyes stared straight at Chunwan. Suddenly, he took a step closer to Chunwan. President, what's wrong with you? Just when Chunwan was confused, Su Yutong suddenly opened her arms and gently hugged Chunwan. It was just a hug. Then he held Chunwan's shoulders and said with a smile, Chunwan, thank you for comforting me. You are right. There is nothing to be sad about. This incident also made me see the true colors of these people. This is a good thing. In front of Chunwan, Su Yutong no longer wanted any mask. She is also a woman, or even a girl. She is not some expressionless beauty robot. Chunwan conquered her with his own strength and charm. Su Yutong didn't want to continue pretending to be cool in front of Chunwan. She wanted to take off her disguise. The hug just now was a little cold, and Chunwan could feel that Su Yutong's body temperature was obviously lower than that of normal people. This may be related to some of the soul skills she has cultivated. Chunwan believed that in addition to the hidden sword soul skill that she had demonstrated before, she should have 1 or even more ice-type soul skills, which had affected her normal body temperature. By the way, President, can you give me 3 days off? Chunwan said, I've been away from home for almost 10 days. I want to go home and see my family. Besides that, I have some other things to do. Of course, be careful on the road. After taking 3 days off, Chunwan really wanted to go home to see his parents. In addition, he went to Yangshu Town to contract his 9th pet, and immediately, right now, overnight, Chunwan was afraid that he would be too late and the cruel hunter would leave Yangshu Town. Try to complete the contract before dawn, then stop by Pineapple Academy on the way home to use up the 100 points on the shopping cart. Maybe you can even create a pet in its final form instantly. After saying goodbye to Kulangyu, Chunwan rode on the Little Devil and headed for Yangshu Town immediately. In the sky, Chunwan felt the warm back of the Little Devil and suddenly remembered something. That is, I have always wanted to complete the evolution of the Little Devil to its final form, but it has never been realized because the original plan was interrupted by the assessment. You little guy, why didn't you remind me? Chunwan touched the Little Devil's head. I promised to help you complete the final evolution. Oh, the master must have his own plans. As a pet, I just follow the plans and protect the master. How can that be? Wouldn't that make me look like a person who doesn't keep his word? Chunwan used his mental power to explore the ring and took a look. The final evolution level of the Little Devil is 62, and it is currently 51. Moreover, the 51st level gems have already been inlaid, and what is missing is the 61st level gems. There are some loot orbs in the ring at the moment, but none of them are very suitable for the Little Devil. When it comes to inlaying, you can't be careless. Chunwan has already lowered his offline level very low, and just tries his best to let his pets complete the final evolution, and then he will no longer train them. If you don't carefully select the gems from the first level to the final evolution and try to force the growth of your pet, then it will be ruined. Within 3 days, I will make sure you complete the final evolution, Chunwan said. He. The Little Devil smiled, then rubbed Chunwan's face with his cheek. Thank you, master. The moon was bright in the sky, and Chunwan had already flown over Yangshu Town. Looking down from above, The entire Yangshu town was in a dilapidated state. Abandoned towns, collapsed buildings, and wildly twisted vegetation seemed to form a series of strange, smiling faces. In addition, there are also many bones and mummies. Lonely and desolate. The cold wind blew at night, and Chunwan floated quietly in the air, staring at the ruins and dry trees below. These streets and buildings, which no longer have any traces of human beings, have witnessed the end and disappearance of countless stories. The changes of history. Desolate and bleak. Now Yangshu Town can no longer be considered a city, but a complete wilderness. It's just because these relatively old buildings make it difficult for strange beasts to build nests. Because the cruel hunter can become invisible, Chunwan must be careful. He landed on the ground and took the little devil back into the beast-taming space. He wanted to use himself as bait to attract the cruel hunter. If he summoned all his pets to protect him, even the cruel hunters would not dare to approach him just by relying on the pressure of the aura of his super pets. But this is very risky. The enemy is in the dark and I am in the light. Once the war starts, I will definitely be the last one to take action, which means that the probability of getting injured is 90% or even higher. Another way is to use the scanning talent continuously, but this is simply not realistic. Using talents also consumes mental energy. If you use them continuously, once you go into battle with the cruel hunter, you won't even be able to use your soul skills, and you'll be trapped in danger. When Chinwan had been walking for about half an hour, a rustling sound came from behind him. Chapter 121 Late Night. Man and Woman. Rustle. It was hard to tell what the sound was, so Chinwan calmed down and looked around. Finally, his eyes were fixed on a dilapidated courtyard. The sound came from there, and Chunwan was ready to take the initiative to attack. Walking into the abandoned courtyard, it was dilapidated and looked more like rubble growing in a jungle than a courtyard. Only plaques, writings, and some furniture used by humans still prove that it was once a courtyard. Chunwan slowed down his pace, lowered his voice, and walked quietly inside. A collapsed small room came into Chunwan's sight. If I'm not mistaken, the sound just now came from this small room. Chunwan took out the pistol from the ring, which was the one Zhao Limin had given him before. He put his hands into his sleeves, hiding the gun in his sleeves as well, with only a little bit of the gun barrel exposed. The purpose is to make the cruel hunter relax his vigilance and regard himself as its prey. As the saying goes, a true hunter often appears as prey, and Chunwan is one of them. When he reached the door of the room, Chunwan stopped, put his ear against the wall, and listened carefully to the sounds in the room. The sound had disappeared, and Chunwan was not sure whether the cruel hunter had left or had hidden himself, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Who? He took a deep breath and slowly buried himself in it. Although it is called a room, it is actually half in ruins. Look left and look right. Look up and look down. Nothing unusual. At this moment, Chunwan fixed his eyes on the wooden board in the corner. The board was very large and was placed diagonally against the corner of the wall. In such a messy ruin, the placement of the wooden board seemed very strange, as if it was done intentionally. There must be something hidden under the board. Chunwan walked towards the board, raised his leg, and kicked it open with a bang. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Chunwan heard a pleading female voice. Chunwan looked at the scene in front of him, and his eyes suddenly lit up. The destitute beauty was crying against the wall. She was wearing a beige slit cheongsam, with her long legs and flesh-colored stockings exposed. She looked extremely miserable. The stockings were full of holes and snags, and the snow-white skin inside was also covered in many scratches. Her face was covered with dirt and tear marks, and her beautiful features were pale and haggard. Her hair was messy, but still smelled delicious. The shoes were gone, and the two little feet were helplessly stepping on the ground, with scars all over the soles. Auntie? Chunwan hurried forward and squatted down. When Ding Lingxian heard Chunwan's voice, she was stunned for a moment. She raised her head slightly and looked at Chunwan with a face full of grievance. The corners of her mouth trembled twice, and then she threw herself directly into Chunwan's arms and said in a slightly crying voice, "Xiao Wan." After saying that, she couldn't help it and burst into tears, her delicate body shaking in Chunwan's arms. Auntie, why are you here? Ding Lingxian wiped her tears and leaned her head on Chunwan's shoulder. This is Xiao Wan. 4 days ago, the Yanlong Empire organized a gathering of top talents from all walks of life. I attended on behalf of the pet egg identification experts. Ding Lingxian spoke weakly and looked extremely frail. Wait a moment, Auntie. Chunwan took out food and drinks from the ring. Auntie, please replenish your energy first, and we'll talk about the rest later. With me here, you don't have to be afraid of anything. Yeah, Xiao Wan, Auntie feels relieved to see you. Ding Lingxian took Chen Wan's bottle of mineral water and tried to open the cap with her little hands for a long time but failed, looking pitiful. Chen Wan felt uncomfortable seeing her in such a miserable state. Ding Lingxian has spent more than 100 million yuan on herself. No matter what difficulties Ding Lingxian encounters, she will help if she can. Chen Wan unscrewed the bottle cap and handed the water to Ding Lingxian. Auntie, I'll feed you. He knew that Ding Lingxian definitely didn't have the strength to hold the water bottle. Ding Lingxian was slightly stunned. Her eyes suddenly turned red, and then she touched the bottle mouth with her lips. Drink slowly, Chen Wan said. After slowly drinking half a bottle of water, Ding Lingxuan's complexion seemed to have improved a little. Auntie, you haven't eaten or drunk anything in the past 4 days. Yeah. Ding Lingxian nodded. Chen Wan took out some bread, chicken legs, and a bottle of energy drink. I don't have anything delicious here, so I'll have to excuse you for now, Auntie. Ding Lingxian shook her head and wolfed down the chicken leg while crying, I am already very satisfied, just to see Xiaowan, woo-woo. Ding Lingxian is a very elegant woman, but she ate and drank so much in such a disfigured way, which shows that she was driven into a panic. After eating the chicken legs and bread, Ding Lingxian regained a lot of strength and her face became rosy. Perhaps out of selfishness, she continued to lie in Chan Wan's arms, not wanting to move away. She continued, my friends and I passed by here after the show, but unexpectedly, an invisible force killed all of my friends. Some of them had their faces ripped off, and some had their limbs torn off. I ran fast and hid here, otherwise I would be dead. As for whether there are other survivors, I don't know. Chunwan nodded. Then you know teacher Katianchi, right? Yeah, I don't really know him, but he's one of our group, the president of Yanlong University. Yes, Chunwan said. Aunt, I came to Yangshu town this time to solve this matter. I will definitely take you home. Yes, Xiao Wan. When Annie sees you, it's as warm as seeing a family member. Chunwan looked at Ding Lingshuan's fragile appearance and her torn clothes, and suddenly had an evil idea. He stared straight at Ding Lingxian, swallowed his saliva, and his Adam's apple moved unconsciously. Ding Lingxian raised her eyes, glanced at Chunwan's Adam's apple, and then looked into his eyes. At this moment, Ding Lingxian only felt her heartbeat quickening, her blood flow speeding up, and her hormones being stimulated continuously. Late at night, in the wilderness, a man and a woman alone, with a huge age gap between them, and a feeling of wanting to break the taboo constantly stimulated Ding Lingshuan's brain. Hiss-ha. Her breathing unconsciously became heavier. At the same time, she also felt the desire in Chen Wan's eyes. A pink burning sensation climbed up Ding Lingshuan's cheeks. She couldn't hold it in any longer and slowly smiled. Xiao Wan, just tell me what you want to do. I've already guessed it. For this kind of thing, you need to take the initiative. Is it really possible, Andy? Uh-huh. Chunwan narrowed her eyes and said, Auntie, I feel relieved with your words. Now go outside and act as bait to lure the invisible beast into the trap. Chapter 122 Ant's Love. After hearing Chen Wan's words, Ding Lingxian felt an inexplicable sense of disappointment. Chen Wan also saw her disappointment and thought that he was asking her to be bait to make her feel uncomfortable. So he said, Auntie, I'm just talking casually. It doesn't matter if you don't want to. After all, this is really risky. I am willing to do anything for Xiao Wan, Ding Lingxian said. Besides, you are doing this to get rid of that invisible monster and save me. Oh, as long as you are willing, don't worry, Auntie, I won't let you get hurt. Chen Wan then explained. In fact, I was supposed to be the bait, but the reason I didn't use myself as the bait was because I suspected that the beast could sense the powerful mental power in me, and it didn't dare to get close. He continued, otherwise, it would be impossible to move around in Yangshu town for half an hour without being able to lure it out. But, Auntie, I do have some selfish motives. Chunwan scratched his head embarrassedly. Normally I can take you away on the mount right now, but I want to contract this exotic beast. Chunwan wanted to explain something, but Ding Lingxian gently touched his lips with her small hand. Xiao Wan, Ding Lingxian murmured, you don't have to explain anything to your auntie. Your auntie is willing to help you. After saying that, Ding Lingxian looked at Chen Wan infatuatedly. Lying in Chen Wan's arms and looking at Chen Wan's handsome face, Ding Lingxian really couldn't help herself and her love burst out. Suddenly, she stretched out her neck and kissed Chen Wan lightly on the cheek. Well, even though Ding Lingxian had been hiding here for 4 days and 4 nights, her body was covered in sweat and dirt, and she had never washed her mouth, but her whole body still smelled fragrant. It seemed that the sweat flowing out of her body was fragrant, like perfume. The fragrant sweat seeped into her clothes and smelled wonderful. Soft fragrance, mild and non-irritating. It is simple, elegant, and sweet, just like fine wine, and needs to be savored carefully. Chunwan didn't think much about it. He thought it was just an ordinary kiss from an elder to a younger generation out of love. Ding Lingxian then put her arms around Chunwan's neck, hugged him gently, then stood up and walked out the door. She had already made the worst plan, which was to die here. But she was no longer afraid. It is glorious and great to die for the one you love. I have lived for 36 years. During my youth, I was busy with my studies and my family was strict, so I had no time to think about love. After I went to college, my parents arranged a marriage for me, and I married someone I didn't love and even hated. Now I am 36 years old and have finally met someone I like. She knew that the age gap would not allow her to fulfill her wish. No matter how much she liked Chunwan, she would never ask that. She knew that Chunwan was just a child, and she was slightly pretty. Once she took the initiative to exude her charm, Chunwan might not be able to control himself. Even if he really got Chunwan in this way, what he got was not love. It just satisfies one's own desires. This is unfair to Chunwan. I am already an old woman, but Chunwan's life has just begun. I cannot harm Chunwan. She looked back at Chunwan, who had a solemn expression on his face, smiled gently, turned around, took the last step, stepped out of the door completely, and then stood in the middle of the courtyard, a very open area. Ding Lingxian knew very well that she was in great danger, as she had witnessed with her own eyes how terrifying this invisible beast was. There is no trace of any attack trajectory at all, and people are killed directly in invisible state. Moreover, after killing one person, he can instantly move several meters to kill another one. This proves that the monster has super strong attack speed and displacement speed, and is silent. No matter how fast Chunwan's reaction was, it would be impossible for him to save himself from a distance of more than 10 meters. But I am willing. Ding Lingxian smiled gently. She had a premonition that the time she turned back was her last look at Chunwan. She also couldn't bear to leave her daughter, but she could only feel sorry about it. Daughter. Sorry. Mother also has the right to love. For the past 18 years, I gave up my love for my so-called husband and gave all my love to you. Today, please let me give my love to the boy I like. Then, 2 lines of tears rolled down Ding Lingxuan's eyes. It's not that she didn't believe Chunwan, but this strange beast was too strong. She felt that there was a 99% chance that Chunwan would not be able to save her. It doesn't matter. If it weren't for you, my life would have ended here. But dying for you is really worth it. Xiaowan, Annie likes you so much. I really like you. Ding Lingxian closed her eyes, emptied her mind, and eliminated all emotions, leaving only Chunwan's face in her mind. It's nice to die like this. When, suddenly, the sound of fierce fighting appeared in her ears. She did not dodge, but turned her head and saw Chunwan wearing black armor and grabbing something out of thin air. The reason why we knew it was Chunwan was because Chunwan's head was not covered by armor. His charming and handsome black hair fluttered in the wind, and he had the iconic medium-length hair of the armor summoners of the Blue Star. This was also what Chunwan discovered later. The demon swamp armor can be divided into 2 parts, the helmet body and the armor body. It can be summoned simultaneously or separately. 95% of the functions of the entire set of armor are on the armor body. For example, armor skills, attribute bonuses, etc. The helmet body is just a simple head protector. Not summoning the helmet can also reduce the consumption of mental energy, which is more cost-effective. Humph, do you really think you can hurt Andy? Chunwan exerted force with his palm. As long as I'm here, Auntie won't get hurt at all. Xiaowan. Ding Lingxian looked at Chunwan, who was wearing armor and looked mighty and domineering, and full of a sense of security. She was so excited that her whole body was shaking. So handsome. You beast, show your true form. Chunwan threw the cruel hunter to the ground with force. The invisibility skill suddenly disappeared, revealing a hideous face. Just now, Chunwan decisively discovered that there was a hole in the collar of Ding Lingxuan's Cheongsam. He knew that the cruel hunter was very close to Ding Lingxian and was ready to cut her neck. However, the cruel hunter was too slow. In front of the demon swamp armor, there is no picture at all. In just half a second, Chunwan directly drove the armor to move more than 10 meters away, stopping the cruel hunter from committing the crime. The cruel hunter on the ground vomited blood one after another and didn't even have the ability to get up. It looks like an upright praying mantis, with its 2 huge sickle claws stained with the blood of its victims. Triangular head, big eyes. He is about 1.5 meters tall, slender, full of deadly power, and every inch of muscle is packed with powerful hunting ability. The overall color is emerald green, and even if it is not invisible, it is difficult to detect its existence in the jungle. Chapter 123 Mantis Maid. Chunwan approached the cruel hunter step by step, and the cruel hunter rolled on the ground in fear. But because its mouth parts had no ability to make sounds, it didn't even have the chance to beg for mercy. At this moment, it could only be thankful that Chunwan had no intention of killing it. Not only that, I also want to keep it as a pet. Chunwan didn't waste any words and grabbed the cruel hunter by the neck. You beast, submit to me. Afterwards, the force of the compulsory contract was released directly, and the cruel hunter was in no condition to resist at all. It didn't want to resist. It even wanted to kneel on the ground and kowtow to Chunwan to thank him for not killing it. But Chunwan didn't seem to give it a chance to express gratitude and directly put it into the beast taming space. Then he summoned the little devil. Auntie, hurry up and get on. We're not sure if there are other invisible beasts, so we'd better leave first. For safety reasons, Chunwan let Ding Lingxian sit on it first, and then he sat behind her. Soaring in the sky, Ding Lingxian was extremely excited, looking around like a little girl. It was not her first time to experience flying, but it was her first time to experience such a high-quality flight. Xiaowan, your mount is so beautiful, Ding Lingxian said, and its flying skills are first-rate too. That's great. The little devil was a little embarrassed by the praise and smiled and said, It's all because of the master's good teaching. Chunwan smiled slightly and didn't say much. His mind was on the cruel hunter, and he couldn't wait to give him god-level feminization. However, this time he didn't want to launch it directly in the beast-taming space. He wanted to find a deserted place, summon the cruel hunter out, and let it watch with its own eyes that he was conquered bit by bit. After flying for more than half an hour, Ding Lingxuan's eyelids began to droop. She hadn't closed her eyes for 4 days and 4 nights. Now, Chunwan's body was so warm and safe that she fell into a comfortable drowsiness. Auntie, sleep peacefully, Chunwan said. It's okay. Ding Lingxian nodded, closed her eyes, turned her head, and fell into Chunwan's arms. Within a few seconds, his breathing became a little heavier. Ha, ha, ha. Fragrant snoring came out of Qing's nose, constantly slapping Chunwan's neck. 3 or 4 hours later, Chunwan flew outside Shanghai City, not far from the city gate. Chunwan looked down at Ding Lingxian, who was still sleeping soundly in her arms, and smiled softly. Ding Lingxuan's small mouth was slightly open, and translucent saliva flowed from the corners of her mouth. With the reflection of the moonlight, you could see that there was golden light flowing inside. The saliva fell onto Chunwan's collar, and the sweet smell was soaked in it, like sweet milk. It smells fragrant when you smell it lightly, and sweet when you taste it carefully. Seeing this scene, Chunwan was reluctant to wake her up. It's hard to imagine how she got here these 4 days and nights. But you still have to wake up when you need to. Wake up, Auntie. Chunwan shook Ding Lingxian. We're home? Ding Lingxuan's eyes gradually opened, and her long eyelashes trembled twice. Suddenly, he felt wet at the corner of his mouth and saw a stain on Chunwan's collar. His mind suddenly cleared up, and his face suddenly turned red. Then, Chunwan started to let the little devil land. As for flying into Shanghai City, that's not possible. Sioux Fighting has a rule that everyone needs to register when entering the city gate. When we arrived at the city gate, 2 security guards were guarding it. Just as Chunwan was about to step forward to register, the 2 security guards stood up straight. Consultant Chun, are you back? You haven't been back for more than 10 days, right? Chunwan looked at the 2 of them, smiled and exchanged greetings, feeling a little embarrassed. After all, he really didn't know the 2 security officers, but his battle with the Dark Beastmaster at that time was probably famous in the entire Shanghai City security system. After that, Chunwan still registered according to the rules. Xiaowan, I haven't asked you yet, what are you doing here this time? Are you still leaving? Ding Lingxian asked. I'm going back to the guild in 3 days, Chunwan said. Auntie, please go home first. I want to go to the hospital to see my mother. Oh, then go ahead, Ding Lingxian said. I gave you 50 million. You can use it. Chunwan was slightly stunned, took out his phone and looked at it. When he saw the deposit message, he smiled and said, How embarrassing. It's okay, Xiaowan. I'm alone now anyway, Ding Lingxian said. My daughter went to a boarding school in another city. I'm busy with work and not at home. I have time to make money, but not to spend it. You're running around outside alone, and you have a seriously ill mother. You need money more. Ding Lingxuan's words made Chunwan feel warm inside. I have long regarded you as my own family. Xiao Wan, Ding Lingxian said. My husband is dead, and my daughter is not around. I feel lonely every day. Seeing you really gives me a warm feeling. I won't bother you any longer. Go and see your mother. If you have any other needs, just tell me. Ding Lingxian said. After saying goodbye, Chun Wan took advantage of the dead of night and found an empty alley, then summoned the grim hunter. Looking at the cruel hunter's cowering appearance, Chun Wan couldn't help but wonder if he had dealt it too great a blow and whether it would leave any sequelae. The cruel hunter put his two sickle arms behind his back for fear of accidentally hurting Chun Wan. Chun Wan didn't want to waste any more time. He wanted to complete his evolution quickly and then go to the hospital to see his parents. God-level feminization. Green light surrounded the cruel hunter, and then the green light covered its body. The outline of the light began to slowly deform, and its height grew rapidly, finally stopping at around 1.7 meters. Buzz. The green light faded, and Chun Wan only felt a bright light before his eyes. The beauty in front of me has medium-length green hair and is wearing a black and white maid outfit. The maid outfit was very short, with the skirt barely covering the thighs. The arms are two mantis sickles, and behind her there is a mantis tail coming out from the hem of her skirt. Fortunately, the two legs were human legs, slender and straight, wearing half-length white stockings and brown leather shoes. The praying mantis features merge perfectly with the body form of its human female counterpart, creating a unique and fascinating form. There is also a pair of thin mantis wings growing on its back, which are translucent in color and have crystal-like flowing structures on them, which is very beautiful. With exquisite features and eyes looking at Chun Wan tenderly, he said softly, Master. Who could believe that such a gentle and beautiful woman had killed countless people and enjoyed destroying lives? Pet. Mantis maid who works as a part-time killer. Gender. Female. Qualification. Level. Hide qualification. Level. Level 1. Level cap. Level 118. Type. Fairy. Fighting. Flying. Form. Initial. Evolution routes. 3. Skills. Death harvest. Fighting. Beautiful temptation. Fairy. Speedy flight. Flight. Invisibility. Fairy. Flash. Fighting. Chapter 124. Mantis's origin. Dr. Evil. Evolution route 1. Mantis Valkyrie route. Mantis maid who works as a part-time killer. Armored Mantis. Level 16. Sanctuary Valkyrie. Level 36. Jade Valkyrie. Level 63. This route will continue to increase the pet's defense and stability, but will reduce its displacement ability and attack speed to a certain extent. Evolution route 2. Dark Matter route. Part-time killer Mantis maid. Dark Mantis. Level 15. Dark Matter Assassin. Level 40. Dark Matter Beast. Level 63. This route will add long-range attack capabilities to pets and continue to increase pets' melee capabilities and greatly increase their displacement speed, but will reduce their defense and physical strength to a certain extent. Evolution route 3. Explosive body route. Part-time killer Mantis maid. Explosive Wind Mantis. Level 17. Extreme War Spirit Reaper. Level 45. Supernatural Kamikaze Blaster. Level 63. This route will greatly enhance the pet's melee ability, reduce its defense and physical strength to a certain extent, and greatly increase its burst ability. Explosive ability refers to the ability to drive all the mental power of the body to attack in a short period of time. It's hard to choose. Chun Wan scratched his head. There are still some gems in his ring, and they are quite suitable for the Mantis maid. He can complete the first evolution at any time when he wants to evolve. However, these 3 routes each have their own characteristics and side effects, which really made him suffer from choice difficulties. Then he simply used the coin-tossing method. Take out a coin and throw it on the ground. If it is the front side, it is route 1. If it is the back side, it is route 2. If it is standing upright, it is route 3. When the coin landed on the back side. Route 2. Chun Wan immediately activated his mental power and took out the upgrade capsule to upgrade the Mantis maid. At the same time, a gem in the ring that was very suitable for it was inlaid. Pet Orb. Crazy Assault Orb. Quality. Orange. Star rating. 8 stars. Effect. The basic attack power of the pet increases by 280%. A very simple and crude pet orb, which is used to increase attack power. The level of the part-time killer's Mantis maid has been raised to level 2. The level of the part-time killer's Mantis maid has been raised to level 2. The level of the part-time killer's Mantis maid has been raised to level 3. The level of the part-time killer's Mantis maid has been raised to level 4. The level of the part-time killer's Mantis maid has been increased to level 15. The evolution level of Evolution Route 2 has been reached. Choosing this route will stop the upgrade. Giving up this route will allow you to continue the upgrade. Choose. The current form has reached its highest level limit. Do you want to use the evolution scroll? Evolution scroll. Chunwan hesitated again because he didn't know what the evolutionary mission would be this time. But I don't have the Abyss evolution scroll now. Use. Do you have accepted the evolution task? Pay 50 million funds? You want me to pay again? Chunwan scratched his head helplessly. Ding Lingxian had just given himself 50 million, and this system asked for 50 million from him. It was hard for Chunwan not to suspect that this system was intentional. This is why it is difficult for other beastmasters to evolve their pets, or in other words, it is difficult to have the first pet in its final form in a short period of time. Because evolutionary tasks are rarely easy, the easiest ones are probably tasks like obtaining kill points or killing certain exotic beasts, which require going on adventures in the wild. The most difficult part is paying money, which can easily amount to tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. How can ordinary people afford it? Only by constantly buying scrolls to refresh tasks. Constantly buying scrolls to refresh can you get suitable evolution tasks. However, the money to buy the evolution scrolls alone would cost about 1 month's salary. Therefore, even if an ordinary beastmaster's pet reaches the upper limit of its current level, it may take a year or two to help it complete its evolution. Thinking of this, Chunwan no longer felt sorry for the 50 million. Evolution. Suddenly, black granular lenses slowly emerged from all around. These are all dark matter energies, and they are slowly gathering on the body of the mantis maid. Dark purple patterns began to appear on the mantis maid's body, and 2 cute and sharp fangs appeared at the corners of her mouth. The maid outfit turned into a color of black and purple, the white stockings on her legs turned into black stockings, and the black leather shoes turned into black short boots. The legs are very graceful, inheriting the slender and elegant characteristics of the mantis legs, while also having the slightly fleshy feel that humans appreciate. Her eyes were filled with purple light, beautiful yet somewhat evil. Dark power is attached to the 2 emerald green mantis sickles, and 2 black and purple energy balls surround them. Pet, dark mantis. Gender, female. Qualification, level, hide qualification. Level, level 15, level cap, level 118. Type, fairy, fighting, flying. Form, 1 evolution. New skills, black magic, ball explosion. Fairy, serial killing harvest, fighting, shadow flight, flying. Thank you, master, said the dark mantis. You're welcome, little mantis. Master. A trace of excitement flashed in the dark mantis's eyes, and his body was trembling slightly. Is this your nickname for me? Seeing the dark mantis's behavior, Chunwan felt a little strange. It's just a nickname. Why are you so excited? The pets before all disliked the old-fashioned names they gave them. Chunwan knew that they were unwilling to do so, but they couldn't help but like to give themselves such old-fashioned names. Why does this mantis seem so flattered when it gets to its body? Of course, you're my pet. Isn't it normal for me to give you a name? Tears suddenly welled up in the dark mantis's beautiful eyes, and her lips kept trembling. But they all call me a slave. Them? The dark mantis nodded helplessly. Master, in fact, I didn't kill people indiscriminately in Yangshu town. I was forced to do so. You are not my first master. My previous master was a girl. In the Yanlong Empire, in a remote house with few people, a middle-aged man with a Mediterranean hairstyle looked at the 2 people in front of him with anger. He wore glasses and a white coat covered in blood and stains. Don't you understand this? Is it so difficult for you to kill Ding Lingxian? Not only did they fail to kill Ding Lingxian, they also lost slave number 1. What a bunch of good-for-nothings. Trash. Garbage. You 2 have 10 hours to find slave number 1. In front of him was a man and a woman, also wearing white coats, but they were younger than him. Doctor, please calm down and leave this matter to us, said the woman. Yes, doctor. Don't be angry. We will definitely catch this stinky slave back, said the man. Chapter 125 Hope, Pet Research Institute. The area of this house is quite large, about 200 square meters. The room is filled with cages, which are filled with various pets and exotic animals. Their limbs were tied up with chains, their bodies were covered with scars, and some even had their skin torn. Each cage is like a small prison cell, with rusty iron bars. The whole room was filled with a pungent smell of metal and blood. Under the dim light, the creatures in the cages had dull eyes, some filled with despair and resentment. Hope Pet Research Institute. Founded by Tian Cheng, also known as the Doctor. The external slogan is to care for pets, correct bad problems of pets, and give the owner an obedient and motivated pet. Charge owners high fees for raising and training pets. It is called training, but in fact it is using cruel means to forcibly distort the nature of the pet. And they are injected with various drugs which make them lack joy and focus only on fighting. As we all know, pets are living things. They can be timid, greedy, playful, introverted, and sleepy. This is due to their personalities. But at this stage, many beastmasters no longer want to accept this fact. They treat their pets as fighting machines, as tools to climb their social status or make money. Most of the beastmasters who come here to transform their pets come from ordinary families, and their own qualifications are relatively low. Some poor households even take out loans to come here. They know very well that they are trash, but they hope their pets will become successful and cannot accept the fact that their pets are also trash. However, they have low education levels and simple minds, and do not know how to slowly train their pets. They just hope that their pets can soar into the sky and change their family circumstances. Hope Pet Animal Research Institute. Its target is this group of mentally handicapped and incompetent animal trainers. I hope that the Pet Animal Research Institute's external slogan is to correct all bad habits of pet animals, increase their fighting spirit, and make them obedient and sensible pet animals. In fact, these pets spend their days here suffering one torture after another. Sizzle, sizzle. In the corner of the room, one could hear the roar of machinery, the screams of pets, and the whispers of other people in the institute. That was the experimenters conducting a new round of education, and one obedient pet after another was about to be born. The so-called obedient and sensible pet animals are nothing more than forced submission and obedience after undergoing cruel training and transformation here. They lost their dignity and rights as living beings and became victims of the beastmaster's desires. The former cruel hunter was a top-level pet and was originally a pet with very high qualifications. It appeared in this research institute and was out of tune with the surrounding pets of various levels and levels. If an ordinary beastmaster awakened this pet, he would want to worship it every day. Not to mention other people, even Qin Fei, a person with a twisted heart, has never abused his pet. It's a pity that the previous owner of the cruel hunter was a girl with an extremely twisted and dark heart, Yu Wushuang. She was not satisfied with the cruel hunter's fighting ability and thought that its fighting spirit was not enough. He was then sent to the institute for training. The reason why there are both exotic beasts and pet beasts here is because some beast tamers will terminate the contract after sending their pet beasts here, and the pet beasts that have been terminated will become exotic beasts. After the training period is over, we will see the pet's performance. If we are satisfied, we will recontract it. If we are not satisfied, we will directly discard it and hand it over to the research institute for processing. The cruel hunter is the pet abandoned by Yu Wushuang. Even though the cruel hunter could kill dozens of people in an instant, Yu Wushuang was still not satisfied. It just so happened that Tiancheng and Ding Lingxian had a feud in the past. They both studied at the same university and both majored in pet egg identification. However, Ding Lingxian's grades were always better than his, which made him extremely jealous. Although I want to work in a local research institute after graduation, because my grades in school were not outstanding, there was no good position available, so I just did odd jobs for others. Seeing Ding Lingxian doing better and even marrying the richest man, he became more and more jealous. For so many years, he has been looking for an opportunity to get rid of Ding Lingxian. However, Ding Lingxian was also a well-known figure, had a husband who was the richest man, and her own fighting ability was not low. He was just a beastmaster with level 1 qualifications, so he had no chance to make a move. But the super cruel hunter abandoned by Yu Wushuang gave him this opportunity. The pet is not his own, so even if a cruel hunter kills someone, it will be difficult for the Public Security Bureau to investigate. It just so happened that he also knew that Ding Lingxuan's husband had died, and she no longer had the support of the richest man. What's even more perfect is that he learned that Ding Lingxian and others were active in the wild. The time, the place, and the people are all right. It's a good time to kill her. In addition, the cruel hunter has the stealth skill, which allows him to kill people without anyone noticing. It's perfect. However, when he later sent people to Yangshu town to check, Ding Lingxuan's body was not found, and the cruel hunter also lost contact. Slave number 1 is the code name for the cruel hunter. Tiancheng narrowed his eyes. All his slaves were equipped with locators. The locators showed that the last place where the cruel hunter appeared was Shanghai City. After that, the signal device failed and was destroyed due to Chen Wan's god-level transformation. The Dark Mantis told Chen Wan his experience, and Chen Wan felt very angry. "Master, do you care about my past?" The Dark Mantis said a little aggrievedly. "No." Chen Wan stepped forward and took the Dark Mantis into his arms. "Don't worry. Forget those bad memories. Master, you are so kind to me. I will definitely work hard for you in the future. I will do my best to protect you. Chun-Wan smiled softly and touched the dark mantis' jasper-colored hair. Now Chun-Wan still has one thing to worry about, and that is that this so-called doctor will find Shanghai City. After all, the last location where the locator signal disappeared was Shanghai City. Moreover, Ding Lingxian is still in Shanghai City, alone and very dangerous. Chun-Wan put away the dark mantis and then called Ding Lingxian. Ding Lingxian answered instantly, Xiaowan. What's wrong? Auntie, let's meet in front of the city hospital. I can't tell you clearly on the phone. It's very dangerous for you to be alone now. Ah, okay. I'll go there right now. Ding Lingxian didn't care about the danger. She just wanted to see Chun-Wan. And now, the man and woman under Tiancheng are also on their way to Shanghai City in a flying beast. Chun-Wan then called Zhao Limin's phone number, Teacher. Chun-Wan, you are a rare visitor, haha. Teacher, please do me a favor and strictly guard the area around Shanghai City. I am in Shanghai City now. It is very likely that I am being followed. They should not have entered the city yet, but I don't know their names. No problem. I'll contact you if I encounter a suspicious person. Chapter 126 Mantis Heart Knot. Outside the city hospital, Ding Lingxian was already waiting at the door. Let's go, Auntie, Chun-Wan said. Shall I go with you to see your parents? Ding Lingxian asked. Is this convenient? Of course it's convenient. You are my good friend. Why is this inconvenient? As Chun-Wan walked into the hospital, he told Ding Lingxian what he had just learned. Ding Lingxian frowned after hearing this. Tiancheng. It turns out that he has been holding a grudge against me for so many years. How come I never knew about this? Seeing Ding Lingxian's surprised expression, Chun-Wan couldn't help but sigh that she was really naive. Someone had been trying to take her life for nearly 20 years, but she didn't even realize it. Not only does he look young in appearance, but he is also young in mentality. At this moment, Ding Lingxian followed behind Chun-Wan, feeling inexplicably shy. Just follow the boy you like to meet his parents. The corners of Ding Lingxian's mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. When they entered the ward, Li Hongtao was lying on the bed. Qin Sheng, who was standing beside her, had dark circles under his eyes and looked at Li Hongtao with a worried look on his face. Mom, I'm here to see you. Chun-Wan said. Hey, ahem. My son is back so soon. Ahem. Didn't they say the test would take a long time? I have passed. I am now an official member of the Era Guild. That's great, Chun Sheng said. Our son is really promising. Ha ha ha. Yeah, ha ha, Li Hongtao said. After hearing the news, my mother's illness got much better. The parents usually don't pay attention to hot news, so they don't know about what happened between Qin-Wan and Su Yutong. At this time, Qin Sheng looked at Ding Lingxian. Son, this is your high school classmate. Come and sit down. When Ding Lingxian heard this, she smiled awkwardly. I thought to myself that I was 18 years older than Qin-Wan, so how could I be Chun-Wan's classmate? That should be the friend you met during the assessment, right? Li Hongtao said, this girl is so beautiful. After saying that, Li Hongtao winked at Qin-Wan, as if asking if he had developed a relationship with this girl. Ding Lingxian, who was standing by, saw this and her face unconsciously turned red. She lowered her head shyly. Mom, this is the mother of my high school classmate. She is only 2 years younger than you. Please stop fooling around. Just take care of yourself. Ah. Li Hongtao was so embarrassed that beads of sweat appeared on her forehead, and she was speechless for a moment. But Chun Wank couldn't smile at all, because Li Hongtao's face looked much uglier than it did 10 days ago, and it was obvious that she was forcing a smile in front of him. If more than 70 people had not betrayed the guild yesterday, he would have told Su Yutong about it a long time ago. But even someone with Su Yutong's personality couldn't help crying, which shows that the blow was extremely great. If you pretend to be profitable at this time, you will be courting death. Gradually, this helplessness turned into anger towards those traitors. He must make those traitors pay the price. Mom, don't worry. I will ask President Su to help you treat your illness soon. Qin-Wan said. Son, don't be too tired, Qin Sheng said. I take care of my mother, and the mayor also takes good care of us both. He comes to visit us in person almost every day. Son, we are all borrowing your light. Qin-Wan couldn't help but feel that Su fighting was really interesting. Since she and Su fighting got along, Li Hongtao's medical expenses are free of charge. She lives in a large independent ward and is consulted by top medical staff in the city every day. There is no need to give up hospitalization and go back and forth to the hospital every day just to save money. But you earned it yourself. If it weren't for him, I don't know what would have happened to the entire Shanghai city by those dark beast masters. Okay, son. Mom knows you're busy, so don't waste your time here. Ahem. Li Hongtao said, let's go. Then, I'm leaving. There was a hint of reluctance in Chan Wan's eyes, but he still said goodbye. There is no other way. Time is running out and I still have to go to Pineapple Academy to exchange things and prepare for the Guild War. After Chen Wan and Ding Lingxian left, Li Hongtao whispered, Old Chun, why do I feel that this classmate's mother is interested in our son? Ah, no way. Chen Sheng opened his mouth in shock. Really? I'm a woman, I can tell. She was as shy as a little girl just now, ahem? Okay, save it, honey. This joke is a bit too much. Li Hongtao watched Ding Lingxuan's back disappear at the stairs and frowned slightly. After leaving the hospital, Chen Wan said to Ding Lingxian, Auntie, you are in danger now. You need to think of a solution. There's nothing we can do, Ding Lingxian said with a smile. No matter how dangerous it is, we have to go back to work. Chen Wan wanted to say something, but looked hesitant. He wanted to bring Qian Ding Lingxuan into the guild as well. On the one hand, he was not sure whether Su Yutong would agree. On the other hand, Ding Lingxuan's current job earned her $1 million or even tens of millions a month, and the GUN Guild obviously could not afford that price. Ding Lingxian noticed Chen Wan's embarrassment, and she held Chen Wan's shoulders with both hands, saying, Xiao Wan, I'm very happy that you're so worried about me and care about me. I also want your protection. I know you will protect me if I ask you, but I won't do that. It's not that I don't want to give up my high-paying job. I just don't want to be a burden to you. You've saved me from danger many times. This time, I have to face it myself. Although Annie's strength is not as good as yours, she is also a level 1 beast tamer. At that time, 2 of her pets were killed by the dark beast tamer, and she still has 4 full-level pets. Tiancheng is only a level 1 pet. If he wants to threaten me, he is still a little naive. After saying that, Ding Lingxian couldn't help but recall the first time Chen Wan rescued her from his dark beast master. That was the first time she fell in love with Chen Wan. It's getting late. Auntie is leaving first. Ding Lingxian waved to Chen Wan. Thank you for caring about me so much. Chen Wan didn't say anything, didn't nod, and didn't shake his head. Seeing Chen Wan's hesitation, Ding Lingxian was already very satisfied. She turned around and quickened her pace to leave, with a few sobbing sounds in the wind. Chen Wan didn't think too much about it. He was really worried about Ding Lingxuan's safety. After all, if she hadn't signed a contract with the cruel hunter, there was a 99.99% chance that Ding Lingxian would have died in Yangshu town. He really treated Ding Lingxian as a good friend regardless of age difference, but he didn't expect that Ding Lingxian wanted to be his girlfriend. Just then, Chen Wan's cell phone rang. It was a message from Zhao Linmin. Chen Wan, I have detained 2 suspicious persons who tried to sneak into the city. Take a look. After that, Zhao Linmin sent a picture. Chen Wan summoned the Dark Mantis. Do you know these 2 people? Seeing the 2 men, the Dark Mantis was so scared that he sat on the ground and cried out in a tearful voice, It's them. Why are they chasing us? Chen Wan felt so distressed when he saw the Dark Mantis. This is a top-level pet, but it was scared like this by 2 humans. He squatted down and held her in his arms. Don't be afraid. Now, I will let you untie this knot yourself. After saying that, a hint of murderous intent flashed in Chan Wan's eyes. Chapter 127. The Power Behind the Scenes, Osmanthus Guild. After taking the Dark Mantis back into the beast-controlling space, Chen Wan came to the outside of the city. I saw a man and a woman in white coats being detained in the registration room. Look, is this the person you are looking for? Zhao Linmin said to Chen Wan. That's right, Chen Wan nodded. Thank you, teacher. I don't even know you, said the man. Did you catch the wrong person? The woman looked at Chen Wan. I don't know you either. Chen Wan smiled coldly. Hope Pet Research Institute. In order to seek profits, deceive consumers, harmed pets, abused pets, and transformed pets. The amount of suspected fraud is as high as tens of millions. Isn't it enough to arrest you for just one of these? Also, there is one more thing. The way you transform your pets is suspected to be similar to practicing forbidden techniques. Is this enough? The 2 men were immediately frightened by Chen Wan's words. But the 2 of them were smart and did not admit it. The woman sneered, Little brother, what are you talking about? Why don't I understand? Yeah, I don't understand either, said the man. Without evidence, Chen Wan was helpless. Zhao Linmin also took the risk of making an unreasonable detention for Chen Wan's sake. And what Chen Wan said just now proved that he had no intention of letting this man and woman leave here alive. Exposing his identity and motives in advance was not stupid, but Chen Wan had already assumed that there were 2 corpses in front of him. Then I may have remembered it wrong. You 2 can leave now. Chen said. The man and the woman looked at each other. They both knew that Chen could tell what he had done to prove that he was very likely related to the missing cruel hunter. But then, the two of them didn't say much and chose to leave. How did that little brat know about us? The woman asked. Who knows? Don't think too much and let's go, said the man. But how can we report back if we just leave like this? The woman said, slave number 1 hasn't been found yet. By the way, could that little brat know the whereabouts of slave number 1? The man said. Yes, you were right. Chunwan walked out of the woods nearby. Little brat, we didn't dare to take action in the city just now. We didn't expect you to be so bold that you dared to follow us out, said the woman. Tell me quickly, how do you know about us? Where is slave number 1? The man said. Here. Chunwan summoned the dark mantis. When the dark mantis saw the two people, it was immediately frightened and trembled, and bad memories filled its mind. Seeing the mantis with a human face and beautiful legs in a maid outfit, the man and the woman looked at each other in surprise. Shall mantis, get rid of them, Chinwan said. They are just two pieces of trash. Now you follow me. I used to look down on ants like them, but now for you, I want to waste my time on them. Do you want to let me down? The fear in the dark mantis's eyes turned into anger, and scenes of abuse appeared in its mind. I won't let my master down. Well, it depends on your performance. Kill one, maim one, and I will ask more questions. I understand. The black anger in the dark mantis's eyes burned terrifyingly and vigorously. This is not slave number 1 at all. Is there some misunderstanding between us? The man said. The dark mantis looked at the man, the anger in his eyes becoming even crazier. Apparently this man had abused it much worse. Black magic, ball explosion. The black ball hit the man with great force. Bang! The magic ball instantly merged into his body, and his entire body was instantly blown into a bloody mist. The woman next to her was so frightened when she saw this scene that her legs went limp. The dark mantis activated its wings, buzzing. It instantly appeared in front of the woman. He swung the sickle and cut off the woman's legs. Ah, help. Ah, my legs. The woman was ready to fight to the death, so she summoned out her 4 pets. The woman was only a 2-star beastmaster, and with only 4 level pets, she could never be a match for the dark mantis. Serial deadly harvest. The dark mantis's double-arm sickle suddenly flashed with a cold black light, and it attacked the 4 pets at an extremely fast speed. Snap! The dark mantis's sickle slashed across, and the first pet was cut in half, with blood splattering everywhere. The second pet tried to come forward, but the dark mantis simply turned around, dodged sideways, and then quickly counterattacked. The sickle swept across like the Grim Reaper, directly cutting off the pet's neck. Phew! Blood gushed out like a fountain. Cool. Chunhua nodded with satisfaction. Little mantis, there are 2 more. Hurry up. Yes. Master. The woman's 2 remaining pets saw their companion die in such a tragic way and retreated, trying to find a chance to escape. But the speed of the dark mantis had already exceeded their imagination. The dark energy lingered around it. As the dark mantis slashed with its sword, the 3rd pet was stabbed directly through the heart by the dark mantis like a torn piece of paper. Ah! The pet screamed in despair and fell straight to the ground. The last pet was now trembling with fear. The dark mantis looked at its timid appearance with an indifferent expression. Bang! A black magic orb. Refined in an instant. The woman felt her beast-controlling space being closed, and looking at the remains of her 4 pets, she could no longer even feel the pain of having her legs cut off. The dark mantis stepped forward and looked at the woman with cold eyes. You tortured me in the lab and injected me with drugs. Today, this is the price you paid? Beauty, beauty, beauty. Is there any misunderstanding between us? Hee hee hee. I am what you call slave number 1. My new master saved me and gave me a second life. The woman then looked at Chunwan, who was approaching her step by step. Little brother, there really is a misunderstanding between us, little brother. I don't know you at all. Yes, there is indeed no grudge between us, Chunwan said. But do you need a reason to kill someone in the wild? You. Stop talking nonsense. Maybe you can still save your life, Chunwan said. Where is the address of the Hope Institute? It's in the northwest suburbs of Huakulan City. There's no specific address, but the suburbs are not very large, so it's easy to find if you want to, the woman said, trembling. But I advise you not to offend the doctor. The power behind him is very powerful. Power? Chunwan narrowed his eyes. What power? The power behind him is the Osmanthus Guild, which is the #1 guild today. It would have been fine if the woman hadn't said this, but when Chunwan heard this, A trace of anger burned in his heart. Isn't the first place the Era Guild? Chinwan said. The GUN Guild has now abandoned its little brother. According to the hot search just now, the internet said that all members of the GUN Guild have left the guild, and only a few people are left, just because Su Yutong gave up the entire guild to support a gigolo named Chinwan. A hint of murderous intent suddenly flashed in Chinwan's eyes. You have already received your death? After that, he looked at the Dark Mantis and said, kill her. Chapter 128 is trending again. Snap. The Dark Mantis cuts the throat with one strike. The woman fell to the ground and died instantly. Master, thank you for giving me this opportunity, said the Dark Mantis. Chunwan touched its head and smiled gently. Then, he remembered the trending search the woman had just mentioned and opened his phone to take a look. As expected, the news of all members of the GUN Guild quitting the guild has become a hot topic, and it has become very popular, dominating the list. The GUN Guild will never be able to recover from this. It's such a big guild, and it's always been number one. I don't know if Su Yutong will regret it. She regrets it? That's ridiculous. How could she regret it? She must be enjoying the feeling of being against the world and being happy with her little man, because this is exciting enough. Haha, it's really hard to imagine what a beautiful woman like Su Yutong, who looks so cool on the outside, is like in private. Hee hee. I'm afraid only that pretty boy named Chanwan can taste it. We can only rely on our imaginations. By the way, the Autumn Guild tournament is about to start, right? It seems to be in 3 days. That's right. I don't know if this Era Guild can make it into the top 100 in the country, ha. The Era Guild currently has less than 10 members, and we don't know what the competition system is like. If it is a team competition or a competition that requires multiple participants, it will be directly disqualified and won't even be able to participate, let alone rank. It's so pitiful. Su Yutong, the old cow, got the tender grass, but it's hard for her members. Old Nyo, I think you are just sour grapes. Although Su Yutong's actions were unjust, her appearance is impeccable. I'm afraid that if I let you touch her hand, you will be so excited that you will pass out. Ha, if I could just touch her hand, I would be fine even if I had to endure scolding for the rest of my life. Me too. Even though I curse Chinwan, who doesn't want to be Chunwan. If I can let Su Yutong be my girlfriend, I don't care even if she curses me to death. Don't let your imagination run wild. You don't need to worry about the former members of the GUN Guild. All of them have now joined the Guild of Osmanthus. Moreover, the Guild Master of the Guild of Osmanthus has even offered benefits that are 3 times that of the GUN Guild. Oh my god, it smells so good. That's too cruel. I thought so. Even if Su Yutong had a gigolo, these people wouldn't leave the guild. It turns out there's such a great temptation that's tempting them. It looks like the Epic Guild is doomed. Back then, I begged to join the Epic Guild, but Su Yutong didn't even give me a good look and refused to let me in. Now, I'm afraid she won't be able to recruit anyone even if she wants to. The entire network felt somewhat uncomfortable watching the discussion continuously scrolling across the screen. Not only was I scolded, but Su Yutong was also scolded. The psychological pressure was really too much. Master, are you worried about something? Asked the Dark Mantis. It's okay. Chunwan pinched the Dark Mantis's fair face. Little guy, have you untied your knot this time? Yes. Master, don't worry. I will be your right-hand man from now on. Ha, fine. I believe you. After resolving this issue, Chunwan summoned the little devil and rushed to Pineapple Academy overnight. On the way, he couldn't help but wonder what he could exchange these 100 points for. He also had no idea what treasures were in the Pineapple Academy store. As he was thinking, he gradually fell asleep on the little devil's back. When I woke up, I had already flown above Pineapple Academy. Master, you're awake? We'll be there soon. After saying that, the little devil began to slowly descend and landed outside the gate of Pineapple Academy. Chunwan rubbed his eyes and felt that the 2 guards at the entrance of the academy were looking at him with a hint of hostility in their eyes. The 2 people were about 2 or 3 years older than me, and they were girls. One has long blonde hair, and the other has black shoulder-length hair. Both were wearing the Pineapple Academy girls' uniform, a red and black checkered uniform. Both girls are very beautiful. The blonde has a mature look, while the black-haired girl has a sweet look. On their right arms, they also wore the armband of Pineapple Academy. What are you doing? You have been hovering over our school just now, said the blonde girl. I'm here at the built-in store in your school. Chunwan was about to take out a shopping cart. The black-haired girl said, outsiders are not allowed to use the store in our school, and you need a special card to use it. Chunwan took out the card and showed it to the two of them. I have it. The two girls looked at the card carefully, left and right, as if it were some treasure. Obviously, this card is something they don't normally come into contact with, so they can't tell whether it is real or fake. If you don't know him, just ask your principal to come. Chunwan said. Who are you? How can you meet the principal? The blonde beauty said, you don't look very old, a high school student, right? I advise you to leave here immediately. Using a fake card will lead to being taken to the police station. The black-haired girl said, Meow Meow and I are the president and vice president of the student union, and neither of us has ever seen this card. How could you have gotten it? Chunwan was also annoyed by these two girls, so he pushed them aside and tried to force his way in. Unexpectedly, a big man walked out from inside. The big man had dark skin, a beard, wore sunglasses, and a black t-shirt. His muscles were bulging, and he looked very majestic. Teacher. The two girls quickly stood up straight. The big man said, I can hear you guys chattering from a long way away. What are you doing? Teacher, there is a kid who is trying to break into the school with a fake shopping cart in his hand. We tried to persuade him to leave, but he pushed me in. Meow Meow, said the black-haired girl. Where's the card? Here. The blonde girl handed the card to the big man. Looking at the front and the back, he was not sure whether the card was real or fake, because he was just an ordinary counselor in Pineapple Academy, the lowest-ranking person in the academy, not even a teacher. His main task was to manage students' daily life problems, so he had never seen a real card. However, at this moment, in front of Chunwan, he revealed a very high-class look. He looked at Chunwan arrogantly. This is 100% a fake card. I advise you to stop wasting our time here. Although being a counselor at Pineapple College is already a very high social status. However, his status in this school is the lowest. Due to his low status for a long time, he has to bow and nod to everyone he meets, and he only has a little dignity in front of students. Therefore, in front of Chunwan, a high school student, his dignity is even greater. How could he possibly believe that a high school student could have a shopping card for Pineapple Academy? Chapter 129, Pineapple Academy Incident. Fake card? Chunwan grabbed the shopping card and looked at it in his hand. He no longer felt confident. Thinking back to Zhang Baoyuo's appearance, I couldn't think that she could lie to me. Chunwan took out his cell phone and dialed Zhang Bolo's number. The other side immediately accepted it. Teacher Zhang, where are you? I'm at the school gate, and two girls won't let me in. Poochie. The black-haired girl laughed out loud when she saw Chunwan talking on the phone. You're pretending to be so good, said the blonde. The man said, Principal Zhang is usually very busy. I have to make an appointment in advance when I call her. How can you answer the phone immediately? Humph, do you really think we are fools? After that, the man looked at Chunwan's phone and sneered, Sure enough, a fake number. Since you are young, I won't bother with you. Take your fake card and get out. What the man didn't know was that the Zhang Polo phone number in his hand was an office number, and the call was directly connected to the assistant to make an appointment. But the number Zhang Baoyuo gave to Chunwan was his private number, so the man naturally didn't know it. Chunwan hung up the phone, stood there, and stopped talking. The blonde said, Why, you're not leaving yet? The black-haired woman said, Even if they let you in, what can they do? Can the store really let you buy anything with a fake card? At this moment, a yellow light enveloped the four people. The people around stopped and looked up. The principal is here. What's going on? What's the big deal that could alarm our principal? Oh my God. This is the first time I've seen the principal so flustered. He even summoned his mount. Chunwan also looked up and saw a giant pineapple flying in the sky. The pineapple is 5 meters in diameter and 10 meters high. The skin is bright golden yellow and the surface is covered with delicate textures. It has 2 big eyes and a slightly open mouth, revealing a row of neat teeth, which are made up of tiny fruit pulp. Ha 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 ha, ha ha, Big Pineapple kept laughing, looking like a very lively pet. Behind the big pineapple there are large green leaf wings, which are dark green in color and have slightly curled edges. Pet, Pineapple Princess, Gender, Female, Qualification, Level, 163, Level Full. Type, Flying Grass. Form, 5th Evolution, Final Form. Skills, Taishan Meteorite Drop, Flying, Jackfruit Multicut, Grass, Photosynthesis, Grass, Pineapple Seed Machine Gun, Grass, Super Flying Crash, Flying. Zhang Polo sat on the green leaves on top of the Pineapple Princess and slowly descended. Hello, Principal. Seeing this, the students and teachers around hurriedly stopped what they were doing. Zhang Baoyuo just smiled at them. then jumped off Pineapple Princess's head and walked in front of Chenwan. Xiao Wan, come in with me, Zhang Baoyuo said. This is my fault. I didn't greet them properly before. I apologize to you. No, 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 teacher, this won't do. I don't deserve to ask you to apologize. Come, Zhang Baoyuo pointed at Princess Pineapple. Please sit down. Hee hee. Pineapple Princess looked at Chenwan with her big watery eyes and made a naughty laugh. Chenwan found it hard to accept for a moment. After all, the mounts he had ridden for such a long time were all beautiful centaurs, and at the very least he had ridden a giant cockroach. This big pineapple in front of me is really creepy. But Chenwan had no choice but to sit on it. Unexpectedly, it was unusually comfortable. The large green leaves have protective abilities, and the fruity aroma inside is refreshing. Afterwards, Zhang Baoyuo also sat on it, and the two of them slowly rose into the air. Sister Meow Meow, have we gotten into trouble? The black-haired girl looked up at Chenwan and Zhang Baoyuo and said. It seems so, said the blonde. The man wiped the sweat from his forehead and couldn't help but start to imagine who Chenwan was, a big shot that even Zhang Baoyuo could apologize to him in person. People around also started discussing Chenwan. What's the background of this little boy? Who knows? He's quite handsome. Could he be the principal's lover? Damn it, you can't even control your mouth. Our principal is already 86 years old. He doesn't have the ability to do it even if he wants to. Who says you have to do that when you find a lover? Can't you just cuddle and hug? If I can still find a little male model like this when I'm 86, I'll be so happy that I'll die. I think you should all keep your mouths shut. You're going too far. It was fortunate that Chenwan didn't hear these words. If he had heard them, he would probably not be able to sleep well for the next few days. He could accept the scandal with Su Yutong. After all, Su Yutong's appearance was there. Although she was in her 30s, she was very beautiful. Su Yutong and Ding Lingxian are both in their 30s and are about the same age. But the beauty of the two people is two different concepts. Ding Lingxian is the type who never ages and always looks 18 years old. No matter how maturely she dresses, she still looks like a high school student. Even if you look closely, there is no sign of aging on her skin. Whether it's the hands, feet, legs, face or waist, they are all nearly perfect. Su Yutong's beauty is very natural, a kind of majestic and cool beauty. Although she no longer had any traces of her teenage youth, her weathered temperament as the head of the first guild was unmatched by any other beauty. But Zhang Baoyuo is really a bit outrageous. Chen Wangguang just fantasized about the scene in everyone's mouth, and he probably didn't dare to think about it anymore. Come to the Pineapple Academy store. Chen Wan was about to take out the shopping card, but unexpectedly the clerk saw Zhang Baoyuo and bowed quickly. Chen Wan also felt the pleasure brought by power. Why should I pay for the card if I'm here? Zhang Baoyuo said, it was my mistake today that caused you to have a little dispute at the school gate. It gave you a bad experience when you came to school for the first time. In order to express my sorry, you can take any product with 100 points, and you can keep that card and use it again when you have time. Our school's built-in shopping mall adds new items every month. There are a lot of good things. Don't worry, take your time and take a look. Chunwan smiled softly and then looked inside the mall. The whole thing is a giant shopping mall, bigger than the shopping mall in the center of Shanghai City. There are various shops inside. Chunwan took a quick look and found that the items sold in every store were quite rare, and there was no junk at all. Looking at the price list again, Chunwan became a little excited again. A spiritual herb that is sold for 50 million outside is actually counted as 1 point here. 50 million times 100, 5 billion. 50 billion. If it could be converted into funds, I'm afraid it could buy more than a dozen red 10-star gems. Xiaowan, are you thinking how cool it would be if these points could be converted into funds? Zhang Biuelo said with a smile. Ah. Chunwan smiled lightly. I didn't expect that a genius could be so inexperienced. Zhang Baoyuo touched Chunwan's head. Come on, little brother. I'll show you something good. Chapter 130. Great Demon Lord, Jieluali. Zhang Baoyuo brought Chun Wan to the basement of the shopping mall. Although the area inside was not large, it was very technological. Here is a gem worth 100 points. Zhang Biuelo said. 100 points, a gem worth 5 billion? Chun Wan swallowed. 100 points are just for you. If it were someone else, I wouldn't sell him even if he had 100 million points. He's priceless. After saying that, Zhang Baoyuo walked to an airtight silver door. Iris unlock. Snap. The silver door opened, revealing a space of only about 50 square meters. In a transparent container in the center of the space, a twisted head was suspended there. The whole body is dark purple, with a pointed nose, a hideous face, and a bloody mouth wide open. The eye sockets are deep, and although there are no eyeballs, they emit a strange cold light. The hair was like black vines, tangled together and messy. Head of the great demon lord, Jaloli. Star rating, 7 stars. Quality, colorful. Effects, 1. The defense of the equipped pet is increased by 800%. 2. The defense of the pets summoned by the same beastmaster in the battle is increased by 555% during the battle of the equipped pet. 3. If the equipped pet has evil attributes, a new evil skill is added. Jalawali's Hell Army. 4. If the equipped pet has evil attributes, a new evil skill is added. Evil Hexagram Killing Array. Jirali's Hell Army, evil after activation, you can summon up to 50 Hell Soldiers with strong defense to assist in combat. Evil Hexagram Killing Formation. Evil summon the phantom of the great demon lord Jalawali and madly kill targets within a radius of 200 meters. 7 stars. Color. When Xianwan saw the word color, his heart trembled. Colorful, the highest quality pet gem currently available. How about it? Very good, right? Zhang Baoyuo said with some pride. It's really good. Xianwan nodded repeatedly. Take it, it's yours. Xianwan looked at Zhang Baoyuo with a hint of hesitation in his eyes. He didn't know what the meaning of Zhang Baoyuo giving him such a precious thing was. Was it a disguised request for him to join her? Haha, what are you daydreaming about? Zhang Polo said with a smile. You don't think I want to use this gem to force you to join Pineapple Academy, do you? Xianwan didn't say anything. Don't worry, I just want to give you a gift. The most important thing is that I can't equip this gem with my mental strength. My upper limit is the color 6-star level. If you try to equip it, my beast control space is likely to explode, Zhang Polo said. I'm too old to take the risk. But you are different. I know you have a secret. Your beast control space is very powerful. Go ahead. It belongs to you. My idea is very simple. I just want to give you a gift. Don't feel any psychological burden. After Zhang Baoyuo said so much, Xianwan gradually let down his guard. He walked forward, and the sealed jar opened automatically. When he touched the head, it suddenly began to shake as if it were alive. Stupid human. You can't conquer me. Jia Luoli roared. Really? Xianwan looked at his ferocious face calmly. There is no doubt that this orb is 100% suitable for the little devil. In front of Zhang Biuelo, Xianwan directly integrated it into the beast-controlling space and suppressed it into the body of the little devil with his powerful mental power. Suddenly, black fog filled the beast-controlling space, and tens of thousands of demons in various shapes and forms gradually emerged with bared fangs and claws. Wailing, hissing, and crying sounds were heard one after another. These demon phantoms have different shapes. Some are like giant beasts, some are like humans, with distorted faces and weird smiles on their mouths. Others are blurred and blend into the darkness. A pungent stench, the despair and pain of countless souls enveloped the beast-controlling space. Click, 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 click. The ground began to be covered with twisted black vines, which were wriggling wildly. In the end, all these forces gathered into a black beam of light that shot into the little devil's body and merged into one with the little devil. Suddenly, demon armor began to form on the little devil's body. Countless twisted black metals began to outline the perfect body lines of the little devil. The surfaces of these metals shimmer with a dark purple luster that can swallow up all the light around it. Each piece of armor seems to be forged from the soul of the great demon lord Jaloli. On the shoulders of the armor were a pair of sharp black devil horns. Xianwan immediately thought that this was a very good tool. When I rode the devil before, I always felt like I had no place to put my hands. Now these 2 devil horns growing on the shoulder pads can be used as armrests. A blood-purple gem was inlaid in the center of the armor, and the swirling beams of light flowing inside it seemed to contain extremely powerful power. At the same time, under the nourishment of the colorful 7-star gem, the little devil's exposed human body became smoother and his posture more charming. Great human, I never thought you could conquer me. With Jialuali's last roar in the space, the inlay was completed. The defense power increased by 800%. What does this mean? Against the will of heaven. Invincible. Congratulations, it looks like you have completed the inlay. Zhang Polo nodded with satisfaction. I feel relieved to leave this orb to you. Thank you, teacher. You're welcome, Zhang Baoyuo said. Remember, don't tell anyone about this pearl, including your closest relatives. Because the whole world is very interested in colored gems, this gem may bring you fatal disaster. As far as I know, Tools that can dismantle the orb have begun to appear in this world. Once someone takes a fancy to your orb, you will definitely be stared at by countless eyes. And I have never announced this orb to the public. Now there is only one colorful 7-star orb on the market. But in fact, I have another one in my private collection. If this news gets out, it will have a certain impact on me. Chunwan nodded. I understand. Thank you for the reminder, teacher. Zhang Baoyuo said, by the way, the guild war is about to begin, right? Your GUN guild is under a lot of pressure right now. I've heard that all the members have left the guild. Yeah, after all, it was trending on the internet. Please comfort your president for me. She is a competitive person. This blow is not small for her. She won't listen to my words, but she can listen to your words. Let her think more positively. Ah. Chunwan scratched his head. She can't even listen to you. But can she listen to me? Zhang Baoyuo didn't say anything more. He just smiled and patted Chunwan's shoulder. Let's go. I know you are busy, so I won't waste your time. I'll take you there. Chapter 131 Final Form, Queen of Destruction. After leaving the school, Chunwan summoned a new little devil and flew it high into the sky, gradually going farther and farther away. Arriving in the wild, Chunwan landed. It's time to fulfill the promise. Chunwan touched the little devil's head. Finally evolve. Chunwan used an upgrade capsule. The level of the Sad Night of Tears has been raised to level 62. The current form's level limit has been reached. Do you want to use the evolution scroll? Yes. Task accepted. Use this pet to gain 1000 kill points. Current kill points, 0. Finally a simple task comes. Chunwan breathed a sigh of relief. If we have to hand in another task worth 50 million, I'm afraid it will be stuck for a while. But it's not a big problem. Chunwan still has 5 ordinary evolution scrolls in his hand. If he really gets a paid task, the worst that can happen is that he can do it a few more times. Little Devil, use your new moves and attack all around. Start. Jaloli's Hell Army. The Little Devil used his skills, and black upright shadows appeared around him and gradually became real. These Hell Soldiers are dressed in heavy black armor and hold long swords in their hands, giving off a very oppressive feeling. Under the command of the Little Devil, they began to attack rapidly in all directions. No matter what kind of strange beast it is like an ant in front of these Hell Soldiers and is vulnerable. Current kill points, 160. Current kill points, 299. Current kill points, 533. Current kill points, 666. Current kill points, 1000. The evolution mission has been completed. Do you want to evolve? Yes. Final evolution. Dark explosive particles, symbolizing destructive power, surrounded the little devil's body. As a beautiful centaur demon, the final evolution brings its beauty directly to the top. The upper body is a human female's exquisite body, milky white skin, smooth and delicate. Her skin glowed slightly in the dark particles, with slender arms, light fingertips, and a swan-like neck. Except for the shoulder armor used to assist in riding, the rest of the upper body is simply covered by a black layer. The black light was like flowing liquid, sometimes flickering and sometimes dimming, making the temptation of the little devil appear and disappear. The lower body of the horse form is covered in sharp and shocking heavy armor. The horsetail turned into a black flowing light body, with sharp purple gold magic thorn armor suspended on it. A black crown on her black curly long hair makes her look noble and gorgeous. Mature, elegant and gorgeous. Pet, Lagofa, Queen of Destruction. Gender, female. Qualification, level, hide qualification. Level 62, level cap. Level 123. Type, evil, flying. Form, 5th evolution, final form. New skills, soul-destroying demon sealing / evil. Demon domination battlefield, evil. Mysterious demon splitting air raid, flying, evil. Soul-destroying demon sealing / used in spear, shield, and axe form. Swing the weapon to drive the super strong demonic power and create the strongest burst. Magic battlefield. Select up to 5 targets and drag them into the battlefield. Within the battlefield, all your attributes will be increased by 100%, and all the attributes of the targets will be reduced by 33%. Mysterious Demon Air Raid. Use it while flying to release a super strong melee burst with the power of the mysterious demon. The 4th pet in its final form. Looking at the mature little devil, Chunwan couldn't help but recall the way it acted coquettishly with him in the alleys of the street when he had just contracted it half a month ago. He has grown up so big in the blink of an eye. Chunwan felt a little emotional when looking at the little devil now. Master, why are you sad? The little devil leaned down and rubbed Chunwan's shoulder with his face. Master, I will always be your little devil, and I will never change. Of course I know, Chunwan said. Thinking about it carefully, Chunwan felt a little ridiculous for his own pretentiousness. Other beastmasters sighed, because they watched their pets grow up day by day, and it would take several years or even more than 10 years to raise a pet into its final form. This is equivalent to 4 pets in their final form in about a month. What am I sighing about? Chunwan smiled softly, then rode on the little devil. Let's go. Buzz. The little devil spread his wings, which really made Chunwan's eyes light up. The wings were closed just now, and Chunwan didn't pay much attention to it. Only now do I realize that the biggest change in this final evolution is in the wings. The giant black bat wings had black and purple smoke emanating from the membrane connecting the skeletons. At the same time, a layer of beautiful and noble purple gold armor was attached to the skeleton. The armor sparkled brilliantly under the sunlight. Master, sit tight and hold me tight, said the little devil. Chunwan held the devil horns on its shoulder armor with both hands. No, I want the master to hold my waist. Oh, okay. Chunwan wrapped his arms around the little devil's willow waist. I'm sitting tight. As his body rose into the air, the little devil flapped his wings violently. Suddenly, the dark purple smoke around became thicker, as if the entire space was enveloped in the devil's breath of death. Chunwan just felt dizzy, and the scene in front of him began to distort, as if time and space were torn apart. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Hey, you're flying too fast. Master, you're in a bad mood. Let me take you for a spin to relax you. At this moment, Chunwan finally realized that the little devil had only become mature in appearance, but his heart was still the same. But it would be better to return to the guild as soon as possible, to get back to Su Yutong earlier and discuss the guild war. Maybe Su Yutong already knows the inside information of the guild war. No matter what, she is still the president of the first guild. Chunwan must perform well, gain Su Yutong's trust, and make her willing to treat her mother. Wait a minute. Chunwan suddenly thought of something. Little devil, go to the Hope Pet Research Institute. Chunwan was suddenly curious and wanted to see what would happen if the research institute collapsed. The most important thing is that the power behind him is the Osmanthus Guild. Such a powerful guild is protecting such a small research institute. There is a high possibility that there is some connection between the two. What's more, the way the Hope Institute tames pets is almost crossing the red line. If you really look into it, they are a group of dark beastmasters. Distort the mind of the pet and improve its combat effectiveness by changing its mentality. The difference between the Dark Beastmaster and the Dark Beastmaster is that the Beastmaster himself is not deformed. The suburbs in the northwest of Huaqilan City. Hope Pet Research Institute. Tian Cheng was a little anxious as he couldn't contact his 2 right-hand assistants. Damn, where are those 2 idiots? He looked at the screen of his mobile phone with a frown. Just then, a woman wearing flesh-colored stockings, revealing clothes and heavy makeup, walked up to him. The woman smiled and put her fingers on his neck, saying, Doctor, Yu Wushuang is here, and it seems she is going to bring you a new pet. Chapter 132, Competition System announced. Everyone plots. Tianqing nodded. Let her wait for me. Chen Wanfei was in the air and took out his mobile phone to check the forum. Found out that the rules for the guild war have been released. Chen Wan opened the announcement and took a look. After discussion and research by the top 10 guilds in the previous ranking, the following has been determined for this autumn guild war. In order to give young members of each guild a chance to show their talents, this guild war requires the age limit for participants to be 20 years old or below. The competition format is a ring match. The 2 sides will be randomly matched, with 10 guilds in a group. The 1st to 10th place in the previous session will be randomly matched, the 11th to 20th place will be randomly matched, the 21st to 30th place will be randomly matched, and so on. The winner proceeds to the next round. Participants can play repeatedly with no limit on the number of times. As everyone knows, only the top 100 guilds can participate in the guild war. I hope that the guilds that did not make it to the top 100 in the last session can work hard and strive to participate in the next spring guild tournament. In the Flame Dragon Empire, there are at least 50,000 guilds of all sizes. It is impossible to let these 50,000 guilds compete against each other. It may take a year to complete the competition. Therefore, under normal circumstances, guilds that are not ranked in the top 10 of the session need to rely on points to maintain their ranking. Points can be obtained by completing guild tasks. Before the guild war begins, the top 100 guilds will have the resources to participate in the guild war. In other words, the Guild War is not the only criterion for evaluating the guild ranking. To be precise, it is a large-scale guild task. The higher the ranking, the more points you will get. If you get first place, there is a high chance that you can maintain first place until the next Guild War, even if you don't do any guild tasks to gain points. Su Yutong started from scratch and built the Epic Guild by relying on daily guild tasks to earn points. In just 5 months, he made it into the top 100, qualified to participate in the Guild War that year, and became famous in the guild competition and sat firmly on the throne of first place. After seeing the competition system, Chunwan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Because this competition system allows guilds to participate in the era. Under 20 years old, both he and Kalungyu are under 20 years old. Moreover, even without Kalungyu, he can still perform well in the Guild War. After all, participants can play repeatedly. As soon as the Guild War format was announced, discussions began on the forum. This competition system is really new. Usually there is no age limit. It's always the same old guys participating and fighting back and forth. We are tired of watching it. Yes, I have almost memorized all the pets of those old guys. Yeah, finally we can see the newcomers. By the way, can the Era Guild participate in this Guild War? Can't you even bear to see its jokes? Su Yutong will not let go of this opportunity. She is such a competitive person, there is no way she will give up. Go on stage? Ha ha ha. Who should go on stage? Is it Chunwan? Such a waste of this level will probably die directly on the stage. I think so too. He is Su Yutong's adopted little white face. How could she let her beloved little man go on the field to die? Su Yutong will definitely not let Chunwan play, but she will definitely not give up this competition. After all, even if she doesn't let Chunwan play, there is still Kalungyu. It's really hard for Kalungyu. He is used as a gun by Su Yutong and Chunwan. For the happiness of the two, he has to fight alone. I'm afraid she didn't expect that the Era Guild she joined with great difficulty would have such changes. A conference room. All the top 10 guild presidents, except Su Yutong, gathered here. Ha ha ha, this time Su Yutong must be made to look bad in front of us. What a relief, said Shimin Jingyuan, the president of the Battle Spirit Guild. Damn Su Yutong, said Zhao Qiong, the head of the Red Flame Tiger Guild. You've been suppressing me for 7 years. The 7-year itch. Hey, brother Zhao, you are so uneducated, one person said. The 7-year itch refers to 7 years of marriage. When did you and Su Yutong get married? Zhao Qiong scratched his head awkwardly, then said sternly, once this guild war is over, Su Yutong will be worse than a piece of trash. I'm afraid she will come to me and ask me to be her husband. Look at how high and mighty she usually is. I really want to know what a woman like this is like in private. After Zhao Qiong finished speaking, he smiled foolishly and wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth. By the way, is it possible that Su Yutong will give up this guild war? Another person said, at the moment, his guild can't send out many people. Apart from Chunwan, only Kalungyu is under 20 years old. But Kalungyu is only one person. No matter how strong she is, she can't withstand the continuous attacks from so many guilds. She is strong? She is only level 10. Among the top 10 guilds, who can't come up with a few level 10 talents under the age of 20, said a woman. At this time, Xiao Qingqing spoke up. Based on my understanding of Su Yutong, even without Kalungyu, she would not give up this guild war. After all, it is the number 1 ranked guild. If she gave up before the battle even started, she would never be able to hold her head up high for the rest of her life. Then he said, if Kalungyu hadn't been there, she would have definitely asked Chunwan to join the battle. As far as I know, there is a super powerful treasure in her guild that can force a beastmaster to contract a pet with a higher aptitude than his own pet. That means Chunwan will bring a top-level pet to the battle, and in the next few days, Su Yutong will definitely use all kinds of natural treasures to build this pet for Chunwan. Raise its level to the maximum, and inlay it with powerful gems to quickly make it a pet. Although this won't let Chunwan win, it will definitely prevent him from losing too badly and save his face. After that, Xiao Qingqing smiled coldly. But what does it matter? She won't win anyway. Her guild will completely lose its reputation after this competition and become a trash guild. Then she and her little man will live a life of poverty and destitution. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha. Just listening to it makes me feel great. Shimin Jingyuan said, it's just a pity that there's Kalungyu who's in the way. By the way, Sister Xiao, why don't you bring Kalungyu into the Osmanthus Guild? I've already invited her, Xiao Qingqing said, but she doesn't want to come. Is it because your requirements are not high? Zhao Qiong asked. 300,000 a month salary, is that low? Xiao Qingqing said disdainfully. 300,000? Shimin Jingyuan's eyes widened as he asked, "She doesn't even come? What benefit did Su Yutong give her?" "Kalingyu only gave me 4 words," Xiao Qingqing said, daydreaming. "This little girl. I must give her a good beating," Shimin Jingyuan said. Chapter 133 The Sad Ice Explosion, War Spirit. Outside the Hope Institute. From a distance of several hundred meters, Chanwan saw a bungalow built in the jungle. Desolate and barren. The walls were brown-gray and starting to peel, with the bricks showing. Chanwan put away the little devil and walked over. Then I saw a girl waiting outside the door. The girl had long white hair, wore a white dress, white stockings on her legs, and black leather shoes. She has fair skin and a pretty face, but there is an indescribable hostility in her. This person is Yu Wushuang. Chunwan walked up to her and stood outside the door. He just glanced at her and didn't look at her again. Instead, he turned his attention to the research institute. "You can come in later," Yu Wushuang took the initiative to say. "The doctor has something to do inside." Perhaps because Chen Wan was too handsome, Yu Wushuang took the initiative to talk to Chen Wan. "It sounds kind of nice." Chen Wan smiled softly. "Okay, thank you." In other words, Chen Wan didn't know that the beautiful girl in front of him was Yu Wushuang. Otherwise, he would not only not be able to laugh, but he would probably not be able to help but hit her. Not long after, Tian Cheng walked out. "Miss you. Sorry for the long wait. Please come in." After saying that, his eyes turned to Chen Wan standing beside him. "You are?" Chen Wan said, "Oh, hello. I would like to ask you to help train a pet. I heard that you are very skilled. The pets trained by you will be very obedient and have strong fighting power." Tian Cheng heard Chen Wan's praise and smiled gently. "Of course, we agreed in advance that the minimum training fee is 100,000 per month. The specific training duration depends on the specific situation. The longest training duration is 3 months. If there is no success after 3 months, there will be no fee." Then, Tian Cheng pushed up his glasses and said, "However, the success rate is 100% so far. You can ask the lady next to you, Miss Yu Wushuang, who is a frequent customer of mine." Hearing this name, Chun Wan's heart trembled. Moon without frost. Isn't this the name of Xiao Mantis' previous mistress? Chun Wan clenched his fists tightly, trying to suppress the anger in his heart. Maybe Yu Wushuang didn't know how Tian Cheng tortured his pet, so she could be considered a victim. But what does it mean to abandon your pet? Xiao Mantis became the so-called slave number 1 because she was abandoned by her. This is indefensible. "Yes, Dr. Tian is a good teacher," Yu Wushuang said. "Well," Chun Wan nodded, "I can accept the price. Let's go in and discuss it in detail." The 3 of them walked into the room, and the scene that appeared in Chen Wan's eyes was not the same as the little mantis, but just an ordinary room with some pets jumping around. They are not kept in cages, they are not abused, and they eat expensive food. Obviously, this is an illusion created by Tian Cheng. Chen Wan then looked up and saw an abrupt bookshelf placed in the corner of the room. Chen Wan knew that the real training institute was most likely behind the bookshelf. "Ms. Yu, what service do you need this time?" Tian Cheng asked. Yu Wushuang is an old customer, so Tian Cheng must ask her first. And she came first, and Chen Wan came later. Yu Wushuang summoned a black and white wolf pet. Pet, pure-blooded black and white wolf. Gender, female. Qualification, level. Level 10. Type, ground system. Form, initial form. Skills, bite ground, shuttle ground. The little wolf was about half a meter long, with smooth and beautiful fur. As soon as it was summoned, it began to rub Yu Wushuang's jade hands. But Yu Wushuang seemed to be disgusted by the words, pulled her hand away, and then kicked the wolf in the stomach. "Get out of here." After that, he looked at Tian Cheng and said, "This beast is too clingy and makes me feel sick. Can you control it?" "Of course, it's so easy," Tian Cheng said. "Leave it here with me. I guarantee that within a week, I can help Miss cure this disease." Seeing this scene, Chun Wan frowned. It was hard for him to imagine that a girl who looked so pure and glamorous on the outside could be so dark and perverted on the inside. Then, Tian Cheng asked, "By the way, miss, how is the pet you took away last time doing?" "Very good, let me show you." After saying that, Yu Wushuang summoned another pet. A humanoid pet appeared in front of everyone. It is a beautiful humanoid pet. She was about 1.7 meters tall, wearing an ice armor battle skirt, white stockings on her legs, and blue high heels on her feet. Her long ice blue hair falls to her waist, and her face is delicate and beautiful. As soon as it appeared, ice crystals appeared around it, floating around continuously. But even such a beautiful woman had dull eyes and many scars on her fair skin, some of which had become scars, and some were still bloody. Upon closer inspection, there was some blood on the heel. No one knows what kind of torture it has suffered. Birth pet. Ice explosion war spirit. Gender. Female. Qualification. Level. Level. Level 111. Level full. Type. Ice. Form. 5th evolution. Final form. Skills. Ice sphere. Ice. Ice rain. Ice. Sub-Zero world. Ice. Mysterious ice shield. Ice. Crazy ice piercing. Ice. Sky ice shadow. Ice. Before, Chunwan thought Yu Wushuang was also a victim, but now, she clearly knew what kind of torture her pet had suffered. All these scars, these dull eyes. Moreover, the ice explosion war spirit is her natal pet and the foundation of her top-level talent, yet she is willing to treat it like this. Yu Wushuang continued, in this guild war, I will definitely use it to get first place. Seeing this scene, Tian Cheng was stunned. He didn't expect Yu Wushuang to suddenly summon a pet. Then, Tian Cheng secretly looked at Chen Wan, but their eyes met. Chen Wan also knew that there was no need to pretend anymore. So he asked, Dr. Tian, is this pet covered in scars the result of your training? Tian Cheng scratched his head and couldn't help but curse Yu Wushuang in his heart. Unexpectedly, Yu Wushuang said, what else? Don't pets need to be beaten and scolded to make them obedient? Ahem, Tian Cheng coughed, then said to Chen Wan, well, you can leave here now. We won't accept any new pets for the time being. Yu Wushuang said, Doctor, you don't have to pretend. Who out there doesn't know how you train your pets? Those who come to you accept it by default. I think corporal punishment of pets is normal. Chen Wan had just heard that Yu Wushuang was going to use this pet to participate in the competition. Considering the relationship between Osmanthus Guild and Hope Research Institute, it was not difficult to guess that she was participating in the competition on behalf of Osmanthus Guild. Just then, another man came in from outside the door. Dr. Tian, our president has sent another batch of pets for you to train. The man said, they are in the truck outside. Please ask someone to move them. Okay, Vice President, Tian Cheng said. I'll send someone over right away. Vice President? Chun Wan turned around and saw that it was Cheng Lin, the great trader of the Jiwen Guild. Cheng Lin also looked at Chen Wan. Hey, isn't this Su Yutong's little man? Chapter 134 The Perverted Beauty Falls in Love with Me. When they heard the name Chen Wan, Tian Cheng and Yu Wushuang were both stunned. Yu Wushuang then sneered, so you are the male model that the old woman kept. You are indeed good-looking, but it's a pity that the person you chose was not me. You? Chun Wan smiled and said, a pervert like you is worthy of this? Go on, keep scolding me. I just like to hear handsome guys like you scolding me. Yu Wushuang suddenly stuck out her tongue, her eyes sparkling, and she raised her hands like a dog, looking at Chen Wan with a silly look on her face. I really like seeing a useless handsome guy like you angry and helpless. Chen Wan wanted to be angry, but Yu Wushuang kept calling him handsome guy, which made Chen Wan unable to express his anger. He only felt disgusted. Chen Wan turned his head away and stopped looking at her, just like Tang Monk looking down on the female demon. You loser, are you pretending to be noble now? Cheng Lin walked up to Chen Wan and said, who knows what methods you used to confuse Su Yutong in private? Chen Wan didn't want to pay attention to anyone and turned around to leave. Unexpectedly, Cheng Lin grabbed his shoulder and said, you useless bastard, you want to leave now? If I'm not mistaken, your purpose of opening this place is to quickly improve the combat effectiveness of your pets so that they can perform well in the guild war, right? Ha ha ha, Cheng Lin continued. What a pity. You didn't expect that this Hope Research Institute belongs to the Osmanthus Guild. You've lost face in front of us. Ha 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 ha. Besides, how powerful can your trash pet be after further training? Yu Wushuang can kill you in an instant. After hearing this, Yu Wushuang covered her mouth with her jade hand and smiled softly. That being said, if I really meet Shen Shuaishuai in the ring, I won't be willing to hurt him. Besides, I will delay the time until the game is forced to end. Yu Wushuang gently touched Chen Wan's cheek with her fingers. The tips of her fingers felt warm, and there was a lingering fragrance from the fragrance that had just covered her mouth and nose. I will seize every opportunity to extend the time we spend together, At this moment, Cheng Lin was grabbing his right shoulder, and Yu Wushuang was touching his left cheek. Chen Wan was really annoyed. You two better not touch me. Chen Wan said. What if I don't? Cheng Lin said proudly. Chen Wan narrowed his eyes. Snap. A black shadow flashed by, and Cheng Lin's right arm that was grabbing Chen Wan was cut off instantly and fell to the ground very smoothly. In an instant, Chen Wan released the swamp confinement. The swamp turned into thin threads, cutting off Cheng Lin's arms at a speed that ordinary people could not even notice, and quickly retracted the skill. Normally, This skill can only be activated when the armor is summoned. But at night Chen Wan upgraded this skill to level 2. Swamp Confinement can also be used in the non-armored state, which is equivalent to an independent level soul skill. Chung Lin looked at the broken arm on the ground, his eyes wide open. This? Why does it look so much like my arm? Then, he turned his head and saw blood spurting from his shoulder. Gulyulu, Gulyulu, gurgle, 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 gurgle. You. Chung Lin looked at Chen Wan and shouted angrily, "You kid actually knows how to use hidden weapons." After the roar, he fell to the ground because he lost an arm and his sense of balance was not yet adjusted. Don't worry, Chen Wan said. If you go to the hospital now, you can still be connected. If you wait too long, you will become a disabled person. After saying that, Chen Wan turned his head and looked at Yu Wushuang. Yu Wushuang's fingers were still on her cheek, her eyes staring blankly at her arm on the ground. Noticing Chen Wan's gaze, she shuddered slightly and quickly put her hands away. Then, Chen Wan glanced at Tiancheng and sneered, "I was the one who killed your 2 men. There's no need to look for them." After saying that, he turned and left. Yu Wushuang looked at Chen Wan's gradually disappearing back, then looked at her fingers. Why? He broke Chung Lin's arm but didn't break my fingers. Could it be that he couldn't bear to attack me? Feel sorry for me? He likes me? Thinking of this, Yu Wushuang smiled, raised her finger and rubbed it on her lips. Then he muttered to himself with a satisfied look on his face, "I won't wash this finger anymore." Inside the meeting room. Damn it, his ancestors. How dare you use a hidden weapon to hurt my vice president? I think he is tired of living. He must be eliminated in this guild war. Xiao Qingqing's eyes widened and turned red with anger. When she heard that Chung Lin's arm was crippled by Chen Wan, she felt completely humiliated. He is his vice president. How dare Chen Wan be so arrogant? I didn't expect Chen Wan could actually use hidden weapons, Shimin Jingyuan said. Interesting. What's the use? Zhao Qiong said, the rules of the competition stipulate that you can only use pets and soul skills. You are not allowed to bring your own weapons. No matter how powerful the hidden weapon is, it will be useless. At this time, Xiao Qingqing looked at Yu Wushuang beside him and said, in this match, I require you to beat Chen Wan to his knees and beg for mercy. Break his limbs. Do you understand? Yu Wushuang frowned slightly and said softly, I understand, President, but I may not be able to get a spot in the queue, right? I mean if you get him in line. Oh, okay. I understand. Yu Wushuang pursed her lips. Thinking back to Chen Wan's handsome appearance, she really didn't want to be ruthless. Don't worry, Sister Xiao, one person said. Any guild here can easily cripple Chen Wan's limbs. It doesn't matter who comes up. Haha. Then let Su Yutong raise a disabled person. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha. That scene is ridiculous, just saying thank you. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. Ha ha ha. Cough cough. I'm coughing from laughing so hard. Yu Wushuang looked at these people laughing, but she couldn't laugh herself. She could only laugh along with them symbolically. At the beginning, it was indeed because of Chen Wan's beauty that Yu Wushuang had a slight liking for her. But when she saw that Chen Wan did not attack her, Yu Wushuang's heart seemed to fall in love in an instant. If Chen Wan had done something to him, he would be lying on the operating table like Cheng Lin. Even if it is reconnected, most of its functions will be lost, and at best the appearance can be maintained. But Chen Wan didn't do that. Maybe you have some feelings for me, right? Yu Wushuang thought. That girl below really disgusts me to death. Chen Wan said, if I didn't want to waste more energy summoning the little devil to fly for 5 or 6 hours, I would have chopped off her arm as well. Hee hee, Brother Wan, calm down. Kalungyu rubbed Chen Wan's belly. It's not good to be angry. I'll rub it for you. It will calm you down. Don't be angry. Don't be angry. Just now, Chen Wan told Kalungyu about his experience, and he used Kalungyu as an outlet for his negative emotions. Otherwise, he would be very uncomfortable if he kept this matter in his heart. Chapter 135. Go to the fullest. Xintian Emerald Water Battle Emperor. The two were now in the guild hall, and soon Su Yutong also came back. President, is everything going well? Kalungyu asked. Well, I have successfully registered. I just need to wait to participate in the competition the day after tomorrow morning. Su Yutong said. Then which guild is our opponent? Chen Wan said. We have to draw the lottery on site, Su Yutong said. I can't help with this competition, so I'll have to trouble you too. Especially you, Chen Wan, Su Yutong said. Because of me, you suffered such a big misunderstanding and were scolded like this by the outside world. You worry too much, President. This is what I should bear, Chen Wan said. but it has nothing to do with you. Su Yutong's beautiful eyes revealed a trace of emotion, and then she said to the two people, I can't help you in any way, so I will give you a miracle magic stone each. Miracle magic stone? Kulungyu asked, what is that? Come with me. Su Yutong took the two into the guild's underground warehouse, which was filled with various treasures. Of course, it pales in comparison to the store at Pineapple Academy. At the end of the underground warehouse, there is a huge password door. Su Yutong walked to the door and opened it. Two black stones were placed in the small space inside. Chunwan scanned it directly and started checking the information. Miracle Magic Stone can be used on pets above level 10. After activation, the level will be directly maxed out and the final evolution will be completed. After using this material, all the maxed out pet gemstone slots will be retained for 72 hours. This is the Miracle Magic Stone, Su Yutong said. It is the treasure of the Epic Guild. It can directly raise the level and evolution form of the pet to the maximum. In addition, the slot for the pet's gem will not close within 72 hours. As long as the pet reaches level 10, it can be used. Don't worry about the pearls. I have pearls in my warehouse and from my cousin's store for you to choose from. This is the best thing I can offer you too. If there is more, I can't help you. There are rumors out there that I have a tool that can be used to contract a pet with a higher aptitude than my own pet. This is actually what they are referring to, but the rumor has only gotten more and more outrageous as it has spread from one person to 10. Chunwan looked at the Miracle Magic Stone, but he was not too excited because he already had a pet of the maximum level, Xiaoyin. There are 4 ultimate pets, including Xiaoyin. However, Kulungyu stared at the Miracle Magic Stone with her eyes wide open because she didn't have a full-level pet. 2 men stepped forward, each holding a stone. Suddenly, Kulungyu stretched out his hand in front of Chunwan. Brother Wan, how about? I'll give you this piece too. Thank you, but you should use it for yourself, Chunwan said. We all have to play in this match. It will be difficult for you to fight against other opponents without a full-level pet. Normally, it is difficult for someone of Kulungyu's age to have a pet of the maximum level. But in this kind of competition, the major guilds will definitely use a lot of resources to build their own contestants. Come to the guild tomorrow afternoon and we'll go to the competition venue together, Su Yutong said. I won't disturb you from resting now. You can stay in the guild or go somewhere else to rest. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Just like Chunwan said, I have the ability to start from scratch, so I have the ability to start over again. By the way, Chunwan, doesn't your ring have storage capabilities? Why don't you take all the pet beast beads in the warehouse away with you? That won't do, President, Chunwan said. How about Lungyu and I go and choose now, and take them away directly after we've made our selections? We won't take too much. Okay. When they arrived at the warehouse, Chunwan and Kulungyu began to select. Chunwan is ready to max out Shui Bing Feng Yang. This is a pet that I have never pampered before. Didn't even exchange a few words. But Chunwan is sure of its capabilities, as it has the ability to fight on land, sea, and in the air. And it has never been upgraded. So from the perspective of cost-effectiveness, it is very suitable for this Miracle Magic Stone. First use 10 capsules to pull it to level 10. Water Ice Phoenix Lady's level has been raised to level 2. Water Ice Phoenix Lady's level has been raised to level 2. Water Ice Phoenix Lady's level has been raised to level 2. Water Ice Phoenix Lady's level has been raised to level 2. Shuibing Fenyang's level has been raised to level 10. Launch. Chunwan integrated the Miracle Magic Stone into the beast controlling space and injected it directly into the body of Shuibing Fenyang. I saw huge fluctuations on Shuibing Fenyang's body. Super strong force sweeping in. What treasure did the master give you? The little devil said, what a powerful force. This is the first time I felt such a strong power. Xiaoyin said. Xiaozi looked at Shuibing Fenyang with a hint of expectation in her eyes. It wanted to see what kind of power this was. Bang! A mixed wave of ice and water swept across the entire beast control space. The mixed waves of ice and water surged wildly in the beast taming space, and the crystal blue light emanating from the Water Ice Phoenix Lady became more and more dazzling. As the power continued to be released, the elements in the beast controlling space began to become disordered. The water and ice elements surged wildly, and the other elements tried to avoid them. Snap! The level of Xintian Emerald Water Battle Emperor has been upgraded to level 99. The final evolution has been completed. Under the control of Xuantian's Emerald Water War Emperor, the aura began to gradually restrain, and the beast controlling space returned to calm. Pet. Xuantian's Emerald Water War Emperor. Gender. Female. Qualification. Level. Hide qualification. Level. Level. Level 99. Level full. Type. Water. Flying. Ice. Form. 4 evolutions. Final form. New skills. Skybound frozen slash. Ice. Flying. Water Emperor Azure Sky Formation. Water. Vortex Strangling Formation. Water. Frost Storm Dance. Ice. Ice Soul Arrow. Ice. The final form of Shintian Emerald Water War Emperor is extremely beautiful, with sexy and domineering clothes. Translucent white gauze underwear with ice armor attached to the outside. Her legs were wearing translucent stockings with a gradient of white and crystal blue. The pure white of the thighs gradually transitions to the crystal blue of the calves. The fusion of flowing water and ice makes its legs look longer and straighter, full of elegance and charm. Behind him was a giant rotating ice plate, emitting a faint blue light and with tiny sparkling particles on it. Starry Sky Ice Wheel. The beautiful blue hair fluttered slowly in the breeze as the ice plate rotated. Beautiful and elegant. Wow. Wow. The insect lady was very anxious now. She rolled back and forth on the ground, her fleshy body curling up and down. Before the water ice phoenix was upgraded and evolved, it had a sister. Now it is alone. How can it feel good? Wow. Wow. Mother Chong was so anxious that tears welled up in her eyes. Haha, baby, don't cry. Xiaozi gently picked up the insect lady. Be good. Chapter 136 Mantis Maid. Evolve. Woo 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 woo. The insect lady scratched her watery eyes with her claws. When Chen Wan came back to his senses, Kelung Yu had also completed the evolution of his pet. Okay, Wan Gu, President. I'm done too. Kelung Yu said. Kelung Yu chose to pull her natal pet, which was also her mount, the white horse. Then the two of them selected suitable gems for their respective pets. The stock of high-quality gems in the Era Guild is not large, but it is enough to create the Shintian Emerald Water War Emperor. Xuantian's Emerald Water War Emperor has a total of 9 gem slots. Chunwan directly selected 7 orange 10-star gems and 2 red 10-star gems to strengthen it. The direction of strengthening is relatively balanced because Water Ice Phoenix is a comprehensive pet. Land, sea and air, melee, ranged, defense, and comprehensive improvement. Su Yutong and Kelung Yu were no longer shocked by Chun Wan's casual inlaying of high-quality, high-star gems. They have become accustomed to it. President, I won't go home. I want to train in the guild's battlefield during this period of time, Kelung Yu said. I will raise my pet to the maximum level directly. It will take time to adjust. Okay. Su Yutong was very pleased to see Kelung Yu's high morale. Where is Brother Wan? Kelung Yu then looked at Chun Wan. Of course I will accompany you, Chun Wan said, but I still have some things to do, and I will be back before 10 o'clock in the evening. Oh. Kelung Yu nodded without asking any more questions. Okay, if you need money, just tell me. Although I don't have much money on me right now, I can ask my father for it. Chun Wan smiled softly. I understand. Then he looked at Su Yutong. President, I want to choose 5 more orbs. I told you that you might as well take all the orbs in my warehouse, Su Yutong said. You will definitely not like the low-quality ones, but there are still 10 orange-quality orbs above 7 stars. You can take them all. Chun Wan scratched his head embarrassedly and put all 10 beads into the ring. Then I'll leave and come back in the evening. Chun Wan said. Chun Wan, Su Yutong suddenly called him. If you need anything else, feel free to contact me. I won't hesitate at all. Then he said, my cousin has already taken care of everything. Just go get whatever you need. Yeah. Chun Wan responded and turned to leave. He still had one thing to do, which was to train the little mantis well. If there was a chance, he wanted Xiao Mantis to defeat its previous owner, Yu Wushuang, with his own hands, so as to completely resolve its heart knot. Now there are enough gems, and there are only 2 evolutions left to complete the final evolution. It's not that difficult, it just depends on what evolutionary tasks you can get. Chun Wan first started using capsules to increase Xiao Mantis's level. The Dark Mantis level has been increased to level 16. The Dark Mantis level has been raised to level 17. The Dark Mantis level has been raised to level 18. The Dark Mantis level has been raised to level 21. Inlaid with gems. Super Crit Orb. Quality. Orange. Quality. 7 stars. Effect. 1. Skill damage increased by 100%. 2. Basic attack power increased by 85%. Mosaic. The main training direction of the little mantis is attack, and Chen Wan wants to increase its attack power to the extreme. 1 move to defeat the sky. 1 move to defeat the earth. Super Assassin. Then upgrade. The Dark Mantis level has been increased to level 22. The Dark Mantis level has been increased to level 23. The Dark Mantis level has been raised to level 24. The Dark Mantis level has been increased to level 31. Fighting Master. Quality. Orange. Quality. 8 stars. Effect. Fighting skill damage increased by 150%. Mosaic. After this gem was inlaid, Chunwan then inlaid another one. Super Agility Spirit. Quality. Orange. Quality. 8 stars. Effect. 1. The pet's movement speed increases by 200%. 2. The pet's insight increases by 100%. Super powerful attacks must be accompanied by super powerful displacement. This is what a top assassin does. When he reached level 40, Chunwan used the evolution scroll. Accepted the evolution task. Use this pet to gain 2,000 kill points. Current kill points, 0. Fortunately, it's not a mission to pay money. Chunwan immediately went to the wild and started the massacre. Killing points are Chunwan's favorite type of task. Watching your pet do tasks is as easy as mowing the lawn, which is very relaxing. In the woods full of dangers, the Dark Mantis kills strange beasts like killing ants. With a swing of the sickle arm, you can easily chop off the head of a full-level monster. In just 2 minutes of entering the venue, hundreds of exotic beasts died at its hands. The current pet has completed the evolution task. Do you want to evolve? Yes. Buzz. Buzz. The transparent thin wings behind the Dark Mantis vibrated wildly twice, and then fissioned instantly. Black flowing magic light seeped out from the edges of the wings, creating a black special effect. A layer of close-fitting black and purple thin armor is attached to the outside of the black silk-made outfit, which shows off her slender waist and beautiful legs more vividly. The beautiful legs wrapped in black stockings are faintly visible in the light and shadow, with slender and straight lines, tight and elastic skin, and every curve exudes fatal temptation. The thin black and purple armor fits on the beautiful legs like a second layer of skin, and the fragrance is everywhere. Purple light balls surrounded it, and the 2 black mantis sickle arms became sharper. At the same time, the small leather shoes on the feet turned into short boots with retractable blades. Pet. Dark Matter Assassin. Alias. Little Mantis. Gender. Female. Qualification. Level. Hide qualification. Level. Level 40. Level full. Type. Fighting. Fairy. Flying. Form. Secondary evolution. New skills. Dark Energy Gas Blade / Fighting. Black Magic Flash. Fairy. Magic Energy Shuttle. Flying. Dark Matter Multi-Ball Explosion. Fairy. Then upgrade. The Dark Matter Assassin's mace level has been raised to level 51. Inlay. Supersonic Magic Stone. Supersonic Magic Stone. Quality. Orange. Quality. 8 stars. Effect. 1. Movement speed increased by 100%. 2. New skill. Supersonic Movement. Normal. The Dark Matter Assassin's mace level has been raised to level 61. Inlay. The Best Killer. Best Killer. Quality. Orange. Quality. 10 stars. Effect. 1. Skill damage increased by 177%. 2. Basic attack power increased by 100%. Pure numerical stacking. Pure critical hit. The Dark Matter Killer level has been upgraded to level 62. The Dark Matter Killer level has been upgraded to level 63. The current form's level limit has been reached. Do you want to use the evolution scroll? Use. Pay an orange gem of 7 stars or above. For this mission, fortunately I got some extra orbs from the president. Chunwan thought. He then looked at the Dark Matter Assassin. Little Mantis, welcome your final evolution. Chapter 137, The Horrifying Pseudo-Human Race. Chun handed in an orange 7-star gem that night, which he thought was useless. Mission completed. Evolve? Evolution. The ultimate evolution? Within a radius of 500 meters, black floating particles began to gather towards the little mantis in the shape of a storm. The surrounding vegetation was swallowed up by the black particles and withered. The corpses of the strange beasts killed by Xiao Mantis were also swept up by this particle storm, and their flesh and blood dried up, turning into white bones scattered on the ground. Buzz. The final evolution? Directly inject an extremely strong dark force into Xiao Mantis's body. The black and purple maid outfit was inlaid with dark gold patterns, and flowing purple gold light also appeared on the close-fitting armor. Purple, gold, and black. The 3 colors make the little mantis's snow-white skin and slender legs look like a work of art. The queen emerges from the darkness. Noble, cool, and powerful. Pet. Dark Matter Beast. Alias. Little Mantis. Gender. Female. Qualification. Level. Hide qualification. Level. Level. Level 63. Level full. Type. Fighting. Fairy. Flying. Form. 3 evolutions. Final form. New skills. Shadow Fury Stab. Fighting. Phantom Flame Bomb. Fairy. Void Teleport. Flying. Dark Energy Chaos Storm. Fairy. Shadow Rage Stab. Fighting instantly bursts out powerful dark energy and rushes forward, causing a huge dark attribute impact on the enemy. Phantom Flame Bomb. Fairy summons a large amount of phantom flame, condenses it into a projectile and launches it. It explodes after hitting the target, like a carpet bomb. Void Teleport. Flight. Unleash the power of the void and instantly move to a designated location. Range of effect. Within a radius of 600 meters. Void Dark Energy Chaos Storm. Fairy the ultimate evolutionary move, releasing powerful dark matter energy, forming a chaos storm, sweeping everything around. The destructive power is enormous. At this moment, Chen Wan felt that the training status of his pet beast was like that of a certain horizontal level-breaking fighting game on Blue Star. No matter whether your initial profession is melee, ranged, mage, or swordsman, all of them will have full-screen skills later on. If you are fighting against a general low-level map, no matter it is a nurse or a position, you can kill them one by one. Chen Wan felt that this was the current situation of his pet. Unless they encounter some extremely difficult situations, each pet will show its unique abilities. Otherwise, in ordinary wild areas, they are just killing machines. Thank you, Master. Little Mantis walked to Chen Wan's side. I will protect you with my life, just like the other sisters. Chen Wan touched its head and smiled gently. Return to the city. Passing by a barren land, that is the dividing line between the city and the wilderness. Although it is also a division within the city, it is still a wild area. Chen Wan suddenly felt that there were many eyes staring at him in the darkness around him. Chen Wan stopped and was about to summon his pet. Suddenly, a red light emerged from the darkness. Chen Wan reacted quickly and dodged the sneak attack by moving sideways. Summon. Eternal Spider King. Summon. Dark Matter Beast. Summon. Sun Goddess Luan. The 3 pets protected him, but Chen Wan did not let down his guard at all, because he clearly felt that this time the enemy had ill intentions. The red light just now was very fast. Ordinary people may not be able to feel it, but Chen Wan, who has been through many battles, can clearly perceive it. It is 10 times faster than a bullet. If I hadn't reacted quickly, I would have been hit directly. At this moment, 20 red lights shot out from all directions. Oh no! Chen Wan glared slightly and quickly summoned armor to protect his body. Several red lights hit the pet, and several more hit himself. The strange thing is that the armor doesn't seem to block the red light, and the red light directly penetrates his armor. It is not a penetration on a physical level, but an infiltration that directly merges into one's body. This is... Suddenly, Chen Wan felt that his mental strength began to decline rapidly, so that he could not summon the armor stably, and the armor disintegrated in an instant. So tired, Chen Wan's body was suddenly covered with a layer of sweat. Mental blow. Absolutely irresistible force. Usually, armor penetration refers to breaking through the outer layer of defense, while a mental attack is no longer an attack on the physical level, but it directly destroys the nerves. Mental power is the basis for a beastmaster to summon his pet and keep it fighting. It can even be said to be the basis of human activities. A decrease in mental strength will cause the beastmaster to become exhausted and emotionally unstable. In today's world, mental attacks are a very uncommon means of attack. Chen Wan raised his eyes and found that his 3 pets couldn't even release their skills. And because his mental power was approaching 0 at this moment, the pet was forced to be taken back into the beast control space. Tired. So tired. Chen Wan's vision began to blur, and the scene in front of him became erratic. Chen Wan had almost no mental defense. It's not that he doesn't have it, but normal people can't practice mental defense, unless it's the Dark Beastmaster. The result is that the Beastmaster, the pet, and the pet all lose their minds. At this time, 10 figures appeared beside Chen Wan. They were wearing dark red cloaks, with lifeless eyes, and looked like the walking dead. There were men and women, and the dark red cloaks on their bodies seemed to be cloth soaked in blood, and as they fluttered slightly, a bloody smell seemed to spread in the air. The lifeless eyes reflected the eerie light of the red moon, like 2 bottomless blood holes. Some people raised the corners of their mouths slightly, revealing their white teeth. Some people have a stiff smile on their faces, and that smile is like a frozen mask, with their muscles twisted and stiff and lifeless. Chunwan looked at this group of creatures that looked neither human nor inhuman and forced himself to remain calm. Call. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Interesting. Buzz. Suddenly, the heads of 10 strange people exploded and twisted into the shape of blooming carnivorous plants. Like a parasite. Inside the huge flower, the dark red textures are like twisted blood vessels, winding and climbing on the surface of the head. The sharp teeth were arranged unevenly, and the cold light flashed inside. Sticky liquid kept dripping from their mouths, emitting a pungent stench. Suddenly, they attacked together. The man-eating flower head extended its bloody vines and rushed towards Chunwan from all directions. These vines had various shapes. Some are thick, some are thin, some are covered with spikes, and some have suction cups attached. Chunwan quickly took out the pistol given to him by Zhao Linmin from the storage ring, which was specially used to fight against dark beastmasters. Bang bang bang. If it is a dark beastmaster, then the bullets from this pistol will definitely work. Bang bang bang. The bullets hit these people, but did not stop their movements. They are not dark beastmasters. Chapter 138 Red Moon Sect, Spiritual Attack. Seeing these strange vines about to attack, Chunwan clenched his fists. His eyes were bloodshot, and his internal organs were spinning wildly. My whole body felt as if it was being pressed down by thousands of huge rocks. Mental overdraft. This is a self-destructive attack. Force an attack in an overloaded manner, consuming mental energy in advance. The side effects are huge, but there was nothing Chunwan could do except this. The last thing these stupid humanoids should do is show up and reveal their target. Otherwise, Chunwan might really be helpless. But since they have already shown up, Chunwan might as well kill them all. Phew. With his hands spread out, countless swamps turned into thin threads and began to frantically cut these fake human heads. Buzz. Buzz. Countless filaments of swamp power were like sharp blades, making sharp whistling sounds in the air. Those human head flower dummies felt threatened and waved their vines even more frantically. They wanted to block this sudden attack. The filaments and vines collided with each other, making a metallic clanging sound and blood splattering everywhere. In just a moment, 5 pseudo-humans were chopped into pieces. But at the same time, the swamp silk's attack speed also slowed down. Chunwan was exhausted. Chunwan's face became paler and paler, his eyes were bloodshot, and the overdraft of his mental strength made him feel that the soul in his body was about to be unsheathed. He endured the severe pain caused by the overdraft of mental strength, roared, "Ah!" and then frantically increased his control over the swamp filaments. The filaments were like nimble snakes, shuttling between the vines, accurately cutting every approaching vine and destroying the main body. Hiss! Ah! The flower-headed fake man let out a strange roar, and swamp filaments swept towards him like a storm. In 10 seconds, all 10 human-headed dummies died. Looking at the tragic deaths of these fake human heads, he suddenly became excited. His eyes were covered with red blood vessels, so dense that they seemed to be covering the entire eyeball. Hee hee hee. You forced me to. You guys forced me to do this. The extreme overdraft of mental energy results in extremely unstable emotions. Calm. Calm down quickly. Chunwan's inner self is struggling with his crazy body. He is now at the critical point of mental collapse. If he takes one step forward, he will completely fall into the evil path. But, in the end, reason prevailed. As his original soul took over his body again, Chunwan felt his vision go dark and he fainted on the ground. When he opened his eyes, along with his blurry vision, a faint body fragrance entered Chunwan's nose. This is a very familiar smell. This sweet, milk-like body fragrance comes from Ding Lingxian. Aunt? Chunwan turned his head and found himself lying in Ding Lingxuan's arms. Xiaowan, you're awake. Ding Lingxian touched Chunwan's head. Why did you fall asleep in the wild? Lethargy. Field. Chunwan felt like his brain was blacking out, and it took him 7 or 8 seconds to remember what he had just heard. Piranha plant. Fake person. Mental exhaustion. Ding Lingxian continued, I found you in the shadow ancient forest around dawn today. At the time, my investigation team and I were looking for pet eggs in the wild, and I saw you sleeping on the grass. You looked terrible, and your whole body was soaked. I was really worried. When Chunwan heard this, he lowered his head to look at his clothes and pants, and found that they had all been changed into new ones. Doesn't that mean? Seeing Chunwan's embarrassed face, Ding Lingxian said, Xiaowan, I'm sorry. Annie saw that your clothes were soaked and covered with stains, but Annie didn't do anything else. Chunwan looked at Ding Lingxuan's rosy and radiant face. Who knows whether she did anything to Chunwan? Chunwan didn't think any more about it. His thoughts were still immersed in the group of fake people at night. Then he looked around and found himself in a very cozy room. Don't worry, Xiao Wan. It's safe here, Ding Lingxian said. It's the dormitory of my workplace. Suddenly, Chunwan found that he seemed to have forgotten something. He took out his cell phone and looked at it. There were more than a dozen missed calls and more than 30 messages. Look at the date again. I didn't just sleep in the woods for a few hours, but almost 30 hours. Now, it is already 9 o'clock in the morning on the day of the Guild War. It's been an hour since the game started. Chunwan sat up straight abruptly. Auntie, I'm going to participate in the guild battle today. I'll thank you after I come back from the competition. After saying that, Chunwan wanted to summon the little devil, but his mental strength was completely useless. A huge overdraft cannot be recovered by just sleeping. Suddenly, Chunwan calmed down. By the way, Auntie, what did you do with the bodies of those human heads? Chunwan asked. Human head flower. What human head flower? Ding Lingxian asked. You mean to say that when you found me, there were no other bodies around me? Dismembered bodies, or something like that? Xiao Wan, what you said is so scary. Ding Lingxian said, you were the only one there. There was no body. Xiao Wan, what happened? It's a long story, Auntie. I'll talk to you when I have time. I have to leave now. After saying that, Chunwan turned on his mobile phone and hurriedly checked the time for the nearest flight. He didn't even have time to look at the messages he hadn't checked, because he knew they must have been sent by Kalengyu and Su Yutong. Ding Lingxian also saw that Chunwan had suffered a great blow, so she stopped asking any more questions about the matter. Xiao Wan, the company just rewarded me with a private aircraft. I'll take you to the competition site, Ding Lingxian said. It will be there in about an hour. Then I'll trouble you, Auntie. Chunwan also knew that now was not the time to be polite. He couldn't summon his mount, and if he chose to take a flight, it would take at least 2 or 3 hours. The game should not have started yet, and is still in the stage of matching the battle groups. There's still time in an hour for me to get there. But what can I do now that it's over? My mental strength is not enough to even summon my pet. Thinking of this, Chunwan felt helpless, but he had to go to the competition site to explain it clearly anyway. Who are those weirdos at night? With doubts in his heart, Chunwan boarded Ding Lingxuan's aircraft and rushed to the Guild War scene. Mu Xian's home. Father, why haven't we heard any news from your men yet? Mu Xian asked. Could it be possible that they failed? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Mu Yu said, they are all my capable men. They are the top 10 mental assassins of the Red Moon Empire. They have all mastered the Red Moon sect's top mental invasion technique. Even a 7-star beastmaster can't withstand it. How can a little brat like Chunwan withstand it? Chapter 139 Guild War begins. Red Moon Empire. Under the influence of the Red Moon, these humans can no longer be called humans. Some of those with outstanding abilities will accept the power bestowed by the Red Moon and cultivate a skill that can directly attack the target's mental power. Let these people do evil outside. In order to avoid evidence collection, the bodies of these people will directly turn into nothingness after death, as if there has never been any trace of their life. So the Red Moon is a huge conspiracy. The outside world speculates that it is a large alien beast with independent consciousness. It controls the humans in the so-called Red Moon Empire and grants them powerful powers. It has great ambitions and may well want to rule the world. The reason why it is not taking any major action now may be because its own capabilities are still insufficient. Of course, this is just a guess. No one has ever really gotten close to the Red Moon, let alone studied it. Just then, another woman walked in quickly. She is a beautiful girl with long red hair and a charming figure, wearing a black agent tights and long boots. Her body is tight and silky, her skin is fair, and her expression is indifferent. This is Mu Yu's first female assassin and the leader of the top 10 assassins, Chen Xiuxin. General Mu, I just went to the forest to check, Chen Xiuxin said. I didn't see Chunwan's body. If nothing unexpected happens, the 10 assassins should be dead and the automatic dissipation mechanism of the body should have been triggered. What? This. Mu Xian was so angry that all the pores on her body were emitting foul-smelling green juice. The green juice flowed to the ground, emitting white smoke. Impossible. I don't believe it. Mu Yu shouted, a high school student. Is he a god? Perhaps Chen Xiuxin was used to seeing Mu Yu get angry, so he said calmly, except that all the 10 assassins are dead. I can't find any other explanation. How dare you? Mu Yu stepped forward and grabbed Chen Xiuxin's neck. A child killed the top 10 assassins of the Red Moon Empire. Can you believe it? Stupid woman. Chen Xiuxin continued calmly, General, I can't think of any other possible outcome. Under the long-term reflection of the red moon, Chen Xiuxin's mood was also greatly affected. Her emotions rarely fluctuate. Whether angry, happy, doubtful, sad, she could no longer feel these emotions. Expression is a reflection of emotion, therefore, her face is always expressionless. Even so, those extremely beautiful facial features could not be concealed. With long eyelashes, dreamy red pupils, and a tall figure, she looks like some kind of dark night killer. She is not only Mu Yu's subordinate, but also one of the 5 guards of the King of the Red Moon Empire and the top assassin of the Red Moon Empire. The lives of his men number at least tens of thousands, of which 70 to 80% are human lives. Mu Yu released the hand that was grabbing his neck and said, Damn it! You killed my grandson, and you made me lose my former capable subordinate. Chunwan, I won't let you go. Father, you didn't kill your men, did you? Mu Xian said, Any one of your top 10 assassins can defeat a 7-star beastmaster in a one-on-one duel. Do I need you to tell me? Do you think I'm as stupid as Chen Xiuxin? Mu Yu said, We must have lost our lives in the wild due to some powerful beasts, allowing Chen Wan to escape. Chen Xiu thought, That is the edge of Emperor City. There is no way there are powerful beasts there. Chen Xiuxin is a native of the Red Moon Empire and has been exposed to the Red Moon for 23 years. Now her emotions are like a robot. She can only judge right from wrong and execute orders based on instinct. Don't deny me with your stupid pig brain. Mu Yu pushed her away with a palm. Bang! He pushed it more than 10 meters away and slammed it hard against the wall. Chen Xiuxin wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said in a trembling voice, Yes, General. At this moment, the competition scene. Haha, Su Yutong, your pretty boy was scared away. He doesn't even come to participate in the competition? Shimin Jingyuan said. This Qinwan really doesn't recognize me after he puts his pants on. Zhao Qiong walked up to Su Yutong. He looks handsome, but he doesn't do anything. He doesn't recognize me after he puts his pants on. Ha ha ha. It's really hard for you, an old woman. You thought you had found your true love. Su Yutong, you are so miserable. After being toyed with by a man, you were thrown aside like garbage, Xiao Qingqing said. It's a pity that you look like this. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha. The guild members around also laughed. In the number 1 waiting hall, the top 10 guilds are waiting for the matching to begin. Su Yutong looked at these evil spirits with an indifferent expression. It was impossible for her to get angry because of these people's ridicule. After all, she was now the president of the first guild and the most powerful president in the country. President, what happened to my brother? Kalungyu said anxiously. Su Yutong shook her head and said nothing. A woman and a girl, the 2 women's minds are not on this guild war now. They are both worried about Chunwan's safety. They both knew very well what kind of person Chunwan was. It was impossible for him to escape from the battlefield. He must have encountered some difficulties. I have asked Chuanwu and others to contact their connections and go out to search, but there is still no result. Su Yutong said. The whole country is paying attention to this battle. Chunwan is one of the focuses. Of course his focus is not on genius like other guilds. They just wanted to make fun of Chunwan, Su Yutong, and the GUN guild. Whether it is the Imperial Forum, the Provincial Forum, or the Municipal Forum, they are all in a very heated state now, and they are all discussing the guild war. I don't know who the Epic Guild will be matched with in the first round. No matter who she is matched with, Su Yutong will never let Xinwan play. Kalungyu will be used as a gun. This little beauty is really pitiful. I don't think so. I think Xinwan will definitely play. This is a good opportunity for Su Yutong to let him perform. Yeah, that makes sense. Su Yutong must have spent a lot of money to help Chunwan build a pet these days. Although Chunwan will definitely lose, at least he didn't lose too much face. Su Yutong's move was really brilliant. I admire you. I really admire you. No matter what, I'm afraid that GUN Guild will have a hard time keeping its place in the top 100 this time. As far as I know, the other 9 guilds are all full of talented players, plus they've invested heavily in training. How could Kalungyu possibly afford it? Yeah, I've heard that these guilds usually don't show off their abilities, but I didn't expect that all the talented girls and boys from all over the country would be secretly recruited by them once they awaken. Chapter 140. The game begins. Do you think everyone is as arrogant as Su Yutong? She even has to organize a bullshit assessment, but other guilds have already paid a high price to buy in these talented people. Ha 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 ha, that's good now. In her era guild, she only has Kalungyu who can be relied upon. Relying on Chunwan? Forget it. The forums were full of ridicule, and the audience seats at the competition venue were also noisy. Before the Guild War, tens of thousands of spectators were sitting in the seats. This is Arena Number 1, which is the competition venue for the top 10 guilds and the main arena. The remaining 9 groups of events are distributed in other surrounding venues, also called sub-venues. As soon as the tickets for Stadium Number 1 were put on the shelves, they were all sold out within 0.1 seconds. On the contrary, tickets are still available for the other 9 venues. Moreover, the number of spectator seats in the other 9 venues is much smaller than that in Arena Number 1, and all the tickets cannot be sold out. After all, the popularity of this Guild War has skyrocketed, and 99% of it is due to Chen Wan and Su Yutong. The audience came to see the joke. Of course, there are many people who also want to come and watch the game. After all, this was one of the top 10 guilds in the country, and the competition was the most spectacular of all guild battles. Placed among the audience are 5 giant arenas. In a moment, 5 groups will compete at the same time, one game at a time. All the losing guilds will be matched again to compete for the bottom 50 places. Likewise, the winning guild will compete for the top 50 ranking places. I don't know who the GUN guild will draw. It would be interesting if they draw the Osmanthus guild. They are old enemies. I really want to see a big battle between these 2 guilds. Ha ha ha, I agree. Waiting room. New text appeared on the big screen. While the battle is in progress, matching is absolutely random, absolutely fair, except any supervision. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Match successful. Group 1. Demon King Guild and Osmanthus Guild. Second group, Era Guild and Red Flame Tiger Guild. The third group, Battle Spirit Guild and Explosion Guild. The fourth group, Ice Crystal Guild and Martial Emperor Guild. Fifth group, Storm Guild, Green Forest Guild. Ha ha ha. Su Yutong. Your opponent is me. Zhao Qiong said. So what? Su Yutong said. If your opponents are the 9th and 10th ranked players from the Storm Guild and the Green Forest Guild, then Kalungyu will most likely win, and your competitiveness won't be greatly diminished. Even if you are matched with a rubbish opponent in the next round, you will most likely win and compete for the top 25. Zhao Qiong said, It's a pity that you got me in the queue. I have a super genius under my command. This is bound to be a tough battle for you and me, and I will most likely stop you from the top 50, and your Era Guild will fall. Dream on. Kalungyu said. Kalungyu, I really don't know what kind of bewitching drug you have been given. You are so loyal right after joining the guild, Xiao Qingqing said. Could it be that you have also fallen in love with that Chenwan? He is already the man of your president. Do you want to be a mistress? You old lady, you'd better keep your mouth clean, said Su Yutong. Okay, I know you were in a bad mood. After all, your little man ran away at the last minute. Hee, Xiao Qingqing said. The guild battle will begin in 5 minutes. Please go to the stage now. At this time, a middle-aged man walked up to Xiao Qingqing and said, Sister Xiao, I won't be lenient. This man is the president of the Demon King Guild, Zhou Qianqing. The Demon King Guild was ranked 4th in the previous guild rankings. But its strength is not just 4th place. The main reason is that in the last guild war, one of its members had health problems, which made it impossible for them to participate in the competition normally. They dragged the guild into 4th place despite the illness. Under normal circumstances, it basically ranks among the top 3 and is a guild of the same level as the Osmanthus Guild. Therefore, Xiao Qingqing respected him very much and felt a little bit of fear in her heart. She didn't expect that her guild could be ranked against the Demon King's guild. If I lose, I will fall out of the top 50, so I must send out the strongest players. That is Yu Wushuang. Of course, this battle cannot determine the ranking. The losing guild can still improve its ranking by completing point tasks after the game. For a guild of the size of Osmanthus Guild, even if it fell to the 100th place in this guild war, it can quickly climb to the top 10 by completing tasks. However, Xiao Qingqing wants 1st place. Xiao Qingqing looked at Yu Wushuang. What a pity. I wanted you to torture Chen Wan, but you have to leave early. I am confident that I can win the game. Yu Wushuang said. The most important thing is that Chen Wan escaped, Shimin Jingyuan said. Even if Sister Xiao won the GUN Guild, Chen Wan is not here. I'm afraid he doesn't even know where he is hiding now. He must have peed his pants out of fear. Xiao Qingqing said. Seeing this group of people insulting Chen Wan like that, Kalungyu's face turned extremely ugly. Lungyu, don't be too stressed. If you lose, you lose. Su Yutong patted Kalungyu on the shoulder. Go on stage. In the ring, contestants from the 10 major guilds are already ready in their respective rings. See, I told you that Chen Wan wouldn't be able to play. How can this loser be worthy of appearing on this field? This man has no sense of responsibility at all, and he let a woman like Kulungyu come out to face public opinion. Level 1 waste, understandable. The layout of Arena Number 1 is quite large and grand, with 5 large arenas arranged in a circle standing on the arena. The lights all around were bright and exciting music was playing. Above the stadium, 5 referees from the Yanlong Empire General Administration overlooked the event from the best perspective. The 5 referees sat upright, each of them exuding a strong aura. At the same time, a transparent air wall protective film slowly rose above the 5 arenas. The defensive power of this protective film is quite terrifying, and no skills can break it. This is to ensure the safety of other contestants and the audience. At this time, the referee said, in this competition, beastmasters cannot use their own independent offensive equipment, but they can use soul skills, and there is no limit to the number of pets they can have. The way to win is very simple. Beat the opponent until he surrenders, or kill all his pets. When the beastmaster's life is in danger, the referee team can intervene and judge the beastmaster as a failure. I hope that the contestants can recognize the pros and cons of the competition in time, so as not to put their pets in danger and not to ruin their career as a beastmaster because of a competition. There is no shame in failure. Pointless persistence only proves your recklessness and stupidity. Now, the game begins. Chapter 141 Death Battle. The audience cheers. Auntie, you are too fast. It's okay, Auntie can hold on. In the sky, a flying saucer-like aircraft is moving quickly. This is Ding Lingshuan's aircraft, which requires mental power to control and flies at a very fast speed. Chunwan looked at the wildly changing scenery outside the window and felt a little worried. I don't know what the situation is like at the stadium now. By the way, Xiaowan, I saw online that the competition is about to start, Ding Lingxian said. Auntie will turn on the live broadcast for you. Then, a large screen lit up inside the aircraft, showing the ring scene, and the host was explaining the story behind the competition. In the upper right corner is the countdown for the game. Only 40 seconds left until the start of the game. 39 seconds. 38 seconds. On the ring, Kulungyu and his opponent each summon their own pets. The opponent is a boy, Suzhong. Both of them are 1-star beastmasters, so they each have 2 pets. Kulungyu summoned his white horse and fox demon. Suzhong summoned an ice-explosive war spirit and a pitch-black octopus. Like Yu Wushuang, his natal pet is also an ice-explosive war spirit. The other octopus was similar to Kulungyu's fox, only level 31. The two are at the same level. Pet, black magic octopus spirit. Gender, female. Qualification, level. Level 31, level cap. Level 120. Type, poison, water, ground. Form, secondary evolution. Skills, poison ink splash, poison. Strong entanglement, ground. Water tornado, water. Black magic poison bomb, poison. The black magic octopus is pitch black and covered with suction cups. It is huge in size and reflects light all over, which is a bit disgusting. On the octopus's head, the 2 lifeless eyes look very empty. According to the rules of the competition, at the moment the game starts, both sides must summon all the participating pets and are not allowed to summon them during the game. This means that you cannot summon one at the beginning and then summon a second one after the fight begins. This is the rule of all formal competitions, and everyone understands it. Come on, little sister, Suzhong said with a smile. Baby, Ivaligia, attack, said Kulungyu. The final form of Ivaligia is very beautiful. The horse has a snow-white body and beautiful hair. He is wearing a layer of platinum armor on the outside and is very powerful. The battle begins instantly. Ivaligia charged forward, the horn on her head spinning wildly, heading straight for the Ice Explosion War Spirit. The Ice Explosion War Spirit quickly released an ice shield to intercept. Bang! The unicorn horn touched the ice shield, and there was no winner. However, at this moment, floating ice spikes rose up behind the Ice Explosion War Spirit. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Shoot directly at Ivaligia. Ding, ding, ding. Ivaligia's defense was very strong, and she shattered the ice cone directly. Suddenly, there was warm applause from the arena. Wow, this is what a fight is. It's exciting. You come and I go. Interact with your skills. So cool. It's really unfair for a talent like Kulungyu to stay in the GUN Guild. Yeah, what a pity. Ice Explosion Battle Spirit. Activate. Suzhong said, Ice Rain Formation. Suddenly, the ring was shrouded in cold air and dark clouds appeared under the protective cover. A large number of icicles emerged from the dark clouds. These ice cones are quite sharp and all surrounded by blue light. Kulungyu narrowed his eyes. Ivaligia, Holy Light Guardian. A brilliant white light suddenly rose around Ivalicia, forming a solid light shield that protected her firmly. The ice cones in the sky poured down like a rainstorm, hitting the light shield with a loud crackling sound. Ding ding ding. Bang bang bang. The light shield trembled slightly under the impact of the ice cone, but it never broke. Upon seeing this, the ice explosion war spirit waved his hands, and more ice cones poured out from the dark clouds, continuously smashing towards Ivalicia. Its cold face was full of cruelty. Obviously, this ice explosion war spirit, like Yu Wushuang, was also a pet that was tortured and trained by the Hope Research Institute. It was full of ruthlessness and was just a fighting machine. Hold on. Kulungyu murmured in his heart, wait for the counterattack? Feeling the spiritual power of her master, Ivalicia stood tall in the light shield, with a determined light flashing in her eyes. Kulungyu stared at the battlefield closely, silently calculating the timing in his mind. Suddenly, she said, good opportunity. Ivalicia, flying golden light technique. The light shield disappeared instantly, and Ivalicia moved her body, rushing towards the ice explosion war spirit like a beam of light. The horn on its head shone with dazzling light, and the ice explosion war spirit hurriedly released the ice shield again. But this time, Ivalicia's impact force was too strong. Bang! The ice shield shattered instantly. The horn instantly pierced into the ribs of the ice explosion war spirit, and blood gushed out. The ice explosion war spirit was knocked back repeatedly, and the cold energy on its body became a little disordered. Auditorium. Damn. So cool. Too strong. Ms. Ke, come on. He first fell into a passive position, then found the right moment to counterattack and gain the upper hand. What a strong judgment. What a genius. The timing is so perfect. Go on. Pursue the victory, said Kulungyu. Ivalicia took advantage of the situation and continued to attack. Its four hooves were flying as it galloped across the arena, its horn constantly hitting the ice explosion war spirit. Puff, puff, puff. Although the ice explosion war spirit fought hard, it gradually fell into a passive position under Ivalicia's fierce attack, with wounds all over its body and blood gushing out. It's too cruel. He's going to kill me. I didn't expect Kulungyu to be so cruel. What a ruthless person. At this moment, the atmosphere on the ring reached its climax, with cheers and shouts rising one after another. Su Zhang looked nervous. She knew that the rhythm was now completely controlled by Kulungyu. Useless thing. Su Zhang said, use your ultimate move. Sky Ice Falling Shadow. Sky Ice Shadow, an enhanced version of the Ice Rain Array, is also the ultimate move of the Ice Explosion War Spirit. Once this move is launched, the temperature of the ring drops instantly and the surface freezes directly. Thousands of ice cones were swirling around madly, all shining with a freezing cold light. Suddenly, all these ice cones hit Ivalicia. Zhao Qiong looked at the scene on the ring with difficulty, because he knew that Su Zhang was already ordering the Ice Explosion War Spirit to make the final attack. Defense, Kulungyu said. Ah. Ivalicia raised her head and let out a long howl. A strong light gathered on her horn, as dazzling as a miniature sun. Fight back, Kulungyu shouted again. Then, it rushed forward suddenly, and its horn, carrying the powerful force of holy light, crashed into the surrounding ice cones. The ice cone collided with the power of holy light, making a deafening sound. Ice chips and light flew everywhere, and the entire arena turned into a battlefield of light and ice. However, after only 10 seconds of stalemate, the Ice Explosion War Spirit fell to the ground due to the double overdraft of physical and mental strength, unable to move. Go on, crush it, said Kulungyu. Merciful and soft-hearted? She doesn't understand. Chapter 142, I'll play in the next game. Buzz. Under the horse's hooves, golden light flashes. Quickly put away your pet. Zhao Qiong said, do you want your pet to die completely? It's too late. Kulungyu said. Snap. The horse's hoof was like a bayonet, directly crushing the Ice Explosion War Spirit's brain, sending blood and bones flying everywhere. Su Zhang stood there in a daze, stunned. My pet died immediately. Just died like that. There is another one. Kill it. Kulungyu pointed to the big octopus beside him. No, no, no. I surrender. Su Zhang quickly came to his senses and took the octopus back into the beast-controlling space. However, Ivalicia's attack did not stop. Because the power was too great, the horse's hooves could no longer be controlled and rushed directly towards Su Zhang himself. Suddenly, a red light rushed into the ring. A 6-meter-tall giant bear wearing flaming armor entered the scene. The giant bear's body was covered with lava cracks, and its eyes were like two burning fireballs. The bloody mouth opened, revealing a row of sharp fangs. Hell Magma Demon Bear. Pet. Hell Magma Demon Bear. Gender. Male. Qualification. Level. Level. 156. Level full. Type. Fire. Form. 6th evolution. Final form. Skills. Demon Bear Flame Palm. Fire. Explosive Hell Armor. Fire. Lava Madness. Fire. Hell Roaring Wave. Fire. Flame Demon's Fury. Fire. Demonic Bear Flame Palm. The Hell Magma Demon Bear just slapped Ivilia away with one palm. This is exactly the referee's pet. The game stops. Kulungyu wins, he said. Kulungyu looked at the giant bear in front of him and frowned slightly. She didn't understand how the bear had such a strong ability to fight back. His own Ivalisa is a full-level pet, and this giant bear is also of the full level no matter how high it is. After all, no beastmaster currently has a full-level pet. In other words, the combat power of the two pets is not much different, and it is impossible to be suppressed by one move. Kulungyu looked up, and the doubt in his eyes disappeared. In the sky, two flying pets were hovering. One blue and one green. The blue one is a bat, the blue spirit bat king, with its body covered with a layer of dark blue fur and its wings spread out, like two pieces of blue night sky, with a faint silver light shining through the edges. Noble and eerie. The green one is a flying wolf, and the heart is like a forest wolf. The whole body is surrounded by green light, with leaves mixed in the light. There was a spiritual wooden armor on his body, and tender green vines grew on the edges of the armor, intertwining and entwining with each other. On the head, the spiritual wood armor formed a majestic helmet with two curved horns extending from the helmet. The scarlet eyes flashed cunningly through the slits in the helmet. These are two super powerful auxiliary pets, providing super powerful support for the Hell Magma Demon Bear. He is indeed the chief referee. He is really strong, said a spectator. If there wasn't a chief referee, Kulungyu would have crippled Su Zhang himself. He stopped it with one move. The chief referee really lives up to his reputation. What do you think? Anyone who can be the chief referee must be ranked among the top 100 in the world. Otherwise, how can we prevent dangerous situations from happening in time? Yes, the chief referee is stronger than the president of a super university. It is difficult to find an opponent in the country. Anyway, the GUN Guild won this time, and they are now firmly in the top 50. But judging from the current situation, Kulungyu's pet has consumed a lot of mental and physical energy. The next match will start in an hour. She won't be able to handle it. But there's also Chenwan. He, someone said sarcastically. Another person said, I don't think I've seen Chenwan. There are only Su Yutong and the 4 instructors in the GUN Guild area. Isn't that loser Chenwan going to play? It's really possible. After all, that loser will only be embarrassed if he goes on stage. Su Yutong may not let him go on stage. I was waiting to see him laugh at me. In this situation, we can't laugh at the Epical Guild even if we want to. Kulungyu performed so well, it's understandable that he loses the next game. Yes. Soon after, the rest of the competitions also finished. Although the GUN Guild won, Yu Wushuang's pet was also seriously injured and soaked in blood, making it difficult for it to play in the next game. Half an hour later, all the games in all venues were over. Guilds that make it into the top 50 will retain their spots if they are in Arena 1. If you are in other arenas, you will need to enter Arena Number 1 for the second round of matching. Arena Number 1 is currently the largest competition arena in the country and can accommodate 100 competition arenas at the same time. In the waiting hall, new guilds began to enter one after another. Although Kulungyu won the game, his face still looked extremely worried. One reason was because of Chenwan, and the other was that his current condition was not suitable for the next round of competition. In a competition of this scale, few guilds would let one person play 2 games, because the strength of the enemy and our side is not much different. There is no such thing as a crushing victory, so most of the time both sides suffer losses. Su Yutong, it seems that you will stop here, Xiao Qingqing said. Your Miss Kulungyu doesn't look good. The president of the Battle Spirit Guild, Shiman Jingyuan, said, yeah, getting into the top 50 is not bad. Haha, I don't know who you'll be matched with next time. If you're lucky and matched with a useless guild, you might be able to get into the top 25. But if you're matched with someone of my or Sister Xiao's level, just surrender as soon as possible. After that, the warrior guild pointed behind him and said, I still have 2 top-level geniuses waiting to go on stage. They are all very motivated. Sister Xiao has countless geniuses under her. What can you use to fight us? At this time, the big screen next to it lit up again. Now proceeding to the second round of battle matching. Match successful. King Guild, Gummy Guild, Cute Rabbit Guild and Turtle Guild, King Kong Guild, Star Moon Guild, Walnut Guild, Peach Kernel Guild. Everyone was looking at the screen. Some are nervous, some are calm. At this time, the Era Guild appeared. Era Guild versus Spirit Guild. Ha 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 ha. I'm such a bad-mouthed person. Shimin Jingyuan laughed and looked at Su Yutong. Surrender. What can you use to fight me? Su Yutong clenched her fists lightly and looked at Kalungyu. Indeed, Kalungyu can no longer play, and she cannot put her members at risk because of her competitive spirit. President, I'll play in the next game. Just then, a familiar voice rang out. When everyone looked, it was Chun Wan. Brother Wan. Kalungyu rushed forward and hugged Chun Wan. Brother Wan, where have you been? I was so worried about you. Chapter 143, 1 verses 4. I'm sorry, Lungyu, for making you worry, Chun Wan said. I saw your match just now. It was very outstanding. Leave the rest to me. Kalungyu wiped her tears with Chun Wan's collar and buried her head tightly in his arms. During the fierce battle just now, the sweat produced by Kalungyu's body exuded an alluring and fragrant aroma. Smells good. When the people around saw this scene, they were dumbfounded and began to whisper, what's the relationship between these two people? This loser is playing two games at once. He's got both the royal sister president and the beautiful miss? Isn't it that the relationship in the Jiyuan Guild is so messed up? Why do I feel like Su Yutong doesn't seem jealous at all? Could it be that she has acquiesced? By the way, did we misunderstand them? They are not being kept by Su Yutong at all. What else could it be? Su Yutong is kind and nice and likes to take in trash? Maybe I should stay in the guild first and then take this little man down later. Shimin Jingyuan walked up to Chun Wan and said, you want to get on? Where are you going? It's hard for you to even get on the Kong. Hee hee. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter at once. Chun Wan looked at Shimin Jingyuan and said, you must be the president of the Battle Spirit Guild. What? You don't accept it? Shimin Jingyuan raised his eyebrows. Shimin Jingyuan then waved his hand, and a boy came over. The boy was about 1.9 meters tall, had long golden hair, and a handsome face, like some noble prince. He lowered his head and stared at Chun Wan with contempt, a disdainful smile on his lips. Damn it! The Battle Spirit Guild sent out its trump card right away? Shimin Jingyuan is crazy. He even sent Master Yuan Qingchen to deal with Chun Wan. Master Yuan is so handsome. Yuan Qingchen, one of the famous geniuses of the Yanlong Empire, is a 2-star beastmaster with 4 full-level pets. He is the eldest son of the Yuan family, one of the big families. Yuan Qingchen, I sent you out to deal with this loser not because I looked down on you, Shimin Jingyuan said. I want to use my most powerful weapon to severely crush this loser. Let Chun Wan lose face. Let Su Yutong lose face. Let the Jiyuan Guild lose face. President, I understand, Yuan Qingchen said. Then, Yuan Qingchen walked up to Su Yutong and said, Old woman, do you still remember that you refused me to join the club? Today, I will severely suppress your little man. Su Yutong sneered, sure, very ambitious. Pretending to be calm? Yuan Qingchen said, wait until your little man gets on stage and gets beaten to a pulp by me. I'll see if you can still laugh. After that, Yuan Qingchen walked in front of Chun Wan again and said, wait for death. Chun Wan picked his ears and let go of Kalungyu in his arms. You talk too much. Let's save our energy and stop bickering. See you on the field. Just now, Ding Lingxian gave Chun Wan a mental power sustained release capsule from her unit. Although it is impossible to fully restore the mental strength, at least 30% can be restored. 3 layers are enough to kill the ant in front of you. The sustained release capsules of mental power are a kind of advanced medicine, and only people of Ding Lingxian's class can get them. Ding Lingxian is no ordinary person now. Her company is ranked among the top 10 in the country and has mastered various advanced technologies. Time passed by minute, and in the blink of an eye, a new round of competition began. As soon as Chun Wan entered the ring, the entire audience burst into enthusiastic applause. Of course, this is a booing. Wow, Chun Wan is here. He really has the nerve to come out. I'm dying of laughter. Ha 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 ha. It was worth coming here. I've been waiting for him to appear. Wait a minute. That seems to be Yuan Qingchen. Would the Battle Spirit Guild let him appear? This is like using a butcher knife to kill a chicken. Damn it. Yuan Qingchen is really allowed to play. The eldest son of the Yuan family. I heard that Yuan Qingchen wanted to join the Jiyuan Guild before, but was rejected by Su Yutong. I guess Shimin Jingyuan deliberately arranged for him to come for revenge. That's right, a middle-aged man in the audience said. I've already mentioned to President Shimin that if it's the Jiyuan Guild's turn, let my son play. This man is Yuan Qingchen's father, Yuan Liuqi. Wow, Boss Yuan is here. I never noticed him. Boss Yuan, let's take a photo together. The middle-aged man wore a baseball cap to cover his face, probably because he didn't want to be recognized. But after hearing this group of people talking about his son like this, he couldn't help but reveal his identity. I thought my son would fight against some big shot to clear his name, but I didn't expect it to be this loser Chen Wan. Yuan Liuqi shook his head. At this moment, Chen Wan and Yuan Qingchen both stepped onto the stage. The match between the two was the focus of all 25 arenas. It could be said that 99% of the audience, whether at the scene or in front of the TV, were on this arena. Chen Wan hits Yuan Qingchen? That's hilarious. Haha, this is too funny. I'm afraid Chen Wan's handsome face will be beaten to a pulp. What a pity, such a handsome face. The Jiyuan Guild was lucky to be ranked only in the top 50. If it weren't for Kolungyu's efforts, they would probably only be ranked in the 80th or 90th place. On the field, Chen Wan and Yuan Qingchen stood on each side. Little jerk, do you think I should summon all 4 pets? Or just 1 pet? Yuan Qingchen said. Wouldn't it be too much for you if I summoned all 4? Hee. But it's not worth wasting too much time on you. Let's end this battle in an instant. 4 heavenly kings. Show yourself. Yuan Qingchen directly summoned his 4 super powerful pets. All I saw was the shining light. 4 pets appeared majestically on the field. A male lion with golden light shining all over his body, with a strong body and smooth muscle lines. His eyes are bright and reveal majesty and dominance, and his whole body is covered with golden armor. A ghostly black panther with inky black fur and a thin body, looking like a speed-type athlete. In the sky, there is also a huge white eagle with its wings spread out, covering the sky and the sun. The hair all over his body was like snow, emitting a cold air, and powerful ice power was hovering in the sky. Finally, there is a colorful fox with beautiful fur and a colorful tail. The fox's eyes are smart and cunning, and a colorful magic ball surrounds its back. The powerful auras of the 4 pets intertwine together, causing the air in the entire arena to fluctuate. Chen Wan looked at the 4 so-called powerful pets, smiled gently, and said calmly, You are right. Let this battle end in an instant. Chapter 144. The 4 Heavenly Kings? Smash them directly. On the ring, Yuan Qingchen's aura was quite strong. 4 pets with full-level qualifications are not ordinary beings. Pet, Golden Lion King. Gender, male. Qualification, level. Level, 126, level max. Type, ground system. Form, 5th evolution, final form. Skills, Golden Claw Attack, ground. Heavy Armor Impact, ground. Lion's Roar, ground. Wild Attack, ground. Wild Assault, ground. Pet, Phantom Speed Leopard. Gender, male. Qualification, level. Level, level 100, level full. Type, ground system. Form, 6th evolution, final form. Skills, Phantom Assault, ground. Cheetah Lock, ground. Smooth Attack, ground. Night Raid, ground. Black Light Explosion, ground. Magic Shadow Technique, ground. Pet, Snowland Ice King Beast. Gender, male. Qualification, level. Level, level 111, level full. Type, ice. Form, 6th evolution, final form. Skills, Ice Feather / Ice. Ice Flying Slide, Ice. Ice Fury Mysterious / Ice. Ice Wall Guard, Ice. Colorful Spirit Magic Mystic Fox. Gender, female. Qualification, level. Level, level 120, level full. Type, fairy. Form, 3 evolutions, final form. Skills, 5-colored Spiritual Sphere, fairy. Brilliant Golden Light Explosion, fairy. Fox Demon Magic Strike, fairy. Brilliant Purple Crystal Impact, fairy. Dreamy Pink Light Charm, fairy. Spirit Feather Green Light Guardian, fairy. Dazzling Orange Flame Dance, fairy. Under the shock of the 4 super pets, the air around them began to become ethereal, as if even the air was torn apart. The audience was instantly excited when they saw this scene. Damn it, all 4 pets have been summoned. Master Yuan is really using a butcher knife to kill a chicken. This aura is too strong. It's so terrifying. These are the 4 heavenly kings. Back then, he used these 4 pets to defeat a 3-star beastmaster. He is truly a super genius. What do you know? Master Yuan has a reason for doing this. He is killing a chicken to scare the monkeys. He is using this trash Chinwan as a warning to others so that the next opponent can recognize his strength and surrender directly. I see. Chinwan will be turned into ashes in an instant. Chinwan, are you still not surrendering? Are you pretending to be calm? He must have been scared silly. He didn't even summon his pet. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. What? You're not going to summon your pet? Yuan Qingchen said to Chenwan, are you planning to admit defeat? I'm thinking about whether I should just summon one, Chenwan said. After all, there's no need to go to great lengths to deal with you. Chenwan didn't want to consume too much mental energy. After all, his mental energy had only recovered 30%, and he still had a game to play. At this moment, even the 5 referees in the sky couldn't help but look towards the ring where Chenwan and Yuan Qingchen were, because this arena is the focus of the whole venue. Xiao Mantis, come here. Chenwan finally chose to let the dark matter beast take over. It is low level and requires less mental energy to maintain the summon. Although the level is low, it is enough to fight against these 4 trash in front of you. As soon as the dark demonic beast entered the scene, the dark aura immediately suppressed the aura of the so-called 4 heavenly kings. The arena was filled with black fog, and suddenly the arena seemed to have turned into hell. Purple underworld, black despair, deep fear. The air that was originally frightened by Yuan Qingchen's 4 pets now seemed to be tightly grasped by an invisible devil's hand, unable to move. Shrouded in this dark aura, the previous majesty of Yuan Qingchen's 4 heavenly kings disappeared instantly. They began to become restless, and some even began to tremble. The light of power emanating from his body gradually dimmed in the dark aura of the dark demonic beast. Yuan Qingchen's face turned extremely ugly, with surprise mixed with extreme fear. He never thought that Chenwan could actually summon a pet that exuded such a powerful aura. This is, he said to himself, what is this? The dark demonic beast stood quietly at one side of the arena, with black mist swirling and surging around it like a living thing. Yu Wushuang, who was watching the match below the ring, saw the dark matter beast and frowned slightly. What a familiar scent, she thought. Cruel. Hunter? Yu Wushuang suddenly thought of something and her body shook. Xiao Qingqing saw her unusual appearance and asked, what's wrong with you? It's okay, President. Yu Wushuang shook her head. Maybe I was a little tired from the battle just now, and my body is shaking unconsciously. It's not a big problem. What is this thing that Chenwan summoned? Shimin Jingyuan asked, how can it produce such a strong effect? How come I have never seen this kind of creature before? Zhao Qiong said, and the power it exudes is so strong. Xiao Qingqing sneered, strong? Humph, how did you tell that? Just based on these fancy special effects? Then he said, you are the only guild presidents ranked in the top 10. Do you judge the strength of a pet based on its appearance? It's obvious that Chenwan is just taking advantage of the power of others. He really scared you. The atmosphere on the ring was extremely tense, and everyone's eyes were fixed on the dark demonic beast and Yuan Qingchen's 4 heavenly kings. Yuan Qingchen tried hard to calm his inner shock and fear and tried to regain control of the situation. Humph, don't think you can scare me with some crappy special effects, Yuan Qingchen said. Lion King. Go. Launch. Heavy armor impact. When the Golden Lion King heard his master's order, although he was still afraid, he still rushed towards the dark demonic beast. The ground trembled slightly as the Lion King ran. The golden light on its body shone brightly, and its power was powerful. However, the dark demonic beast was not moved at all and just stood there quietly. At the same time, the black fog became thicker. Launch the ultimate move. Dark energy chaos storm. Suddenly, a black storm vortex swept across the entire venue. The vortex was like the mouth of a demon from the abyss, emitting the demonic power of hell. Wherever the storm passes, space is distorted. This is not just a distortion in momentum, but a real distortion. Buzz. Buzz. The air made a sharp whistling sound, weird and exciting. The Golden Lion King was the first to be caught in the storm and instantly turned into minced meat, splashing everywhere. Soon after, the remaining 3 pets were not spared from the tragedy. Chapter 145. You will never become a beast tamer in your life. The powerful storm swept the remaining 3 pets into it and crushed them directly. How is this possible? Yuan Qingchen widened his eyes, unable to believe what he saw. One of his 4 heavenly kings turned out to be like 4 pieces of paper, refined in an instant. For a moment, the entire arena turned into a giant blender under the cover of the protective shield, filled with blood mist. The audience suddenly became restless. Oh my god, this is so scary. This is Chun Wan's strength? Master Yuan's 4 heavenly kings were killed in an instant? Just like that? No, who on earth is saying that Chun Wan is a waste? Is this a waste? Killing 4 full-level pets in an instant? But his innate talent is indeed only level 1. This can't be fake, right? I have heard that there is a skill in the Epic Guild that can force a beastmaster to contract a pet with a higher aptitude than his own, but this doesn't make sense. Even if it is a pet of the highest aptitude, it can't be so terrifying. Could it be that Su Yutong helped him create it? In this era, there are so many powerful treasures. It's not like hundreds or thousands of years ago. Now there are upgrade capsules, various supermodel gems, and all kinds of strange and bizarre treasures. It is also possible that a level 1 pet can surpass a level 1. Yeah, that makes sense. There's also a person in our university who has level 1 qualifications, but he took some kind of capsule and contracted a level 1 pet, and he made a direct counterattack and entered the top 5. He continued, besides, he used to be a rich second generation. In order to get this capsule for him, his family sold all their property and spent more than 10 billion. Damn, it's so expensive. I'm really giving up my home for the sake of my child. It's more than just expensive. Even if ordinary wealthy people have money, they can't find a way to buy it. His grandfather was the personal guard of the previous king. In the audience, some people questioned Chun Wan, while others began to speak for Chun Wan. I've said it before, Chun Wan can't be someone's kept, said a beautiful woman. That's right, he entered the Era Guild based on his real ability, said a boy. If there really was something wrong with Chun Wan, wouldn't someone like Qin Fei have started to complain a long time ago? The assessment has been over for several days, and he hasn't said a word yet. Chun Wan must be fine. Of course, there are still only a few people who speak up for Chun Wan. You're talking nonsense. Yuan Liuqi in the audience couldn't hold it in any longer and shouted, there must be something wrong with this Chun Wan. He's a dark beastmaster. Otherwise, he can't be so strong. However, no one in the audience paid attention to what he said. In the guild preparation area, all the guild's attention was on Chun Wan, and they were even no longer paying attention to their own guild's competitions. Not only that, the contestants in the more than 20 arenas that were still competing nearby also stopped what they were doing and looked towards Chun Wan. Xiao, Sister Xiao, Shimin Jingyuan stuttered. This, what should I do? This Chin Wan is a weird monster. How could Shimin Jingyuan not be afraid? He was the one who mocked Chun Wan the most. But now, it is obvious that his so-called dark horse of the competition, Yuan Qingchen, is nothing in front of Chun Wan. It would be helpful if I go and apologize to Sister Su now, other guild presidents said one after another. This Chun Wan has such fighting power with just a pet. I'm afraid it would be easy for him to kill me, the president. How can this mean that he is being kept by Su Yutong? I think he is the one keeping Su Yutong. Horrible. If I'm matched with Chun Wan in the next round, I'll surrender immediately. I won't let my members take risks. However, there was some dissatisfaction in the eyes of Zhao Qiong, the president of the Red Flame Tiger Guild. He leaned close to Xiao Qingqing's ear and said, Sister, what's going on with Chun Wan? He can't be that strong, right? Could he be a dark beast master? Xiao Qingqing didn't seem surprised. She just smiled faintly. That's not the case. If he was really a dark beast master, would he dare to be so ostentatious? It's nothing more than Su Yutong gave him some extra resources and helped him build a pet. But what kind of resource can be so powerful? It can kill 4 pets with full-level qualifications in 1 second. Xiao Qingqing smiled as if she was sure of victory, then took out a portable pet detector and pressed it on the dark matter beast. This pet is of the highest level, with the same qualifications as Yuan Qingqin's 4 pets. If it is made of some super materials and its combat effectiveness is greatly improved, it will not be difficult to kill 4 pets of the same qualifications. Xiao Qingqing continued, in this day and age, there are more ways to improve pets than just inlaying gems. With the changes in the world, the passage of time, and human transformation, many new ways of strengthening have emerged one after another, but the top leaders have not officially announced this. So, whether Chun Wan summoned a level 1 pet or this level 1 pet killed 4 level 1 pets in seconds, we don't need to be shocked, Xiao Qingqing said with a smile, because trash is trash after all. If it's my turn in the next round, I will let him know what true cruelty is. The storm on the ring gradually subsided. Chun Wan stood in the center with a calm expression, as if the shocking scene just now was just a common thing to him. In contrast, Yuan Qingqian's face was pale, his body was trembling slightly, and his eyes were a little dazed. He never expected that the four heavenly kings, whom he was so proud of, could be so vulnerable. Suddenly, I felt cold all over, as if all the pores were frozen. The mental power made a final struggle to preserve the beast-taming space, but the simultaneous death of all the pets had triggered the conditions for the beast tamer to close the beast-taming space. Once this condition is triggered, there is no way to stop it and no room for retention. No, no! Yuan Qingqian knelt on the ground, grabbing the scraps of meat on the ground in panic. Wake up! Wake up! Beast-taming space. My beast-taming space. Don't close it. He pieced the pieces of meat together until the beast-taming space was completely closed. Then he collapsed and knelt on the ground, staring at Chen Wan with lifeless eyes. At this moment, all his honors, qualifications, and so-called genius titles turned into nothingness. He is not even as good as a level 1 beast tamer, because he is not even a beast master. In this world, not having the identity of a beast master is equivalent to being severely disabled. Yuan Qingqian slumped on the ground, an air of despair enveloping him. He was a genius one second and a disabled person the next. He didn't accept it. He couldn't accept it. The noise in the audience was still very intense because Chen Wan's performance was so amazing. Although many people still question him, the number of people questioning him is much smaller. This is equivalent to a student who has always been the last in the school scoring 500 points higher than the first in an exam and being recognized by everyone instantly. It is very difficult. But Chen Wan didn't care. He looked up at the 5 referees and said, "Why don't you declare victory? I'm still waiting to eat." Chapter 146, Ancient Beasts. Burial Objects. The referee came back to his senses and said, "Chun Wancheng." Then, he looked at the 24 arenas that had already stopped fighting and said, "The rest of the arenas continue the competition. Don't fight passively." At this moment, the remaining 48 contestants who were still in the competition suddenly lost their spirit, because they knew very well that even if they won, they would still have to face Chen Wan in the end. Chen Wan's performance just now was so horrifying. Who wouldn't feel their heart tremble and their scalp tingling after seeing it? "President, what should we do if we are matched with Chen Wan in the next round?" Cheng Lin, the great trader of the Jiuan Guild, said, "Su Yutong gave him such a terrifying enhancement. We are not really going to lose like this, right? Only Su Yutong has natural talents, but I don't?" After saying that, Xiao Qingqing looked at a boy next to her and said, "Ma Jila, I said before that if you can get first place, I will give you the Jidao capsule. Now I want to change the order. I will give you the Jidao capsule, and you must get first place for me." Ma Jila, whose strength is comparable to Yu Wushuang, is one of the 2 super geniuses of the Osmanthus Guild. I saw him sitting on a chair with his legs crossed, looking cynical. With his buzz cut, earrings, and fair skin, he is one of the more handsome contestants. The Jidao capsule mentioned by Xiao Qingqing is a material that can dramatically increase the bone strength and muscle strength of pet animals. Just as Xiao Qingqing herself said, it is no longer hundreds or thousands of years ago. With the evolution of technology and the environment, more and more materials for strengthening pets have appeared in the eyes of the world. The special effects card of Phantom Academy is a kind of man-made enhancement prop. The Jidao capsule is a natural strengthening material. Jidao capsule, real name, Heart of the Devil. It is a treasure excavated from an ancient tomb tens of thousands of years ago. That is the tomb of the Heavenly Demon. The Heavenly Demon was one of the ruling monsters in this world and continent tens of thousands of years ago. Tens of thousands of years ago, the status of humans was far lower than it is now, and all kinds of ancient beasts were rampant and doing evil. Humans are like ants in front of these strange beasts. Those ancient strange beasts cannot be compared with the strange beasts today. Even the top-level monsters are somewhat weaker than the ancient monsters. Human beings were its slaves at that time. After the death of the demon, all kinds of rare treasures were buried with his body. Nowadays, some people begin to understand this history and start robbing tombs. The Osmanthus Guild has a special tomb robbing team that specializes in stealing the burial objects of those ruling ancient monsters. At present, many countries have begun to ban private tomb robbing. However, the Yanlong Empire does not have such regulations yet. The federal organization has not yet issued an official statement. Those empires that banned tomb robbing were mainly worried that the ancient beasts in the tombs would be released because of tomb robbing. It is very likely that these ancient beasts set up some kind of resurrection mechanism in order to rule and enslave humans again in the future. If it is triggered in the future, they can be resurrected. In addition, There are various other opinions. For example, there are eggs of ancient monsters hatching in the tomb, or some supervirus, and so on. However, those empires that did not prohibit the private mining of ancient monster tombs believed that humanity's current status in the world was not sufficient to carry out large-scale tomb searches and mining. Taking advantage of human greed, spontaneous mining by major private organizations is likely to speed up the progress of historical excavation. Rumor has it that the Sky Demon is a black, muscular giant over 10 meters tall with super-inflated muscles all over its body, which is quite terrifying. Ma Jila looked at the Ji-Dao capsule in his hand, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. "Thank you, President. I will live up to your expectations." Xiao Qingqing looked at Chen Wan, who was slowly leaving the ring, and said, "This is a power from ancient times. How could Chen Wan be its opponent?" He he he. Chen Wan walked off the stage amid the cheers of the audience. The 48 people on the ring were already thinking of starting a fake match and deliberately losing to each other. After all, the winner has a chance to meet Chen Wan in the next round. If I really meet Chen Wan, I will be seeking my own death. Wan Gu, that's great. We won again. Kalungyu said, the next round of competition won't start until tomorrow. Let's go out for a big meal to celebrate. Oh, this game was easy, Chen Wan said. Why don't we celebrate after we win the final tomorrow? Oh, you won the finals? Xiao Qingqing stood up and walked to Chen Wan. The referee announced that you have won tomorrow's finals in advance? Chen Wan smiled slightly. President Xiao, to defeat me, you need capital. What is your capital? This Chen Wan is too arrogant, said members of other guilds nearby. Isn't it just that he relied on the treasure given by Su Yutong to help him grow and own a super powerful pet? I think he is a bit arrogant. Sister Xiao, only your guild can deal with this kind of person. In fact, from the perspective of major guilds, most are hostile to the Era Guild. After all, the Era Guild has always been ranked first, which has put a lot of pressure on these guilds. Now we finally have a chance to strike a severe blow to the Epic Guild. How could we let it go? At this moment, in the eyes of outsiders, Chen Wan is arrogant, frivolous, and like a villain in a novel. But in reality, Chen Wan didn't consider them as opponents at all. Which of the Dark Beast Masters he faced was not more capable than Xiao Qingqing himself? Not to mention her members. Chen Wan did not want to pretend to be humble towards the ant that posed no threat at all, as that would seem hypocritical. Yu Wushuang sat on the chair, looked up at Chen Wan's confident and handsome appearance, and admiration appeared in her beautiful eyes. Outside the stadium, after Chen Wan and the others left, they saw Ding Lingxian sitting on the chair. Xiao Wan, congratulations. Ding Lingxian said. Old Ding. Xiao Shushua asked, Sister, why are you here? My aunt sent me here. Chen Wan said. Xiao Shushua then looked at Quan Wu. Captain, it was Old Ding who wanted to use the back door and asked me to help Chen Wan sign up. Quan Wu scratched his head awkwardly and didn't say anything more. After all, he has no face in this guild now. At first, he accused Xiao Shushua of using connections to get Chen Wan's registration information through, and then he called Chen Wan a person with connections. Now he realizes that he is just a clown. Well done. Thank you for giving me such a talent. It's my honor. Su Yutong stepped forward and extended her hand to Ding Lingxian. Hello. I'm the president of the Jiyuan Guild, Su Yutong. Of course I know you. Ding Lingxian shook Su Yutong's delicate hand. Federal Pet Egg Research Center, Flame Dragon Branch, team leader of the third group, Ding Lingxian. Are you from the Federal Pet Egg Research Center? Su Yutong's eyes suddenly lit up. Damn it, Old Ding. Weren't you a housewife? Xiao Shushua said. How did you become a world-class scientific researcher now? Chen Wan looked at Su Yutong's surprised expression and frowned slightly. Although he had heard Ding Lingxian talk about her work unit, he had not learned the details. Now it seems that this workplace is not ordinary. Chapter 147, Ku Family Tomb, Ancient Secret Treasure. Wan Go. Why do you call this Sister Annie? Kulungyu whispered. Isn't she about the same age as us? Auntie is almost 40 years old. 40 years old? He looks only 20 years old. Chen Wan smiled gently. We have a distinguished guest in our Epic Guild, Su Yutong said. Lingxian, let's treat you well today. Ding Lingxian said, okay, then I won't be polite. At this moment, Chen Wan felt a pair of eyes staring at him from the corner of his eye. He turned his head and saw Yu Wushuang standing in the corner, looking at him indifferently. Her long white hair and white skirt fluttered slightly in the breeze. The fair skin was swept by the breeze, with a fresh scent of jasmine. Auntie, President, you guys go first. I have something to do, Chen Wan said. Su Yutong looked at Chen Wan, then raised her eyes to look at Yu Wushuang in the corner. Well, okay, let's go, Lingxian. Let's go back to the guild and wait for Chenwan. Su Yutong is very smart. When she saw Yu Wushuang in the corner, she knew that Chenwan must be saying something to her. It is inconvenient for myself and others to hear. After everyone left, Chenwan came to Yu Wushuang and asked, "Do you have anything you want to tell me? Is the pet you use my cruel hunter?" Yu Wushuang asked. "Yes, but it's called Little Mantis now." Little Mantis. Yu Wushuang smiled slightly, quite cute. "But I don't want to talk to you about this," Yu Wushuang said. "I'm not interested in how you contracted it or how you changed it into something else. I'm here to remind you of something." Then he said, "Our president is not as simple as you think. Although your confidence is charming, I still want to say, if you're matched with the Osmanthus Guild in the next round, the Osmanthus Guild will send Majila. His strength is comparable to mine. He is not a threat to you, but the president will give him a treasure, the extreme capsule, the heart of the destiny demon, the heart of the devil." Chunwan frowned slightly. "Well, I couldn't find any relevant information on the internet because there is only one in the world, and it came from the ancient demon tomb tens of thousands of years ago. You should know that tens of thousands of years ago, various ancient beasts ruled the world. After their death, these ancient beasts were buried in various tombs, and their burial objects were all kinds of natural treasures. The heart of the heavenly demon is one of the burial objects of the heavenly demon. It can greatly increase the combat power of the pet. It is a power from the ancient times. I don't know exactly how much it increases." After that, Yu Wushuang pursed her lips and said softly, "In short, you have to be careful. Why are you telling me this?" Chunwan said with a smile, "Are you going to be a traitor to the Osmanthus Guild?" Yu Wushuang said, "You showed mercy to my men last time, so I just gave you a reminder. It's nothing." After saying that, Yu Wushuang blinked her eyes and said, "That's all I want to tell you. Let's go now. It won't be good if our president sees us." Chunwan nodded, turned around and left. Soon, they caught up with Su Yutong and her group who had not walked far. In fact, Su Yutong deliberately slowed down and waited for him. Afterwards, Chunwan repeated to Su Yutong what Yu Wushuang had said. "Ancient beast, the heart of the devil." Su Yutong muttered to herself, then looked at Ding Lingxian. "Team leader Ding, what do you think?" The ancient beasts are all very powerful. 10,000 years ago, even the weakest beast could be compared to the current level 100 beasts, Ding Lingxian said, and those ruling level ancient beasts are even stronger than the level 100 beasts. Ding Lingxian continued, "But just one heavenly demon heart cannot provide too much power for a pet. After all, it is just a burial object in an ancient tomb. At most, it can raise Majila's pet to a combat power close to level 1, but to break through level 1, I think it is impossible." "Level?" Kalungyu said worriedly. "Wan Gu, can you do it?" "Don't worry," Chinwan said. "By the way, Brother Wan, do you still remember the bracelet I gave you?" Kalungyu said. Chunwan took out the bracelet and said, "I've kept it all along. I heard from my grandfather that the secret treasure house of our Ku family was converted from an ancient tomb. There is also an ancient treasure in it. It seems to be the bone marrow of some ancient large exotic beast. It can be integrated into the body of the pet to enhance the combat effectiveness of the pet. That treasure should be at the end of the ancient tomb," Kulungyu continued. "But after so many years, no one in our Ku family has gone deep into the ancient tomb. At most, they have entered the middle level. I think you can go and try. If this is true, you can give it a try," Ding Lingxian said. "But be careful." "Hey, let's go, brother," Kulungyu said. "My grandfather's house is in the city, very close." Chunwan lowered his head, looked at the bracelet, and nodded. "Okay." Ku family. Located in the downtown area of Imperial City. It covers an area of 3,000 square meters and consists of several villas. The average building height is 7 meters. After all, the Ku family is considered one of the most prominent families in the Yanlong Empire. Kulungyu's father alone has 7 brothers and sisters, and the people living here are not only their immediate family members, but also their husbands, wives, sons, daughters, and family-employed staff, such as chefs, housekeepers, nannies, and private doctors. His family business is very large and has shares in many top-ranked universities. Chunwan stood in front of the family courtyard gate, looking at the house which was as big as a middle school, and then looked at the security guard in front of the gate. "Wan Go, we can just go in directly." Kulungyu walked to the door, and 2 security guards quickly stood up and said, "Hello, miss." Chunwan looked at the 2 security guards. They were both muscular and well-built. Moreover, he exudes powerful beast taming power, and his beast tamer star level is probably at least 5. Kulungyu nodded at them, then led Chunwan into the main hall of the family. On the throne, a white-haired old man was reading a book. The old man was the patriarch of the family, Ku Zhuzhuang. Seeing Kulungyu coming, the old man put down his book and said with a smile, "Granddaughter, how come you have time to come back today?" "I want to bring my good friend Chen Wan into the family secret realm," Kulungyu said. "Is it convenient now?" Ku Zhuzhuang smiled slightly, then looked at Chen Wan. "Of course, Chen Wan. I have just heard of this name. Your performance in the ring is really outstanding. I wanted to take the initiative to meet you, but I didn't expect my granddaughter to bring you here personally." Ku Zhuzhuang then said to Kulungyu, "But the jade bracelet only has one chance to enter the secret realm. Granddaughter, if you give this opportunity to Chen Wan, you won't be able to use it." "Yes, Grandpa, I know." "Okay, then you two go ahead." Just then, a man in his mid-20s walked in and said, "I don't agree." Chapter 148, The Best Aunt, as beautiful as fire. A tall man in a white suit walked in. He had medium-length blonde hair and feminine features. This person is the eldest son of Ku Zhuzhuang's eldest son, Ku Ying. He is the person with the greatest potential in the family and has extraordinary strength. It has the natal pet level qualifications, but it is not an ordinary level qualification, but the top-level natal pet. As we all know, although there are different qualifications among creatures, the qualifications are not absolute. Even among creatures with the same qualifications, there are differences in basic strength. Ku Ying's natal pet is one of the pets with the strongest basic combat power and the highest training value among the top pets, the two-headed snake magic swordsman. He is currently the leader of the 3rd Regiment of the Imperial City Youth Combat Corps. The Imperial City Youth Combat Corps is a team created by the Imperial City Army Headquarters. It is composed of young people between the ages of 20 and 27, and they are all elite soldiers and super talents. By the age of 28, even the worst ones would be directly promoted to high-ranking officers in the city's military. "Cousin, what's wrong?" Kulungyu said. The Ku family secret realm can only be entered by direct relatives of the Ku family. This is the rule established by our ancestors. An outsider like Chen Wan is not qualified to enter at all. Ku Ying raised his head and looked at Chen Wan with pride. "Who do you think you are? How dare you enter our Ku family's secret realm?" "Cousin, what are you doing?" Kulungyu said hurriedly. "This is my younger brother, my best friend, not an outsider." "Not an outsider?" Another female voice came out at this time. "So this means I am an outsider?" I saw a bloated and somewhat ugly middle-aged woman coming over and said, "When your eldest son wanted to let me enter the secret realm, you refused, saying that I was not a direct blood relative of the family and had no right to enter. After all, I am married into your Ku family, but I am not qualified to enter. How can a young boy who has nothing to do with the Ku family enter?" The woman spitted as she spoke. "This person is Luo Xiangru, the wife of Kazu Zhuang's eldest son." Ku Zhuzhuang said, "That was my father's rule. Now I am the clan leader. Considering that our Ku family is gradually becoming larger, this rule has long been changed. As long as you have our family bracelet, you can enter the secret realm." "I can only say that you were born at the wrong time," Ku Zhuzhuang said. "I can't do anything about it. I have tried my best to change the clan rules. You can't ask me to create a bracelet for you out of thin air, right?" Luo Xiangru clenched her fists tightly and said, "In short, I will never allow this young boy to enter the secret realm. He has never made any contribution to your family. Why should he be allowed in?" "Just because my granddaughter gave up her chance to him," Ku Zhuzhuang said. "Rules are rules. Rules can change, but abiding by them is immutable. Moreover, you did not use other people's qualifications to enter the secret realm. You asked my father for the qualifications. Now it is my granddaughter who voluntarily gave up the qualifications. How can it be the same?" "I don't want to hear your nonsense, old man. In short, outsiders are not allowed to enter." Luo Xiangru roared. "I have been married to your Ku family for 30 years. Don't I even have this little say?" As she roared, all the fat on her body was shaking. Her mouth was smelling foul, and she looked like an unreasonable shrew. At this moment, the quarrel in the hall attracted several people in the family to watch. Most of them gathered outside the hall, staring intently at the scenes inside. "Isn't that Kulungyu? Why is she back?" Chun Wan." "Chun Wan? Do you know him?" "Of course I know him. Don't you guys watch the Guild War? He used one pet to kill 4 of the other party's pets in seconds. It was quite exciting. Look at your ignorant look. Master Ingen can also do this kind of thing. Master Ingen's natal pet is the most powerful pet among all the pets. Besides, who watches Guild Wars in this day and age? If it weren't for our own Kulungyu joining some broken era guild, who would care about such low-level competitions?" Fortunately, Kulungyu didn't bring shame to our Ku family. I really don't know what he was thinking. He already has such a high social status as the young lady of the Ku family, but he still wants to join the crappy Era Guild? I'm afraid he must have lost his mind. How could she give the bracelet to a stranger if she had no brains? Humph. I, the fifth young master, have never even touched a bracelet before. That's right. Giving the bracelet to an outsider? I can't understand it. It can be seen that most people in the family were dissatisfied with Ku Lingyu's decision to give the bracelet to Chen Wan. In fact, Ku Lingyu did not get the bracelet herself, but it was given to her by Ku Tianxi. Ku Tianxi is a doctoral supervisor at Yanlong University. He has provided a large number of talents to the Yanlong Empire and has been commended by the king himself. As he was considered one of the most prestigious figures in the family, he was rewarded with the bracelet. In the family, most of Ku Tianxi's peers are businessmen, although their net worth is higher than Ku Tianxi, or even much higher. But the honor is far less than 1% of Ku Tianxi's. Therefore, everyone was very jealous of Ku Tianxi's bracelet. In most cases, it is difficult for a large family to unite. They each formed their own families, and there was a high probability that the siblings would turn against each other. Now that the bracelet has fallen into the hands of someone outside the clan, it makes people even more jealous. In short, I have the authority to prohibit an outsider from entering the family's secret realm, Luo Xiangru said. Why do you have the right to speak? At this time, another female voice was heard. Chen Wan turned around and saw a super beautiful girl in a black miniskirt walking in. She's about 1.8 meters tall, with long, burgundy curly hair, exuding the charm of a mature woman. She has a delicate face, a high nose bridge, bright red lips, and a charming look. The legs are long and straight, the lines are smooth, and the leg proportions are perfect. The feet are small and delicate. The toes are as round as pearls, and the ankles are slender, embellished with exquisite ornaments. Noble and elegant. As soon as this person appeared, he revealed his extraordinary temperament. All the single and married men in the family were stunned. They all remained silent and swallowed their saliva. Aunt, Ku Lingyu said. This person is Ku Lingyu's aunt, and also Ku Lingyu's mother's younger sister, Luo Ying. Ku Lingyu lost her mother at the age of 8, so Luo Ying came to the Ku family to take care of Ku Lingyu for her sister. So many years have passed, and although Ku Lingyu has never called her mother, he has already regarded Luo Ying as his own mother in his heart. In order to take care of Ku Lingyu wholeheartedly, Luo Ying has never married. You ugly shrew, stop acting like a demon. Luo Ying walked forward and looked at Luo Xiangru with contempt. You, who are you calling an ugly bitch? You are an outsider. What qualifications do you have to say that about me? Have you married into the Ku family? Luo Ying smiled gently, then patted Chen Wan and Ku Lingyu on the shoulders. Don't worry about them. Let's go to the secret realm. Chapter 149. A Vile and Evil Family. This is outrageous. This is really outrageous. Luo Xiangru stamped her feet in anger. Damn it. The Ku family now even dares to act arrogantly towards outsiders. Damn it. Luo Ying. To put it nicely, you came to the Ku family to be Ku Lingyu's adoptive mother. To put it bluntly, you are just a servant. You're not even as good as the Ku family's cleaning lady. Ha ha ha. Are you angry? Yeah. Luo Ying stopped, turned her head, and smiled. I am willing to be a servant for my deceased sister's daughter. What you said is the truth. Why should I be angry? Luo Ying always seems to be like this, never excited and always with a smiling expression. That was not an official stiff smile, but a joy that came from the heart. It seemed that there was no sadness or anger in her emotions. Moreover, Luo Ying's voice is very pleasant, a combination of gentleness and boldness, like the soft whisper of a spring breeze blowing through flower petals. The voice is neither high nor low, fresh and charming, cold and hot. Aunt, you are not a servant. You are my best aunt. Ku Lingyu said. Luo Ying touched Ku Lingyu's head, and then said to Luo Xiangru, you damn shrew, if you don't like me, come and kill me. You're anxious. You're anxious. Luo Xiangru roared. You're anxious because of my words. You're just pretending to be calm. You're already anxious. Yes, Luo Ying still smiled calmly. I'm so anxious. I'm really dying of anxiety. I'm the anxious king, Seeing Luo Ying's nonchalant look, Luo Xiangru became so angry that she felt dizzy. She then fell to the ground, rolling on the ground and screaming. Oi, this is outrageous. I am a daughter-in-law who has worked like a slave in the Ku family for 30 years, and I have no say. How dare she, an outsider, treat me like this? I won't live any longer. Son, please help me. Are you just going to watch an old witch from outside bully your mother? Are you just going to watch this Chun-Wan easily enter the family secret realm that you have always dreamed of? Son, please take care of the situation for me. Call your useless father here. Ah, I won't live any longer. Luo Xiangru now stretched her arms and legs on the ground like a turtle that had turned over, and her back was still spinning. Hey, whose pet turtle escaped? Luoing looked at the onlookers. Hurry up and put it back into the beast control space. Puff. Ha 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 ha. Sister Luoing, you are such a mean person. Ha ha ha. Luoing made everyone around her laugh. In the family, most people, young and old, regardless of gender, respect Luoing very much. Good looks and a good temper are one thing. It is very admirable that he gave up his own life and came to a strange big family for his sister's daughter. The most important thing is that Luoing herself is very strong. He is only 33 years old this year, but he is already a 7-star beastmaster. He has 14 full-level pets under his command and has practiced 2 soul strike skills and 2 level soul skills. This kind of strength can be said to be the best among human beings. Moreover, she is only 33 years old this year, so she still has room for improvement. With such strength, everyone would want to curry favor with her, so how could they go against her? Let's go, Xiaoyu and Xiaowan. Let's not waste our time here, Luoing said. Watching this kind of low-level circus performance will only lower our taste. Ku Ingen looked at Luo Xiangru, who was rolling on the ground, and wished he could find a hole to crawl into. He was so embarrassed that sweat covered his forehead. Mom, how about we go too? Luo Xiangru stopped and said, What's the matter? You became obedient when that old witch Luoing came. What's the matter? Are you still interested in this old witch? Are you heartbroken when I scold her? Mom, what are you talking about? Ku Ingen was so angry at his shrewish mother that his heart trembled. He hurriedly stepped forward and grabbed Luo Xiangru. Mom, let's go. Let's go. Please. Ku Ingen almost called his mother a shrew. Shame. It's so shameful. After the farce was over, Chen-Wan and the other two arrived at the entrance to the family's secret realm. The entrance to the secret realm is guarded by the family's private army. The entire entrance looks like a giant cave, surrounded by various high-grade crystals inlaid to form a barrier with extremely strong defense. Colorful and gorgeous. The crystal barrier emits a slight magical fluctuation, which makes people feel a powerful protective force and a sense of sacredness and inviolability. This was not built by the Ku family, but a barrier that came with the ancient tomb. Wan Ge, if you put on the bracelet, the door to the secret realm will open automatically. Kalungyu said. Yeah. Chen-Wan walked to the entrance and put the bracelet on his wrist. However, the door to the secret realm did not open. What's going on? Kalungyu walked forward and took a look. Is the bracelet okay? It may be in the close period, Luoing said. It is 11 o'clock in the morning now. The secret realm may be on lunch break. Come and take a look at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Can we take a lunch break in the secret realm? Chen-Wan asked with a smile. Yes, Luoing said. This secret realm seems to have its own emotions. It needs a nap at noon and sleep at night, but the chances of a nap are generally low. You are unlucky today and happen to encounter it taking a nap. I really don't know about that, Kalungyu said. Brother, let's go home and rest for a while tonight. It just so happens that you just finished the competition and haven't rested yet. We'll come back in 2 hours. Okay, Chen-Wan said. Luoing and Ku Lingyu's homes are located in the middle part of the family compound. Because Ku Tianqi has a high status in the family, his residence is also arranged in the middle. But normally Ku Tianqi might not come back once a month, so Luoing and Kalungyu are the only ones living in this house. As soon as you enter the mansion, you are greeted by 2 kinds of body odor. Kalungyu's icy and soft fragrance, and Luo Ying's mature fragrance that looks like aged wine. The mixed fragrance of jasmine and rose is refreshing. Xiaowan, you and Xiaoyu go inside and play. I heard that you haven't eaten yet. Auntie will cook for you. Luoing said. Thank you, Auntie. Now, Kuing settled down. Do you care or not? Do you care or not? Your son has suffered such a great injustice now. Are you going to be a coward? Luo Xiangru grabbed the thin man in front of her, who looked gentle and wore silver-framed glasses, and yelled at her. This is her husband, the eldest son of Kazhu Wang, Ku Jinbao. Wife, don't be angry. Ku Jinbao said, we should look at everything calmly. Calm down. How can you ask me to calm down? You are a useless man. Even an outsider can enter the secret realm. As the eldest son of your father, that old man, he won't even let you enter the secret realm. There was a lewd look in Ku Jinbao's eyes. He pushed his glasses and said, Wife, the opportunity is coming soon. Chapter 150 Infrasound. Wife, Don't you think I'm upset? Do you think I'm fine? I'm the eldest son, but my father doesn't take me seriously. Do you think I don't care? Kajin Bao grabbed Luo Xiangru's hand and straightened his collar. I am obviously the boss who makes the most money in the family, and I am above everyone else outside. I didn't expect that I am so ignored in the family. Can I just accept this? Luo Xiangru looked at her husband, who was always gentle and even a little cowardly, and was now yelling at her, and her eyes were a little stunned. My eldest son doesn't even have the qualifications to enter the secret realm, so why can Ku Tianqi's daughter enter? Do I feel good about this? Am I willing to accept this? Today, this is the day I've been waiting for. This secret realm is finally about to be activated. My plan can be implemented. Dad, what plan? It was the first time that Ku Ingen saw his father so excited, even a little scared. At home, Ku Jinbao is someone who can even be scolded by his son, and his wife is even more bullied by him because of her status as a superior. But he didn't care. After all, one was his son and the other was his wife. He is a big boss in the eyes of everyone outside, but it's nothing to be bullied by his son and wife at home. But now, even an outsider like Chen Wan dares to bully him, which is such a shame and humiliation. Ha 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 ha. Ku Jinbao laughed twice, then said, I have already applied infrasound to his bracelet. Infrasound? What does that mean? Luo Xiangru said, as long as he enters the ancient tomb, with the bracelet as the center, all the strange beasts within a 500-meter radius will rush directly towards him and attack him. Ku Jinbao laughed obscenely. I implemented this plan 10 years ago. Ku Jinbao said, I installed an infrasound device on that bracelet. The infrasound can emit a sound that humans cannot hear, but strange beasts can hear, and it will attract strange beasts crazily. Once you enter the secret realm, it will be triggered directly. I originally wanted to kill my ignorant brother Ku Tianqi, but then he gave the bracelet to Ku Lengyu and I thought it would be a good idea to kill his daughter. Now, killing this damn Chen Wan is exactly what I want. Ha 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 ha. Ku Jinbao burst into laughter. Rampant, crazy, vulgar, perverted, disgusting, shameless, evil. Ha 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 ha. Luo Xiangru also laughed out loud. Dad, you've finally done something useful. It's really satisfying to kill Chen Wan. Ha 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 ha. Dad, you're so handsome. Ku Ingen said, I just don't know if he can die in there. Is there any need to doubt it? Son, you don't think a piece of trash like this can be a match for those ancient beasts? Luo Xiangru said, ancient strange beasts? Are there ancient strange beasts in that ancient tomb? Ku Ingen said, more than that. They are everywhere. Luo Xiangru said, you know your father's third brother, right? He is the guardian god of the Ku family. Ku Songyun, of course I know, Ku Ingen said, a 7-star beastmaster, the record holder of the family secret realm. He is the only one who entered the middle level, but he also paid a heavy price. Ku Songyun, the war god who protects the clan. The one who can be awarded the title of clan guardian god of war must be the strongest direct blood relative in the family. And the only one. As the strongest person in the entire Ku family, he was awarded the bracelet. However, this bracelet became a danger that ruined his life. In the Ku family secret realm, he lost both legs and 90% of his upper body was burned, no longer resembling a human. The beast taming space has been closed and all the pets have died. Moreover, he himself had mental problems, his wife and children left him, and he became a burden to the family. According to him, he could barely withstand the attack on the outer layer of that secret realm. But when you reach the middle level, it's like hell. A blood-spurting troll, a witch with an exploding head, and an invisible devil that takes lives. Even Ku Songyun was tortured like this, Ku Jinbao said. I don't believe Chen Wan can survive for even 1 minute. Ha 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 ha. Then we'll see Ku Lengyu cry like a tearful person. Ha 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 ha. I just heard from my informant that Chen Wan and his companions have already gone to the secret realm, but the secret realm is in a dormant period, Ku Jinbao said. We'll go check it out when they are ready. Then we'll go see Chen Wan off as well. After all, that's the last time he'll live in this world. Ha ha. When did you get an informant? Who is it? Luo Xiangru asked. Humph, I'm the richest in the family and the eldest son. Isn't it easy for me to develop a few informants? Ku Jinbao said, I have already infiltrated all the major organizations in the family. As long as I want, I can attack the entire family at will. Wow, husband, you are so capable. Luo Xiangru clenched her fists. I didn't expect that your cowardly look was just an act. It's almost time. Let's go and take a look. Luoing said. Okay, auntie. The three of them returned to the outside of the secret realm. At this time, Luo Xiangru and the other two also came over. What are you doing here? Kulungyu asked. Let's see young Master Chun Wan off respectfully, Luo Xiangru said sarcastically. Isn't that possible? Of course, Luoing said. Xiao Wan, don't pay attention to them, just go in. Kajinbao looked at the bracelet on Chun Wan's hand and couldn't suppress the smile on his face. In his eyes, Chun Wan was already a corpse. Luoing looked at the strange behavior of the three people and grabbed Chun Wan's shoulder. Xiao Wan, wait a moment. Let me see the bracelet. Chun Wan frowned slightly and handed the bracelet to Luoing. Luoing took the bracelet in her hand and looked at it for a few seconds, then raised her eyes to look at Kajinbao. You have tampered with this bracelet, right? Tampering? How is that possible? Where would I tamper with something? Kajinbao said. Luoing was just talking nonsense because she felt that these three people had bad intentions. You'd better tell the truth. Luoing said. Sister Luoing, you are too suspicious, aren't you? Kuingen said. We are just here to see my sister's friend off. Why are you so suspicious? Kajinbao's family was not afraid at all that Chun Wan might get into trouble in the secret realm. After all, what evidence do they have to rely on if Chun Wan died in the secret realm? Chun Wan smiled gently and said to Luoing, Sister Luoing, it's okay. Just give me the bracelet. Chun Wan had a calm smile on his face, as if he had discovered the problem with the bracelet. The powerful beast-controlling space force allowed him to feel the subtle fluctuations of the bracelet. He had noticed this since Kulungyu gave him the bracelet, but at the time he thought it was a characteristic of the bracelet and didn't think much about it. When he saw these three people coming over today with bad intentions on their faces, he probably knew what was going on. Chapter 151 I heard I was dead? However, he has enough confidence in his pet and himself. Chun Wan put the bracelet back on his hand and turned to enter the secret realm. Watching Chun Wan's figure gradually disappear into the darkness, Kajinbao couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. That was the last time you saw him. Ha 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 ha. What did you say? Kulungyu's eyes suddenly widened. Since he has already gone in to die, there is no need for me to pretend, Kajinbao said. Luoing, you are indeed smart enough, but Chun Wan is a fool. If he had not gone in just now, he might have saved his life, but he didn't listen to you, ha ha ha. Luoing narrowed her eyes. What on earth did you do to the bracelet? To tell you the truth, I installed an infrasound device on that bracelet 10 years ago. As long as you enter the secret realm, all the strange beasts around will be instantly attracted and attack the user. Kajinbao continued, those are all ancient beasts. Even our clan guardian god of war can't resist them. How can a high school student like him resist them? Just wait for a corpse to be automatically ejected from the secret realm. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Luo Xiangru and Ku Yingon also started laughing. When Kulungyu heard this, he was so angry that his heart was shaking. He had good intentions in wanting to help Chan Wan gain new strength, but he ended up pushing him into a fire pit. Ha! You must be very angry, my dear sister. Ku Yingon said, look at how impatient Chan Wan was just now. He couldn't wait to enter the secret realm to fight for our family's treasure. But how can I let him get it so easily? I will make him pay with his life. At this time, an old and powerful voice was heard. It is a great shame for my Ku family to have three scums like you. The head of the family, Ku Zhuzhuang, walked out from behind. He originally wanted to come and see Chen Wan's performance, but he heard everything that was said just now. Next to Ku Zhuzhuang, there was an old lady, her wife, Lu Qiuqi. You bastard! You are such a bastard! Lu Qiuqi said angrily. She is Xiaoyu's friend. She didn't provoke you or offend you. Do you have to be so cruel? Didn't you provoke us? Luo Xiangru said, you two old fools, I work like a slave in your Ku family, and your eldest son is your eldest son. You don't look at us, but look at your eldest grandson. Don't we deserve a bracelet? You're blaming me. You shrew. Disgusting. Lu Qiuqi said, don't you know how you got into our family? Zhuzhuang and I saw that you were an orphan and a rubbish dump, so we took you in as a maid and paid you 10,000 a month. Later, you pursued our eldest son and successfully married into the Ku family. You have been pampered in the family all day long. Everything is provided for you. From what you said now, it seems as if you have suffered a great injustice. I see through you now. When I took you in from the street, I was taking in an ungrateful person. Later, I found out that you coveted our family's property, but I tolerated it. After all, you are my daughter-in-law. Now you actually want to have a say in the family. You want the Ku family to work for you. You are wishful thinking. Luo Xiangru's face turned red. It was obvious that Lu Qiuqi was telling the truth. She was so ashamed of herself. And you dare to kill people now? You are simply a devil, Ku Zhuang added. At this time, Kajinbao suddenly shouted, "Why do you say that about my wife?" You. What do you mean by you? You two old men. I have long stopped considering you as my parents. Over the years, even though I am your eldest son, you take me the least seriously. Kajinbao said, "You still want to frame my wife for murder. I think you two are the devils. A family of devils. They are truly a family of devils." Ku Zhuang was so angry that his eyes widened, and he directly summoned his own pet. Suddenly, green electric current fell from the sky and formed a huge green electric current pool on the ground. Sizzle, sizzle. Then a 5-meter-tall green monster emerged from the pool. It has 2 large black horns on its head, a face like a dinosaur, bulging muscles all over its body, and green electric rings surrounding it from top to bottom. The body is covered with a layer of dark green scales formed by crystallization of mysterious energy. Each scale sparkles with metallic luster and is extremely hard. In his left hand he held a huge axe, and in his right hand he held a shield. A red dragon was hovering above the giant axe, and a magic stone dragon was hovering above the shield. Pet: Elemental King Lightning Green Scale Dragon Armor King. Gender: male. Qualification: Level 201, level full. Type: electricity, fire, ground. Form: 7th evolution, final form. Skills: green electric claw, electricity. Electromagnetic impact, electricity. Thunder, electricity. Lightning assault, electricity. Red flame axe, fire. Lava impact, fire. Earth defense, ground. Stone array super defense, ground. 3 dragon killing technique, electricity, fire, ground. As soon as this pet appeared on the scene, the surrounding aura was directly crushed. Rumble, rumble, rumble. This can be said to be the Ku family's most powerful pet. Invincible. This is also the unshakable foundation of his position as the head of the Ku family. Although it is level 1, the supermodel's level cap and number of evolutions allow it to have an ultimate combat power that exceeds level 1. Seeing this pet, Ku Ingen stepped back in fear. Grandpa, calm down. Humph, Kajinbao said, "You old fool. You only summoned this thing to scare people. Do you dare to kill us? This is in the city. If you dare to attack us, the Public Security Bureau will immediately send people to arrest you. Ha 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 ha. You unfilial son," Ku Zhuang said. At this moment, he just felt that giving birth to such a person was an insult to himself. What should I do? Kulungyu scratched his head anxiously. Ku Zhuang looked at the tightly closed entrance to the secret realm with despair. Only one person can enter this secret realm at a time, and the person inside can only come out on his own accord after 10 minutes. In addition to this, when someone in the secret realm dies, the gate to the secret realm will automatically open and the corpse will pop out. Haha, my dear sister, you are desperate, right? Ku Ingen said, "I guess Chenwan is almost dead now." Next, the door to the secret realm will open. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a buzzing sound. The door to the secret realm opens. Ha 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 ha. It looks like Chenwan is dead, Luo Xiangru said. What a rubbish. He's so vulnerable. Chapter 152. Bloody Reign of Beasts. So horrifying. There is only one possibility when the door to the secret realm is opened. That is, the person inside is dead. After all, it's only been 3 minutes. If Chenwan chose to open the door to the secret realm himself, he would have to wait at least 10 minutes. And now it has only been 3 minutes. If the door is open in 3 minutes, there is only one reason. Anyone who enters will die. Is this the boss Chenwan who performed so well in the Guild War? Luo Xiangru laughed. It didn't even take 3 minutes. Ha 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 ha. Cousin, is your vision so bad now? Ku Ingen said with a smile. This kind of trash is worthy of taking our family treasure? You murderer. Your whole family is murderers. Kulungyu shouted. Luo Ying's expression at this moment seemed somewhat calm. She looked at the open door to the secret realm with a thoughtful look in her eyes. Suddenly, a blood mist gushed out from it, with an impact so great that everyone present was covered in blood. Wanga! Kulungyu's eyes suddenly became moist. Ha 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 ha. Ku Ingen looked at the blood on his body with excitement. There was still a trace of residual flesh on it. Ha ha. Chenwan has been shattered. Ha ha ha. Garbage. Waste. Ha ha ha. Luo Xiangru laughed so hard that her fat body shook. With blood all over his body and that arrogant smile on his face, he was so ugly. At this moment, most of the family members also gathered around one after another. Some people support Kajin Bao and his family, while others think they are unreasonable. Brother Jin Bao did the right thing. Someone said, an outsider. How could he take our Ku family's treasures? It's good that Chenwan died. Good thing you died. Ha ha ha. There are actually people who support the murderer. This is truly terrifying. By the way, is Chunwan really dead? How can you live without dying? The infrasound waves attract strange beasts. Even if the clan leader goes in, he will surely die. After hearing this, Ku Zhuzhuang shook his head. Yes, even if he went in personally, he probably wouldn't last more than 10 minutes. Wan Gu, my Wan Gu. Kalong collapsed. Xiaoyu, don't get excited yet. Luoying gently touched Kalungyu's head, then pointed to the secret realm. Look, I saw a blood-stained hand stretched out tremblingly from the secret realm. The hand lay on the ground, grabbing forward with force, dragging the body forward. Night, brother. Just as Kalungyu was about to rush forward, Luoying quickly stopped her. Xiaoyu, look carefully, this is not Xiaowan at all. At this moment, everyone's eyes were looking towards the entrance to the secret realm. Oh, he actually managed to come out alive, Luo Xiangaru said. What a pity. Even if he came out, he probably wouldn't have much breath left. He's lucky to be disabled for life, hee. Luo Xiangru's words made a person sitting in a wheelchair next to her tremble. The man was sitting in a 24 pure gold wheelchair, his entire body covered in black clothes, with only his face showing, without any hair. This is the Ku family's guardian god of war, Ku Songyun. The reason for having no hair is that all the hair follicles on the scalp are burned. The facial features were almost distorted by the burns and no longer looked human anymore. It was because of his family's secret realm that he became what he is now, and after hearing Luo Xiangru's words, he suffered from post-war trauma. One brother, if you become disabled, I will take care of you for the rest of my life. Kalungyu cried. Xiaoyu, take a closer look, Luoying said. Now Kalungyu was so emotionally moved that his eyes were wet with tears and his vision was blurry. She rubbed her eyes, her vision became clearer, and she looked at the trembling hand with a slightly frowned brow. It's not Wan Gu. I saw a huge lizard man slowly crawling out of the secret realm, with everything below the waist missing, and his arms dragging his upper body as he desperately tried to escape from the secret realm. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Although I couldn't understand it, I could guess that it was shouting for help. Ancient demon lizard. Someone shouted. How did it become like this? When Kasongyan saw this guy, he was so scared that he fell off his wheelchair to the ground. Because it was this thing that caused me to become disabled for life. 3 of his pets died at its hands. It's so terrifying. One of them touched the blood on his body and shouted, this is not human blood at all. This is the blood of an alien beast. Oh my god, that's lizard meat. What? Chunwan defeated the lizard man? For a moment, everyone was stunned. Kajin Bao and his family just stood there in a daze. Just then, an accident happened. Hundreds of pieces of strange beasts gushed out from the secret realm. It was like a torrential rain. Xiaoyu, be careful. Luoying pulled Kalungyu aside. The current scene is truly shocking. All kinds of flesh and blood rushed out from the secret realm. Tiger head, lion head, lizard head. Everyone was stunned by the scene before them, and their hearts were tightly grasped by an invisible hand. The corpses of the strange beasts poured out like a tide, carrying a strong bloody smell that filled the air, and blood mist emerged wildly. Shock, shock, still shock. The ground was soon covered with mountains of flesh and blood-red liquid flowed freely, gathering into bloody streams. Kalungyu opened his eyes wide, his face, with tears not yet dried, full of astonishment and fear. By this time, Kajin Bao's family was so frightened that their faces turned pale, their legs went weak, and they could barely stand. What does the current picture represent? Chunwan killed all these strange beasts and cut them into pieces. The excitement on Ku Ingen's face disappeared without a trace and was replaced by endless panic. Ku Songyun seemed to be stimulated by something and struggled to get up from the ground, but he was too weak to do so due to extreme fear. His eyes were fixed on the remains of the strange beasts that had once plunged him into endless nightmares, and his whole body was shaking wildly. The entire family was stunned by this shocking scene, and for a moment, there was complete silence. Yes, it was just the sound of the strange beast's corpse constantly pouring out. Baji! Bang, bang, bang! Bang! Hundreds of pieces of meat flew out from it. Bloody. Chaotic. These are not ordinary beasts, they are all ancient beasts. With the same qualifications, The combat power of ancient beasts is 5 to 10 times that of ordinary beasts. Damn it! Don't tell me that these were all killed by Chun Wan, someone said. How on earth did they do this? How is it possible? This Chun Wan must be a god. No wonder Miska cares about him so much. He looks like a real person. See, I told you this Chun Wan must be extraordinary. I've watched the guild competition, and his performance can only be described in 2 words. Human king. Dad, something's not right. Ku Ingen said to Kajin Bao, is this Chun Wan so strong? Kajin Bao calmed down and said, I don't believe that a high school student can kill so many ancient beasts. Unless I am a fool. You are not a fool, Luoying said with a smile. After all, fool is used to describe people, not animals. Chapter 153, Ancient Orb, Starlight Mysterious Ice Sword. Who are you calling a beast? Kajin Bao said, you are an outsider. Just be a good servant. Luoying smiled slightly and said nothing more. With Kajin Bao taking the lead in opposing, other family members around him also followed suit. There's no way a high school student could do something like this. Do you really think we're fools? In my opinion, there is something wrong with the secret realm. Otherwise, how could the secret realm gate open automatically in just 3 minutes? Something has gone wrong in the secret realm. So many ancient beasts have died. It looks like Chun Wan's life is doomed. Hee. Human nature is evil. Even if these people have never known Chun Wan, they all hope that Chun Wan will die here at this moment. Because of jealousy. I'm jealous that Katianchi has this bracelet. I'm jealous that Kalangyu has this bracelet. I'm jealous that Chun Wan, an outsider, can own the bracelet and enter the secret realm. Jealousy. Kalangyu. It was you who killed Chun Wan. Ha ha ha, someone laughed. Kalangyu, you are the murderer. At this moment, except for the few 3 or 4 people present who became Chun Wan's fans after watching the guild war, the rest of the people were hoping that something would happen to Chun Wan. Now Kalangyu has calmed down, because she believes that these strange beasts were killed by Chun Wan, and there is no problem with the secret realm. Luoying said, under normal circumstances, this secret realm cannot be opened automatically, but if a strong invasion wave is generated inside, it will still open automatically. The powerful invasion wave that Luoying mentioned was referring to Chun Wan. You mean this powerful invader is Chun Wan? Ha ha ha. Ridiculous. Kajin Bao laughed. Even our Ku family's guardian god of war was defeated, and you, Before Kajin Bao could finish his words, a huge rock flew out from the secret realm and hit him directly in the abdomen, throwing him more than 10 meters away and hitting the ground heavily, spitting blood. Oh my god, what's going on? He looked down at the stone under him and his body suddenly shook. What kind of stone is this? This is the head of a strange beast. I saw 2 eyes hanging on the big black rock, and they died with their eyes open. The greatest, the ancient Stone King. Kajin Bao was so frightened that he quickly climbed up and moved away from the head, not even caring about the severe pain all over his body. Even though he hid aside, he was still frightened. Everyone present stepped back in fear when they saw the head. Oh my god. Oh my god. This, damn it. When Kasongyun saw the head, he immediately lost his mind and screamed, ah. Ku Zhuzhuang said in disbelief, how is it possible? How is it possible? It's so horrible. The ancient Stone King, the elite beast in the secret realm. You can only encounter it after you pass the middle level. The reason why everyone knows it is because of the secret book of exotic beasts passed down by the family. It records the information of various exotic beasts in the secret realm, including strength, skills, qualifications, etc. It is no longer known who wrote the book, but the information contained in it is very accurate. The ancient Stone King, an ancient elite-level beast, has superb qualifications and its combat power can be said to be stronger than that of ordinary death-level beasts in the wild. Super strong defense and offense, and explosive combat effectiveness. However, such a pet had its head twisted off by Chun Wan. Now, in the secret realm, Chun Wan looked at the fragments of the strange beast corpses around him with a calm expression, even a little disdainful. For these garbage, he only used one pet, the little devil. The defense of the little demon inlaid with colorful gems is simply terrifying. Even when facing hundreds of alien beasts, they can't break through the armor. On the contrary, its attack power is also quite terrifying. Now he was at 3/5 of the way to the secret realm. All the strange beasts had been cleared out, and a large number of secret treasures had been collected into his ring. To find out what the treasure was, Chun Wan planned to leave the secret realm and take a look. The current scene was not suitable for stopping. Keep moving forward, Chunwan said to the little devil. The environment of this secret realm is different from the secret realms Chunwan had encountered before. The previous secret places, whether man-made or wild, were all modern environments. However, this secret place is surrounded by an ancient atmosphere, with ancient towering trees, strange peaks, and rugged rocks. Some mountains pierce the sky, sharp and terrifying, while others lie dormant like giant beasts. After walking a distance, I saw a blue light flashing in front of me. When I got closer, I saw that it was a glacier. The powerful ice energy spread wildly, seeming to form a world of its own. An ice sword was suspended in the air above the glacier. The ice sword is extremely gorgeous, with clear and beautiful patterns on it. The sword body emitted a faint blue light, and as the light flowed, countless ice crystals danced in it. Surrounded by icy air, it seems to control the entire glacier. The ice energy spreads around with the ice sword as the center, forming a huge energy field. Pet orb, starlight mysterious ice sword. Quality, red, ancient. Star rating, 10 stars. Effects, 1. Add ice attribute to the equipped pet. 2. Increase the basic defense of the equipped pet by 400%. 3. Increase the basic attack power of the equipped pet by 400%. 4. All skills have a deceleration effect. 5. Add 1 to 3 ice skills based on the pet's adaptability. 6. If the pet with weak equipment is a long-range output and has weak defense, the second effect is doubled. What a powerful orb, Chunwan thought. Even though he already had colored gems, he was still surprised when he saw the one in front of him. This effect is simply too powerful, especially the last one, which perfectly corresponds to my own Xiaozi. After equipping, the sixth effect is triggered, and the defense power directly increases by 800%. This is much stronger than my colorful gem. I just don't know how difficult it is to obtain this gem. Chunwan looked around. Although it was extremely quiet, there was definitely murderous intent lurking. What needs to be faced must be faced. Chunwan patted the little devil on the shoulder and said, "Let's go." Walking onto the glacier, when he was still 20 or 30 meters away from the starlight mysterious ice sword, the glacier exploded. Bang! Chunwan quickly rode on the little devil, got into the air in time, and released defensive skills to defend himself. Under the glacier, an ice-blue giant beast stared at Chunwan with a fierce look. This is the behemoth. A real behemoth. It is 20 meters tall, and its entire body is made up of sharp ice crystals. The head is like a huge ice sculpture, with sharp edges and corners, and the eyes are like 2 balls of blue flames, weird and ferocious. The limbs are thick and powerful, the muscles made of ice crystals are extremely strong, and the claws are condensed from countless ice crystals and are extremely sharp. At the same time, the back is covered with sharp ice spikes, like a series of frost cannons ready to fire. Glacier Monster. Chapter 154, The Terrifying Enhancement of the Ancient Orb. Strange Beast. Glacial Giant. Gender, male. Qualification, level, ancient. Level, 123, level has reached the maximum. Type, ice. Form, 3 evolutions, final form. Skills, Glacial Flow Fist, ice. Ice Storm, ice. Ice Blade Slash, ice. Frost Shield, ice. Ice Stab, ice. Ice Spike Shot, ice. Frozen Field, ice. Blizzard Impact, ice. Ice Crystal Blast, ice. I saw it waving its arms and using the Ice River Long Flow Fist. Bang! A powerful punch hit the little devil at high speed, and accompanied by super ice power, the little devil's body shook slightly. But it was just a slight vibration and had no effect at all. At the same time, Chunwan summoned the new Century Queen on the other side. Chunwan's mental state is not good at the moment, so he should try to summon fewer pets. For now, that's enough. Super Space Distortion. The new Century Queen swung her giant cannon and twisted the giant ball directly at the glacial monster. The glacier behemoth immediately launched a counterattack. Ice flying. Suddenly, the several ice spikes on its back turned into cannonballs, and all of them hit the queen of the new century. Bang! The 2 skills collided with each other, producing an extremely strong fluctuation. This is an ancient level monster. When discussing basic attributes, it is on par with the other beasts of the previous level. But Chunwan's pets have all been strengthened by various powerful gems. The advantage is mine. Launch. Call the fleet. Buzz. Buzz. Dimensional cracks appeared, and a large number of spaceships flew out of them, covering the entire sky. The glacier monster looked at the spaceships in the sky and was stunned for a moment. However, Before it could react, the spaceships attacked it directly. Laser guns, laser cannons, ion cannons, thermal cannons, and so on. There are hundreds of them. This skill focuses on randomness. The number of people dispatched each time varies, and the spacecraft are also diverse. Sometimes they are large spacecraft, and sometimes they are single-person spacecraft fleets. But the damage caused in the end is pretty much the same. Bang, bang, bang. Whoosh, whoosh. Da-da-da. La-la. All kinds of lasers and artillery shells fell like heavy rain. But at the same time, the glacier monster also launched its own defense. Frozen area. Bang. It was surrounded by ice, and all the shells were frozen by the powerful freezing force when they were about to hit it. Roar, 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 roar. The glacier beast laughed loudly, as if mocking Chunwan and his two pets. Humph. Chunwan smiled lightly, as if everything was under control. Precision air-to-ground missiles. The new Century Queen pressed the button on her goggles, and then 5 missiles fell from the sky. Boom, boom, boom. This skill was extremely powerful, and it landed directly on the ground, creating a powerful explosion. In an instant, the glacier monster turned into pieces of ice and splashed in all directions. The glacier monster died, and the entire glacier suddenly dried up and turned into stone. Chunwan smiled slightly, walked forward, and took the Starlight Mysterious Ice Sword. Then, it put away the new Century Queen and summoned Xiaozi. Currently, Xiaozi is only level 80, and has already inlaid 7 gems. Now you can directly inlay this gem into it. This is also the reason why Chunwan was not in a hurry to train his pets to the maximum level and fill up the gem slots. Because there is a high chance that you will come across a better gem, but once the gem slot is filled, it cannot be removed. I'll leave this orb to you, Chunwan said. Mosaic. The Starlight Mysterious Ice Sword directly turned into a phantom and merged into Xiaozi's body. At the same time, a layer of crystal blue ice armor was inlaid on Xiaozi's original dark purple armor. A fusion of purple and blue, a fusion of poison and ice. Moreover, frost mist also surrounded the 8 spider claws behind Xiaozi. With the nourishment of the power of ice and frost, Xiaozi's 2 beautiful legs became even smoother, just like ice and snow skin. At the same time, the star-shaped mysterious ice sword was worn around Xiaozi's waist. New attribute: ice. New skills: ancient demon sealing / ice, ice armor burst, ice, ice mind god / ice, ice claw soul stealing, ice, ancient demon sealing / powerful ice energy gathers on the ice blade, and it slashes with all its might. Everything freezes wherever it passes. This slash carries the power to seal the demon. If the target is an ancient creature, the damage will be tripled. Ice armor burst. Ice armor bursts out actively, with countless sharp ice spikes shooting out in all directions at an extremely fast speed. Extremely strong penetrating power. At the same time, the player's own defense is increased by 300%. If the target is an ancient creature, the damage is tripled. When the skill is activated, the damage received from ancient creatures is reduced by 70%. Ice Mind Absolute Divine Slash. Perfectly integrate ice energy with one's own thoughts. Swing the ice sword at an extremely fast speed. This slash contains powerful spiritual power. It can directly attack the enemy's soul. While causing huge ice damage, it will permanently damage its mental power. If the target is an ancient creature, the damage will be tripled. The degree of mental damage will be tripled. Ice Claw Soul Stealer. The spider claws on the back extend forward, and several ice threads condensed from ice are shot out from the claw tips. The ice threads quickly extend towards the enemy, and the target touched will be tightly wrapped by the ice threads. At the same time, it releases extremely cold air and invades the enemy's body until the target is frozen by the ice threads. If the target is an ancient creature, the damage will be tripled. The power of these skills can be felt just by reading the descriptions, without actually practicing them. This is no longer a skill that can be evolved by an ordinary pet. The Ice Thought Absolute Divine Slash will directly and permanently damage the target's mental power. Currently in this world, except for the irradiated creatures in the Red Moon Empire, no other creature has the ability to attack the target's mental power. And now, the first creature was born, that is Xiaozi. Now it should be called Xiaolanzi. Moreover, all of these skills have a damage bonus to ancient creatures, tripling the damage, which is equivalent to quadrupling it. How terrifying! How terrifying! Lungyu, you really gave me a great treasure, Chunwan thought. To be honest, when Kalungyu gave him this bracelet at first, Chunwan didn't take it too seriously, thinking that it was just some rare treasure from heaven and earth at most. Looking at it now, This is simply a treasure that transcends time. But the only drawback of these skills is that they consume too much mental energy. After all, the orbs themselves do not have the ability to enhance mental energy. However, the effects of these skills are so strong that releasing them once may cause the loss of 70% to 80% of the full mental power. But it doesn't matter. After all, the effect is too amazing. If there are no negative effects, wouldn't it be invincible? Chapter 155. Ancient Demon Sealing Slash. Xiao Zi's aura is now completely different from before. That powerful spirit can suppress everything. And this is not the final treasure of the secret realm. Currently, I have only traveled 3/5 of the way. According to Kulungyu, the final reward is the spine of some ancient large exotic beast. Chunwan couldn't help but imagine how powerful the effect of this spine would be. But it is definitely not easy to obtain, as it must be guarded by some ancient beast. This glacier behemoth is of ancient level, so the strange beast guarding the spine is most likely of ancient level as well. At this moment, outside the secret realm, the gate was shaking violently, blood mist was still gushing out from inside, and the remains of the strange beasts were spreading out like powder. Among them, someone picked up an ice cube. Hey, could this be the body of a giant glacier beast? When everyone heard the sound, they came over despite the rain of blood. Is this the corpse of the glacier lord, the glacier beast? Chunwan killed the glacier beast in 1 second? Is this right? Everyone present was stunned when they saw this scene. Even Kuzhuzhuang was so shocked that he couldn't utter a word. He has forgotten how to pronounce it. Kujinbao, Kuingan, and Luo Xiangru were all shocked. The three of them looked at each other. If this was really done by Chenwan, then it can only be said that Chenwan's strength has reached an incredible level. If he wants to seek revenge on me, I won't have any chance of stopping him. Is this really Chenwan's ability? Kuingen said. I don't believe it. Luo Xiangru shouted. How is this possible? Kujinbao narrowed his eyes. I'm afraid only stupid people would believe it. If there really is such a genius, wouldn't it shock the world the day he awakens? Phew, luckily I almost believed it. Luo Xiangru said, a high school student killed the glacier monster in seconds. Ha! Ridiculous. The glacier behemoth. No one present had ever seen it with their own eyes. But they have all heard it, and it is imprinted in their minds. Because this is the second most powerful beast in the family secret book. The Secret Realm Treasure Book describes it as, it is as big as a mountain. Its entire body is covered with indestructible ice crystal armor. Its limbs are thick and powerful. Its head is ferocious and terrifying, and it can spit out extremely cold, frosty breath from its mouth. Wherever it goes, everything is frozen. It possesses super strength and defense. It was a terrifying existence in ancient times. It lives in extremely cold places all year round, absorbing the power of ice between heaven and earth. Anyone who challenges it will face the danger of being swallowed by the power of ice. However, the fact is that such an ant didn't even have a chance to fight Chunwan 3 moves. At this time, after being surprised, some people in the group came to their senses. By the way, do you really think Chunwan can do this? This is simply a foolish dream. A high school student has this ability? I would rather believe that there is something wrong with the secret realm itself. I really don't know what the brains of those who believe that Chunwan killed the glacier beast are made of, right? At the moment, the ratio of those who do not think that Chunwan caused such a strange phenomenon to those who think that Chunwan caused such a strange phenomenon is 80-20. After all, no normal person would think that a high school student could have such ability, especially for a large family like this with extensive experience. If it were a child or an uneducated person, they might believe it. But these well-informed people won't believe it. In the collection, the first-ranked beast has no specific name and all information about it is unknown. And now, Chunwan is about to face this unknown beast. In the secret realm, Chunwan looked ahead and saw the towering mountains forming a barrier. It looks like we've reached the end. Chunwan looked forward, then looked at Xiaozi. It all depends on your performance from now on. Don't worry, Master. I will complete all the tasks you assign to me. Stepping forward, there is only a huge cave under the mountains. Little devil, pay attention to your defense, Chunwan said. Xiaozi, if you show your head, I'll kill you instantly. Suddenly, the cave began to shake, and then all kinds of strange insects crawled out. These are all ancient demon insects, each with a hideous face and different shapes. Some are big, some are small, some are long, some are short. The mouth parts are sharp and the shell is hard. The swarm of insects surged. It spread rapidly like a black tide. Wherever it passed, The ground was eaten away with holes. Flowers, plants, and trees were instantly wiped out. Zizzizizi. Buzz buzz. The hissing sounds intertwined together, making people's scalp tingle. Strange beast. Corpse demon worm. Gender. Female. Qualification. Level. Ancient. Level. 102. Level full. Type. Insect system. Form. 3 evolutions. Final form. Skills. Bite insect. Corpse gas spread insect. Corpse demon armor insect. Millennium poisonous fungus insect. Strange beast. Soul devourer. Gender. Male. Qualification. Level. Ancient. Level. 105. Level full. Type. Insect system. Form. 4 evolutions. Final form. Skills. Soul devouring insect. Shadow assault insect. Soul devouring field insect. Dark night curse insect. Strange beast. Flame demon bug. Gender. None. Qualification. Level. Ancient. Level. 103. Level full. Type. Insect system. Form. 3 evolutions. Final form. Skills. Flame breath insect. Flame devil's wrath insect. High temperature armor insect. Lava eruption insect. At just one glance, there were tens of thousands of demon insects crawling out. Xiaozi immediately drew out the long sword from his waist and used the ancient demon sealing slash. In an instant, fighting spirit burst out from its body. The sword energy swept through, and everything became empty. No matter how arrogant these ancient insects were just now, at this moment, the only thing they could do was to be dismembered. Moreover, Chenwan discovered that this skill did not consume too much of Xiaozi's mental energy, only about 10% to 13%, which was not as terrible as he had imagined. But the power is truly terrifying. Among these tens of thousands of insects, any one of them would be quite troublesome to deal with outside. However, Ancient Demon Sealing Slash is the weakest skill among the 4 ancient gem skills. The mental power consumption of the other 3 skills should be 2 to 3 times that of this skill. The ancient insect swarm has been solved. What will we face next? Chenwan looked at the pitch-black cave entrance in front of him, which seemed like an endless abyss. Suddenly, a sound came from the cave entrance. Hiss, rustle. The sound is like something crawling madly, and it must be quite large. Hiss, rustle, rustle. The sound is getting closer. Appeared. That unknown ancient beast that only exists in the Ku family's secret treasure book. It appeared. Chapter 156, The Ancient Demonic Beetle. Large bronze beetles emerged from their burrows. The huge body is like a moving hill, and the hard shell shines with a bronze luster. The patterns on the shell look like fish scales, dragon scales, pangolin scales, and some strange crystals. Each piece of armor is like a thick shield, covered with terrifying patterns. The lines look like strange and scary smiling faces. The head was hideous and strange, with 2 huge compound eyes flashing blood-red light. A huge meat grinder was rotating inside the huge mouth, making a metallic friction sound as it opened and closed. Click, 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 click. The sound of his breath swirling, accompanied by the sound of his 10 giant claws climbing the wall, was a bit creepy. Judging from the appearance, his lethal weapons are not only his mouth parts, but also his tail. Both the front and the back are sharp weapons. The tail is held high, ending in a huge stinger with venom surging in it. Strange beast. Ancient demonic snake. Gender. None. Qualification. Level. Ancient. Level. 232. Level full. Type. Insect system. Form. 3 evolutions. Final form. Skills. Shadow poison mist. Insect. Demonic soul devouring. Insect. Netherworld poison sting. Insect. Horror curse. Insect. 100 claws insect magic array. Insect. Comma. Original orb. Demonic spine. Ancient. Red. 11 stars. 11 star orbs. There are actually 11 star gems in this world. Chenwan smiled slightly, as if he had discovered a secret of this world. The reporter checked the information of the orb. Demon spine. Ancient. Red. 11 stars effect. One if the equipped pet has Zerg attributes, the basic attack power is increased by 1000%. 2 if the equipped pet has Zerg attributes, the basic defense power is increased by 600%. 3 if the equipped pet has Zerg attributes, the new skill is added, Ancient Zerg Breath, Insect. 4 the ancient damage received by the self is reduced by 80%. Ancient Zerg Breath. After activation, the whole body emits the breath of Ancient Zerg, and can summon ancient Zerg swarms to assist in the attack. Note: ancient damage does not refer to the damage caused by ancient creatures. The damage caused by ordinary creatures that have learned ancient skills also belongs to ancient damage. In addition, the damage caused by various ancient equipment also belongs to ancient damage. This value. Such a supermodel, Chunwan thought. It seems that this is the final grand prize of the Ku family secret realm. This spine? Why not give it to Bug Girl? No, give it to Xiaozi. Xiaozi currently has insect attributes and can equip this gem. With 2 ancient red gems in charge, his strength will be greatly improved. What we need to do before that is to kill this ancient demon beetle. However, Chunwan knew that this guy was the most terrifying monster he had ever encountered, bar none. An ancient exotic beast. It comes with an ancient red 11-star gem. Xiaozi, just do your best, Chunwan said. Hearing this, Xiaozi suddenly became unhappy. Master, do you look down on me? Moreover, the master had just gifted him such a powerful gem. If he didn't perform well, where would his face be? It clenched its fists, drew its sword, and launched an attack. Ice thought, the ultimate slash of the gods. Xiaozi was ready to seal the opponent's mental power directly, because all actions of the creature required mental power, not to mention attacking and releasing skills. Once the Ice Mind Absolute Divine Slash was activated, the sky and the earth were covered with icy air. Everything gathered into ice, surrounding Xiao Zi's body. The ice sword in Xiao Zi's hand shone brightly, and an ice blue strike whizzed towards the ancient demon insect like lightning. Buzz, 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 buzz. The ancient demon felt threatened. Its blood-red compound eyes flashed, and a terrifying curse was instantly unleashed. A strange dark aura spread out, about to corrode Xiao Zi's soul. Bing Nian's absolute divine slash, with its powerful spiritual force, directly penetrated the dark aura of the horrific curse and fiercely slashed at the ancient demon. Puff. Sparks fly. The ancient demon's armor plates, which were as hard as a shield, actually showed tiny cracks after this blow. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The ancient demon insect roared twice in anger, and dark poisonous fog gushed out. The black poisonous fog spread rapidly, corroding the ground with a sizzling sound wherever it passed. Xiaozi, don't get carried away, Chunwan said. Use ancient defense skills. Start. Ice armor explodes. Countless sharp ice spikes shot out from the ice armor on its body, but these ice spikes did not attack the ancient demon beetle. Instead, they formed a solid ice wall directly in front of it. The poisonous fog collides with the ice wall, directly dissolving the poisonous fog. When the ancient demon snake saw that the poisonous fog was blocked, it suddenly kicked the ground with its 10 giant claws and rushed towards Xiaozi like a cannonball. Xiaozi flashed and avoided the attack of the ancient demon beetle. Good opportunity, Chunwan said. Counterattack. Xiaozi just used an ice claw to take the soul away. The spider claws on its back stretched forward, and several ice threads condensed from ice quickly extended towards the ancient demon beetle. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Myriad icy threads seemed to have cut the entire world apart, with straight crystal blue scratches spreading between heaven and earth. The ancient demon beetle waved its huge mouth parts, trying to bite off the ice silk, but the ice silk was extremely fast and instantly wrapped around its body. The extremely cold air invaded the body of the ancient demon beetle, causing its movements to stop instantly. The ancient demon beetle struggled, and the huge poisonous stinger on its tail suddenly stabbed Xiaozi. Xiaozi quickly swung his sword to block, and the ice sword collided with the poisonous stinger, making a loud noise. Bang! Xiaozi was knocked back a few steps by the powerful impact, but he quickly stabilized his body and raised the ice sword again. The 8 spider claws behind him were also dancing wildly. At this moment, it is the king of this world. Chunwan is 1 level higher than it. He is the king. The ice silk on the ancient demon beetle became tighter and tighter, and it twisted its body frantically, trying to break free. Xiaozi seized the opportunity and swung his sword. Ancient demon sealing slash. The powerful ice energy gathered on the weapon again, and it was slashed with all its might. A huge ice blue slash with the power to seal the demon slash towards the ancient demon. The ancient demon was hit by this attack, and the scales on its body were shattered, with black blood gushing out. This is the winning blow. Hiss, hiss. The ancient demon insect roared in pain, and the red light in its eyes became even bloodier. It's crazy. It's gone completely crazy. Soul-eating skill activated. A powerful suction force came from its mouth parts, trying to suck Xiao Zi's soul. Xiaozi felt her soul tremble and her eyes were dazed. Xiaozi, stay calm, Chen said. Xiaozi nodded, focused her mind, and integrated the ice energy with her own thoughts more closely. Defense. Fight back. Once again, he swung out the ice mind absolute divine slash. The power of ice and darkness intertwined in the air, and the entire space was shaking. Bang! As the sword energy slashed towards the ancient demon beetle, the ancient demon beetle was instantly torn into pieces. Chapter 157. Inlay. The spine of the devil beetle. However, the ancient corpse-eating bug is still making its final struggle. Launch the ultimate move. 100-clawed insect magic array. This is its final counterattack after overdrawing its mental strength. It is also his strongest skill. No other. All of a sudden, hundreds of insect claws emerged between heaven and earth, each with a different shape. These insect claws seemed to break out of the ground and pounced towards Xiaozi with a breath of destruction. Each of the insect claws contained endless power. Wherever it passed, the air was torn apart, making a sharp whistling sound. Buzz. Crack. Directly caught Xiaozi's sword energy. Xiaozi's eyes focused, and the 8 spider claws behind him danced more frantically, with ice blue light flickering between the claws. Beautiful and crazy. Tender and bloody. It held its sword across its body, with the energy in its body surging wildly, ready to meet the ancient demon's ultimate move. The insect claws swarmed towards him frantically. Xiaozi's eyes flashed with sharpness. He roared, swung the ice sword forward, and a huge ice wall rose up instantly. The power of the insect claws was too strong. The ice wall was broken in an instant and turned into countless scattered ice chips. Humph, you've been fooled. Chunwan smiled slightly. The ice wall faded away and Xiaozi disappeared. This ice wall is Xiaozi's trick. In fact, it was to attract the attention of the ancient demon beetle and prepare for a sneak attack from behind. Xiaozi's figure shuttled between the insect claws like lightning. It nimbly dodged the attacks of the insect claws while wielding its ice sword to cut off the approaching insect claws. The ice blue sword energy collided with the insect claws, making loud noises. Boom boom. Buzz buzz. He passed through the insect claw formation, came behind the ancient demon beetle, and gathered all his energy onto the ice sword. The ice sword shone brightly and turned into a huge ice blade. Ahaha! Xiaozi jumped high and chopped off the head of the ancient demon beetle. The ice blade collided with the insect claw with the power to destroy the world. Boom! There was a loud bang, and the heaven and earth shook. The ice blades and insect claws fought against each other, and the impact of energy caused the surrounding space to become distorted. The ancient demon snake was instantly broken into 5 pieces, but at the same time, Xiaozi was also exhausted. It stuck the sword on the ground, holding the sword with one hand, breathing heavily, with sweat all over its head, looking extremely tired. Chunwan walked up to it and hugged it gently. Thank you for your hard work. After being hugged by Chunwan, Xiaozi suddenly became energetic. If I can get a hug from the master every time I win, I won't feel tired even if I fight for 3 days and 3 nights. After that, Xiaozi rubbed Chunwan with its milky cheeks. Master, I love you so much. Chunwan patted its head and continued, wait, there is another gift for you. No, to be more precise, you earned it by fighting for it yourself. After saying that, Chunwan walked to the corpse of the ancient demon beetle. Looking at the corpse of the demon bug, Chunwan was not very happy, because the battle that had just been fought was the toughest battle ever fought. And judging from the condition of the corpse, one can tell that this ancient demon beetle is absolutely powerful. Even its younger brother, the glacier beast, was shattered, but the ancient demon beetle was still able to retain a relatively intact body. If his Xiaozi was not equipped with the ancient ice sword orb, there was no way he could be a match for this ancient demon beetle. In other words, even if he summoned all the final forms of his pets, he would probably still have to fight a tough battle with this ancient demon beetle. However, it is inevitable that Xiaozi will defeat the ancient demon. After all, if you want to meet the ancient demon beetle, you must first defeat the glacier beast. Moreover, even if one obtains the Starlight Mysterious Ice Sword, ordinary pets cannot equip it. Only Chunwan's pet can equip it. Then, Chunwan looked at a huge, complete brown spine in the body parts. This is the spine of the devil. Disassemble the remaining parts of the ancient demon beetle and put them into the ring. Then, Chunwan brought the spine of the demon beetle to Xiaozi. With the simultaneous bonus of experience capsules and gems, Xiaozi was promoted to level 91, and his strength was greatly enhanced. Inlay. the spine of the devil beetle. In an instant, copper-colored lines appeared under the 8 spider claws on Xiao Zi's back, spreading from the neck to the tail vertebrae. It is engraved on the back, and the pattern is very beautiful. Xiao Zi's current strength is no longer something that ordinary creatures from the outside world can contend with. But Chen Wan felt that the outside world was a fake world. The current situation seems that human civilization is developing at a rapid pace, but in fact the whole world is full of crises. Once countless time bombs are detonated, humanity will be directly suppressed. First, in the Red Moon Empire, under the influence of the Red Moon, a large number of creatures became mentally ill and developed various ways to directly attack mental power. It is no exaggeration to say that the combat effectiveness of any one of the Red Moon assassins that Chen Wan encountered before is comparable to that of Bing Nian Jueshenjian, refers to the blow to mental strength. And in the entire Red Moon Empire, there is no telling how many people, pets, and exotic beasts there are who possess this ability. Secondly, humans are only beginning to understand the ancient tombs around the world. Once something unexpected happens, humans will be unable to resist. Moreover, there are clear divisions among human classes. The middle and lower classes face too much pressure to survive, and most people cannot turn things around no matter how hard they try, because their status in life has been established the day they awaken. Therefore, there is no unity among humans, and the structure is very fragile. Therefore, the Dark Beast Tamers emerged, and the group of Dark Beast Tamers is complex, ranging from cheap banned drugs to high-tech banned drugs. From a level 1 Beast Tamer to a level 2 Beast Tamer, from a homeless person on the street to a respected principal. They all could be Dark Beast Masters. In addition, the top-level soul skills and 11-star beads discovered by Chen Wan, which break the conventional human cognition, are appearing one by one. Moreover, these factors have appeared more frequently in the past 2 years. When Chen Wan was a child, he saw a piece of local literature that said there was once a prophet who predicted that the whole world would undergo a major change between the years 1600 and 1670. Humankind will suffer an unprecedented disaster, and after the disaster, new rulers will be born in the world. But it is not clear whether this ruler is a human or a monster. And this year is the year, and we are already in this time period. Many people have speculated about the identity of this prophet, but it is too long ago, and there is no way to verify it. This prophet had predicted many changes in the world, and without exception, all of them came true. If this prophecy comes true, what awaits mankind is likely to be a huge disaster. The vast majority of human beings regard this prophecy as a joke and a piece of street literature. But now Chen Wan just felt a chill on his back. According to the recent trend of the world line, it seems that the whole world seems to be peaceful, but in fact, various changes have been hidden in various unknown corners. Chapter 158 Your son deserves to die. What Chen Wan didn't know was that there was already a violent turmoil outside the secret realm at this moment. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Within a 1,000-meter radius of the secret realm gate, the entire ground began to shake violently. It almost affected the entire Ke family. Rumble, rumble. Villas began to collapse in large numbers, with a force roughly equivalent to a magnitude 7 earthquake. Fortunately, most of the Ke family were outdoors, otherwise the entire family would have suffered a heavy blow. What's going on? An earthquake? Oh my God, what's going on? Something's wrong. Everything around us is fine. Why is there an earthquake only in our Ke family? Ku Zhuzhuang's face darkened. The one in the secret realm was finally killed, triggering the closed self-destruct mechanism of the secret realm. What? It's the unknown final creature in the secret realm book? Ku Ying'an said, "You old man are talking nonsense. Chen Wan killed the final beast. This is simply a fantasy." Ke Jinbao said, "Even our ancestors have never seen the final beast. How could he kill it?" "Yes. Impossible," Luo Xiangru said. Just as everyone was surprised and questioning, Chen Wan's figure slowly emerged from the entrance of the secret realm. Strolling in the garden, the wind is gentle and the clouds are light. He looked at the rows of ruins behind everyone, scratched his head, and said, "Demolished?" At this moment, Ku Zhuzhuang no longer cared about his family property. He looked at Chen Wan with fear in his eyes. You broke through the entire ancient tomb?" "That should be the case. I don't know either," Chen Wan said. "Anyway, there was no way out at the end, so I just went back the same way." What a genius. He broke through the Ku family's secret realm at the age of 18. It's not an exaggeration to say that he is the human emperor. Lu Chuchi said, "Stop pretending to be stupid." Ku Ying'an said, "Do you think we will believe it?" Chen Wan smiled lightly, raised the bracelet, and said, "If I'm not mistaken, you installed an infrasonic device on this bracelet. right? It can attract a large number of strange beasts in the secret realm to besiege me. I installed it. Kujinbao said, if you have the guts, kill me. I want to see what you can do. Okay. Chun Wan waved his hand, and a strand of swamp silk turned into a noose and directly cut off Ku Ingen's neck. The head fell to the ground in an instant. But I won't kill you. I will kill your evil son. Chun Wan said. Ku Ingen died with his eyes wide open. His last look was filled with horror, fear, regret, surprise, and unwillingness. When everyone saw this scene, they all gasped. They didn't even see Chun Wan's actions just now, and he directly killed Ku Ingen from a distance of 30 meters. So terrifying. Son. Ku Jinbao and Luo Xiangru's eyes widened immediately. Ku Ingen, who was still alive and kicking a moment ago, was instantly torn apart. Look, your son died with his eyes open, Chen Wan said, but it was you and your wife who caused his death. Well done. Ku Lengyu shouted. First you wanted to frame my father with this bracelet, then you wanted to frame me, and now you want to kill my elder brother. Ku Ingen deserves to die. You all deserve to die. In fact, Ku Lengyu had no good feelings towards Ku Ingen, but because of the family relationship, she called her cousin. The reason why she didn't like Ku Ingen was because she once discovered that Ku Ingen had dirty thoughts about her. She once witnessed Ku Ingen stealing the tissue she used when she had a cold and sniffing it with a look of enjoyment. At that time, she thought Ku Ingen was just a pervert. Now, she discovered that Ku Ingen was a murderer, a demon who wanted to frame her family. Luo Xiangru's eyes widened as she stared at Chen Wan and said, You killed someone. You're done. The law will judge you. After hearing this, Ku Lengyu and Luo Ying both looked worried. Chen Wan killed someone in the city, and the person was from such a big family, so he might really get into trouble with the authorities. Brother Wan, let's run away, Ku Lengyu said. We can run to the ends of the earth, and no one will punish us. Xiaoyu is right, Luo Ying said. Xiao Wan, you are indeed impulsive. Let's go. No one in this world can judge me, Chun Wan said. Not even God. I want revenge for my son. Revenge? Kujinbao roared angrily, and then summoned his 10 pets. Kujinbao's natal pet beast is only of level 1, so he is only a 5-star beastmaster so far. These 10 pets posed no threat to Chen Wan. Crack, crack, crack. The swamp silk strangled 10 ants in an instant, and Kujinbao's beast-controlling space was instantly closed. Oh my god, it's too strong. The people around exclaimed in surprise. Is this a soul skill? He killed 10 pets in an instant without even summoning them. And all of Kujinbao's 10 pets were at the highest level. How could they be killed in an instant? This is beyond description with the word genius. Chunwan turned his head and looked at everyone. Is that amazing? Is there anyone stronger? Welcome to challenge. Wherever Chunwan's eyes swept, everyone avoided looking. No one dared to look Chunwan in the eye. Where are those people who doubted me before? Chunwan said, Are they mute? I'm going to kill you. Luo Xiangru suddenly shouted. You killed my son and my husband. I want revenge. After saying that, Luo Xiangru directly summoned her 10 pets. Unlike her husband Ku Jinbao, Luo Xiangru's natal pet is level. Therefore, among her 10 pets, 9 are level 1 and 1 is level 2. The power of the beast taming space brought by the 9-level pet has a 0.01% chance of allowing the beast tamer to successfully contract a level 1 pet. Fortunately, Luo Xiangru succeeded. But unfortunately she offended Chunwan. That super pet was a black beast with 6 claws. Pet, Black Lightning Mad Dragon Beast. Gender, male. Qualification, level. Level, 103, level full. Type, dragon. Form, 3 evolutions, final form. Skills, Black Current, dragon. Dragon Claw Assault, dragon. Dragon Armor Break, dragon. Demon Dragon Awakening, dragon. The whole body was surrounded by black electric current, and it looked like it had been carefully cultivated by her. But it doesn't work at all. Squeak, 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 strangling them all. Blood flying everywhere. Kill anyone who stands in your way. Kill anyone who stands in your way. What's more, this garbage is not even worthy of being considered as God's history. There is no such thing as any respect in front of Chunwan. At this moment, Luo Xiangru was completely shocked by Chunwan's strength. She took 3 steps back and calmed herself down. You are indeed very strong, but you killed someone. No matter what, you will not be able to leave this imperial city today. Just as he finished speaking, 5 helicopters from the sheriff's bureau were seen flying in the sky. Then, it stopped above the Ku family. Gu, let's go. Kalungyu said. Chunwan smiled softly. Who knows who they are here to catch? After that, hundreds of security guards surrounded the crowd with weapons in hand. Haha, Chunwan, you are going to be arrested, Luo Xiangru said. Just as Luo Xiangru was being arrogant, a team of security guards rushed forward and handcuffed Luo Xiangru and Kajin Bao. At this time, a female security guard walked up to Wan and said, "These people committed murder intentionally. The law will judge them." The person who spoke was Zhao Linmin. Chapter 159. The teacher is taking a shower. A few days ago, Zhao Linmin made another great contribution by capturing 10 dark beast masters in the wild. She was directly selected by the Imperial City and hired as the deputy director of the Public Security Bureau with a super high salary. But even if she didn't come, Chunwan would not have been caught. After all, Kajin Bao's family really wanted to murder people. We committed murder? Kajin Bao said, we didn't kill anyone, but Chunwan killed our son. This is unjust. Zhao Limin took Chunwan's bracelet and asked, how do you explain the sonic device? You can catch us? Luo Xiangru said, we must catch Chunwan as well. He's a murderer. Chunwan had reason to suspect that he was framed by you again after leaving the secret realm, so he killed your son out of self-defense. Is this reason acceptable? Zhao Limin said indifferently. This is absolute nonsense, said Luo Xiangru. If you two still refuse to obey, I can give up protecting you too and let Chunwan continue to defend himself. Zhao Limin said. After these words were spoken, Kajin Bao and Luo Xiangru immediately became obedient. They both realized that these 100 security guards were not only there to arrest them, but also to protect them. Otherwise, he would not be able to escape from Chunwan's clutches. Take him away, Zhao Limin said. Then Zhao Limin walked up to Chunwan, smiled gently, and whispered, 9 o'clock in the evening, Galaxy Hotel, room 321. I have something to talk to you about. Chunwan already knew that Zhao Limin was transferred to Dihuang City, but the sudden request to book a hotel room made Chunwan a little confused. Okay, teacher. Zhao Limin looked back at Kazu Wang and said, someone will come to clean up the ruins of these villas later. After saying that, he turned and left. Gu, do you know each other? Kalungyu said. That's great. Hee, are you hurt, bro? Of course not. Kalungyu's own house was collapsed by the earthquake, but now he looks like nothing happened. She really didn't care. After all, she usually lived in Yanlong University. Chunwan walked up to Kazu Wang and said, Master, I will find a way to compensate you for these houses later. I promise to pay it back within half a year. Upon hearing this, Kazu Wang waved his hands repeatedly. No, no, no. It's us, the Ku family, who have offended you. We still have to find a way to make amends to you. How can we ask for compensation from you? That's too polite. Lung Yu and I are good friends, and you are her grandfather. There is no need to apologize. Chunwan said. Don't worry, Xiao Wan. I'll give you a reply after I've dealt with these housing issues. Kazu Wang said, I heard that you have a competition tomorrow, so I won't bother you anymore. Chunwan smiled lightly and left. After saying goodbye to Kazu Wang, Luoying and Kalungyu quickly caught up with Chunwan. Kalungyu actually lives in Yanlong University, and Luoying has nowhere to go now. She originally wanted to stay with the family to help deal with the ruins, but was pulled away by Kalungyu. Aunt, you should live in Yanlong University from now on, Kalungyu said. I have seen through it. Apart from Grandpa and Grandma, there are few good people in this family. Let's just leave here. Okay, then I will follow Xiaoyu from now on, Luoying said. Luoying then looked at Chunwan with a little more awe in her eyes. She didn't know why Chunwan's fighting ability was so strong. She only knew that she shouldn't ask questions that she shouldn't ask. Now, Osmanthus Guild Training Base. In such a huge base, there are only Majila and Xiao Qingqing. Let's complete the fusion of the demonic heart here, Xiao Qingqing said. Majila played with the heart of the devil in his hand with a cynical smile on his face. Is it necessary? That Chunwan seems to be just so-so. It's not that he is strong, it's that his opponent is too weak. Don't take it lightly. Although you are strong enough, you must equip your pet with this heart of the heavenly demon just to be on the safe side. Majila sneered and then summoned his own pet. An ice tiger, with pure white fur and a body emitting a biting coldness. Its eyes are ice blue. Its body is about 3 meters long, and it exudes a chill. The claws took the shape of blades, flashing with cold light. Ice Frost Blade Tiger. Pet, Frost Blade Tiger. Gender, male. Qualification, level. Level 120, level full. Type, ice. Form, 3 evolutions, final form. Skills: Frost Blade slash Ice, Ice Blade Storm, Ice, Arctic Claws, Ice, Ice Armor, Ice, Cold Shadow Assault, Ice, Frozen Roar, Ice, Frost and Snow Field, Ice. Immediately afterwards, Majila merged the heart of the heavenly demon into the body of the Frost Blade Tiger. For a moment, a dark aura spread. The pure white hair began to grow wildly, becoming messy and thick. At the same time, the body posture slowly changed to an upright shape, the spine rose, and the height exceeded 10 meters. The originally azure eyes turned scarlet, and black cold air spewed out of the mouth from time to time. Wherever it went, everything was frozen. There was a smell of decay mixed in with the coldness. The muscles on his body bulged and swelled out of shape. The air around the Frost Blade Tiger was distorted, forming a terrifying aura. Roar. The roar was like a roar from the abyss, shaking the entire training base. Haha, yes, that's it, Xiao Qingqing said proudly. After integrating the power of the ancients, Chunwan, what else can you use to fight me? Ma Jila nodded. President, you have given me such a powerful force, and I will definitely not let you down. If I can match Chunwan, I will directly prevent him from becoming a beastmaster. At night, Galaxy Hotel. Chunwan arrived at room 321 as agreed and knocked on the door. Teacher, I'm here. After waiting for more than 10 seconds, the door did not open. Chunwan looked up at the room number and thought, that's right, it's 321. Just then, the door opened. Sizzle. When the door opened, Zhao Limin was seen wearing a pink bathrobe with wet hair. Her delicate little feet were exposed. Her long, beautiful legs were faintly visible under her bathrobe, and her white shoulders were smooth and attractive. Her wet long hair was casually draped over her shoulders, with a few strands of hair sticking to her cheeks, making her look very charming. Her face is delicate, her eyebrows are as dark as distant ink, and her eyes are as clear as autumn water. There are crystal clear water droplets hanging on the long eyelashes, which mix with the fragrant sweat, creating an attractive and pleasant fragrance. Teacher, are you taking a shower? Chunwan scratched his head awkwardly. How about I wait outside for a while? Sorry. Zhao Limin blushed a little, lowered her head slightly and said, come in quickly and close the door. This is also Chunwan's fault. We agreed to meet at 9 p.m., but it's only 8:45 now. The main reason was that Chunwan didn't expect Zhao Limin to be taking a shower, and he was somewhat at a loss. Chapter 160 Favoring the Bug Girl. After closing the door, Zhao Limin turned and walked into the bathroom. Along with the sound of flowing water, Zhao Linmin's slim figure swayed gently under the hazy glass. Through the translucent glass, water vapor condensed into water droplets on the glass and slowly slid down. She turned slightly to the side, her graceful curves vaguely visible in the haze. The slender waist sways gently, and the long legs are sometimes straightened and sometimes slightly bent, which makes people imagine a lot. She raised her arms and gently combed her wet long hair, looking elegant and charming. Drops of water slid down her fingertips and dripped onto the ground, making a crisp sound. Soft and charming. When Chunwan saw this scene, he took a deep breath, put on his headphones, sat aside, and slowly closed his eyes. The competition is tomorrow. My mental strength is already not good, so I can't let my mind be disturbed anymore. I don't know how long it took, but Chunwan felt delicate and smooth fingers touching his cheek. When he opened his eyes, he found Zhao Limin looking at him with a smile. At this moment, Zhao Limin was wearing burgundy pajamas, her snow-white skin was exposed, her long hair was full of moisture, and her body fragrance like sweet milk evaporated, turning the whole room into a sweet dream. Obviously, Zhao Limin didn't treat Chunwan as an outsider. Chunwan also discovered that Zhao Linmin's personality has become better and better since she stopped being a teacher at the school. Before, they were all like Nun Miju. Even though she was very beautiful, no student dared to like her. It could even be said that they hated her. Charming and gentle, these words had nothing to do with her. It can be seen that schools not only harm students, but also teachers. The school can force everyone except its own top management to become abnormal. He's really a little boy, Zhao Limin said. Chunwan took off his headphones and said, Teacher, what do you want to talk to me about? I won't beat around the bush with you anymore. Zhao Limin sat down opposite Chunwan, opened a bottle of watermelon juice and placed it in front of Chunwan. Recently, a large number of well-trained Dark Beastmasters have appeared in the Flame Dragon Empire. To be more precise, it's the Dark Beastmaster Corps. Are you going to drag me in again? Chunwan said. The daily salary is 100,000, and our organization has been recognized by the World Federation Organization. With the background of the Federation, We can freely travel around the world. Zhao Linmin didn't say much nonsense and directly handed the contract to Chunwan. As usual, it's voluntary. Zhao Linmin continued. What I told you before about my transfer to Emperor City was also a lie. In fact, I was transferred to a new team set up by the Yanlong Empire Security Bureau to deal with this incident. I am also the deputy director of the Emperor City Security Bureau. It was just a name given to me in Emperor City to facilitate my actions. Chunwan took the contract and looked at it. I am no longer the idle high school student I used to be. Many forces regard me as a thorn in their side. I am also being targeted by the Red Moon Empire. A few nights ago, I was hunted down by an assassin from the Red Moon Empire and suffered severe mental damage. If you bring me into the team, I'm afraid there will be extra trouble. Chunwan looked at the contract and continued, and a daily salary of 100,000 is not too tempting to me right now. I just want to help President Su win first place, let her cure my mother, and then return to normal life and spend more time with my parents. Zhao Linmin frowned slightly. That's right. You are not short of money at all now. After that, a hint of disappointment flashed in her eyes. Then let's not talk too much. Let's go. I'll treat you to a midnight snack. There's a new barbecue restaurant that just opened. Their specialty is the iron plate flying cockroaches. I heard they're delicious. Don't worry, I want to hear what's going on with this Dark Beast Tamer Corps. Well, let me tell you. According to observations from all sides, a huge Dark Beastmaster organization has been established in the country. It has a strict hierarchy and a total of at least 5,000 people. The exact location of the headquarters is currently unknown. Furthermore, once these Dark Beast Masters are caught, they will activate their self-destruct system. As a result, more than 500 security guards have died and more than 3,000 have been injured. This news has not yet been spread, fearing that it will cause panic in society. Moreover, the combat effectiveness of these Dark Beast Masters is also extraordinary, 3 to 5 times higher than those Dark Beast Masters we encountered in Shanghai City. Their current actions are mainly to drag people into the country and continue to expand their own organization. At the same time, they are also looking for scattered organizations of Dark Beast Masters to incorporate into the Legion. It is currently speculated that the leader of this organization is not only well-funded, but also extremely powerful. He is also likely to have a certain social status. It's just that he is hiding too well, and it's impossible to find him. This is bound to be a tough battle, Zhao Linmin said. I don't want to use those high-sounding and righteous words to coerce you. After all, this job is too dangerous. I would be happier if you could live a good life. And the reason why I hate Dark Beast Masters so much is because my grandparents both died at the hands of Dark Beast Masters. I will never reconcile with them in this life. I will burn my life to eliminate all Dark Beast Masters in the world. Chunwan nodded thoughtfully. Teacher, take care of yourself. Contact me if you need help. I won't have a midnight snack. I have a competition tomorrow, so I need to go back and rest. Zhao Linmin lowered her eyebrows and was stunned for a few seconds, then stood up and smiled. Well, I'll see you off. The two looked at each other, and Chunwan could feel the disappointment in Zhao Linmin's eyes. But this time he really didn't want to get involved. Chunwan looked at Zhao Linmin and said softly, I'm sorry. Teacher, what are you talking about? Zhao Linmin said, What's there to be sorry about? I asked you to help me. Isn't it normal for you to refuse? Don't think too much. Let's go. And do your best in the competition tomorrow. Chunwan returned to Yanlong University. I went back to my room and didn't think about it anymore. What he needs to do now is to upgrade his insect girl. By killing so many demon insects in the Ku family secret realm, you can obtain a lot of gems suitable for insect-type beast taming. Chunwan summoned the insect lady and placed her on the bed. She was like a big loaf of bread, soft and fluffy. Ah, ah, ah. Lady Bug curled up her body as if flattered. Her big watery eyes looked around the bed, and then at Chunwan's smiling face. What is the master going to do? You're not going to do that to me. Hee hee. I didn't expect that the master didn't let me evolve because he likes the way I am now. The insect lady slowly closed her eyes, spread out her insect body, and smiled with enjoyment. She was ready. Master, come on. I can't wait. Chapter 161. The insect girl breaks out of her cocoon and evolves into the abyss. Are you sleepy? Chunwan pinched its little face. Why did you fall asleep? The bug lady came back to her senses, opened her eyes, and tilted her head. Huh? I don't understand what you're saying. Chunwan took out a gem. After you complete your first evolution, you'll probably be able to speak. It won't be too late to tell me anything you want to say then. The orb that Chunwan took out was an insect engraving similar to a fossil. He also took out the Abyss Evolution Scroll and the upgrade capsule. There is an imprint of a bug on the orb stone. Pet orb, beautiful insect seal from ancient times. Quality, red, ancient. Quality, 8 stars. Restriction, only pets with insect attributes can equip this. Effects, 1. After equipping the pet, the basic attack power of the pet increases by 450%. 2. After equipping the pet, the basic defense power of the pet increases by 377%. 3. The damage of insect-type skills increases by 222%. 4. If the pet is a humanoid pet, its female characteristics will be increased, greatly improving its overall appearance. The beauty insect is a kind of insect that exists purely in ancient times, and is a female star among the insect monsters. Chunwan placed the pet orb in front of the insect lady. The insect lady stared at the orb curiously, with curiosity flashing in her eyes. Ah! Suddenly, the gem flashed, automatically floated, and revolved around the insect girl. The bug lady opened her mouth in surprise, with fear in her eyes. Ah! Ah! The light became brighter and brighter, directly enveloping the insect girl. After a moment, the light gradually dissipated. A brand new beauty appeared in front of Chunwan. Pet, cocoon-breaking insect girl. Gender, female. Qualification, level, hide qualification. Level, level 21, level cap, level 98. Type, ground type, insect type. Form, 1 evolution. New skill, insect explosive armor. Insect pattern explosive armor. The insect patterns on the whole body condense into armor, increasing defense by 300%, attack power by 100%, and skills that exceed 100% will continue to consume mental power while in use. I saw the insect girl turned into a human form, about 1.6 meters tall, with a graceful figure, exquisite curves, and delicate skin. Her long hair fell to her waist and fluttered slightly. Her face is delicate and beautiful, with a slightly upturned cherry mouth. With the blessing of the last effect of the gem, the figure becomes slender where it should be slender, and plump where it should be plump. The body seems to be wearing something, but also seems to be wearing nothing. The unique patterns of the Zerg turned into exquisite clothing on her body, replacing the concealing function of clothing. The insect lady looked at Chunwan with joy in her eyes. She turned around to show her new appearance to Chunwan, while also looking at her new appearance. Master, I am so beautiful, he. His voice was extremely gentle, and his personality was much more stable than before he evolved. After saying that, it pouted a little aggrievedly. You finally remembered me. I thought you didn't want me anymore. The last part of Chengzi Nyang's voice trembled a little. She was naturally feeling aggrieved inside. As she spoke, 2 small tears appeared in the corners of her eyes. Chunwan wiped its tears and said, "Oh, I'm sorry, little baby. This is the shortest one among all his pets, and looks like a little bean." After all, Chunwan's own height is over 1.85 meters, and 1.6 meters is indeed a bit short in front of him. Chunwan himself felt somewhat guilty. He could empathize with her. It's a really unpleasant feeling to see friends around you growing and improving one by one, while you yourself are standing still. Seeing the aggrieved look of the insect lady, Chunwan gently picked her up and pinched her cheeks. You won't hate me, will you? No way. Motherbug nudged Chunwan with her cheek. You gave me such a good pearl. Wouldn't it be ungrateful if I hated you? Besides, I never hated you. I just felt a little uncomfortable. I understand. You see, you understand it yourself. I left all the good things for you, Chunwan said. Your first gem is of the ancient level. Xiaozi only got it after reaching the ultimate evolution. Hearing this, the bug lady's eyes lit up. So the master left all the good things to me. I misunderstood the master. I'm sorry. How could Chunwan tell the truth and say that these were the pearls left over by Xiaozi? In fact, the most suitable gem for Bug Girl is the demon beetle spine. But in Chunwan's heart, his natal pet will always come first. Without a natal pet, it would be impossible to have everything that I have now. Little girls need to be coaxed. If you say these things to Bug Lady, she will probably start crying again. The little guy's mind is still a little immature. Chunwan thought, one more evolution should be enough. Then he said to the Bug Lady, Little darling, let's continue to improve, okay? Aha. Then, Chunwan took out another gem. This time, the gem is a drill-like thing, and it is also tailor-made for Bug Girl. Pet orb, drill bugs drill. Quality, red, ancient. Quality, 8 stars. Restrictions, only pets with insect and ground types can equip it. Effects, 1. After equipping, the pet's basic attack power increases by 300%. 2. After equipping, the pet's basic defense power increases by 200%. 3. The damage of insect-related skills increases by 200%. 4. The damage of ground-related skills increases by 200%. 5. New passive skill. Underground Overlord Ground. 6. New skill. Crazy Drill Attack. Ground after activation. Use the high-speed exoskeleton drill to attack and have super strong digging ability. Underground Overlord Ground. When fighting underground, the overall comprehensive attributes are increased by 290%. Equipment. Under the influence of the orb, the bug lady grew a drill tail. To be precise, there is a drill growing on the slender tail, which makes the drill's attack more flexible and can attack 360 degrees. Well, welcome to your second evolution. The level of the cocoon-breaking insect girl has been raised to level 26. Abyss evolution. The insect girl began to grow taller, and the insect patterns on her body became more colorful. She is nearly 1.7 meters tall, with a pair of straight and slender legs. The skin is soft and delicate. A close-fitting dark golden exoskeleton armor began to form above the insect pattern, and the zerg patterns on the exoskeleton armor became more complex and exquisite. The existence of the exoskeleton is just right, which can increase the deterrent power of the insect girl without affecting its appearance. The shoulders, arms, waist, and beautiful legs are still exposed. Chapter 162. The bugs have gone crazy. Pet. Ground insect king. Gender. Female. Qualification. Level. Hide qualification. Level. Level 26. Level cap. Level 98. Type. Ground type. Insect type. Form. Secondary evolution. New skills. Insect Demon 100 Claws. Insect. Insect Shadow 1000 Blades. Insect. Skill evolution. Insect Pattern Armor Explosion. Insect Armor Fission. Ah! The insect girl completed her second evolution and cheered happily. Hearing its gentle call, Chun Wan was stunned. Why is the language function degenerating? Seeing Chun Wan in a daze, the insect lady smiled and said, "Hee hee, dear master. I'm just teasing you. You're so stupid." Chun Wan smiled and said, "You are so boring." Bug Girl has completed her second evolution. Her voice and expression have become much more mature. "Hee hee, master. Give me a hug." The insect girl twisted and turned in Chan Wan's arms, her fragrant body emitting a natural fragrance. Chun Wan was a little flustered by it and said quickly, "Baby, it won't be too late for us to get close to each other after I help you complete the final evolution?" "Well, okay." Afterwards, Chun Wan directly maxed out the Abyss Evolution Scroll, Upgrade Capsule, and Ancient Orb. Normally speaking, this is Chen Wan's strongest pet besides Xiao Zi. After all, it is inlaid with ancient red gems. However, Xiao Zi's ancient 11-star red orb and ancient 10-star orb are too powerful, and they firmly occupy the first place and cannot be shaken. Moreover, Xiao Zi is currently the only pet that has bonus damage to ancient creatures and can directly carry out mental attacks on the target. The gems inlaid by Bug Girl do not have these effects. After the final evolution, Bug Girl's height still remained at 1.7 meters, but her appearance was completely different from before. Now it looks like a calm yet crazy humanoid insect demon. His whole body exudes abyss black smoke. He has long black wavy hair and a withered hell flower on his head. She was wearing a long black dress that was covered with insect patterns that were constantly wriggling. She wore black lace gloves and black high heels, looking like a funeral-style lady. His face was stern. His pupils were indifferent. His skin was fair, and two small canine teeth protruded from the corners of his mouth. Pet. Abyss demon. Gender. Female. Qualification. Level. Hide qualification. Level. Level 98. Level full. Type. Ground type. Insect type. Form. 4 evolutions. Skill evolution. Insect armor fission. Abyss destruction armor. New skills. Insect charm spiral attack. Insect. Ground. Corpse flower sea. Ground. Insect tomb. Insect. Ground. Sacrifice ceremony. Insect. Ultimate funeral. Insect. Earth demon Rakshasa tribulation. Insect. Ground. The levels of these newly added skills only show the basic levels. When included in the pet information, they have already reached level 30 with the blessing of the gems. It can be said that apart from Chen Wan's pet, there are not 5 people in the whole world who have level 30 skills. Much more mature. Chun Wan thought. Just when Chen Wan was relieved, unexpectedly, the cold-hearted woman in front of him suddenly smiled playfully, opened her little mouth, and showed her little fangs. Ah, ah. Then she threw herself on Chen Wan and said, "Master, you made me so beautiful. I am embarrassed." It must be said that although the insect girl is much shorter than Chen Wan, with the blessing of so many gems, plus the final evolution, she is truly extremely powerful. With a gentle push, Chun Wan was pushed directly onto the bed. He, the insect lady gently kicked her calves, and her two high heels slid to the ground, and a fragrance emanated. Ah, ah, ah. It opened its mouth wide and looked at Chun Wan excitedly. "Master, you finally care about me. I want to repay you well, wow." "Calm down, baby." Chun Wan quickly got out of the arms of the insect lady and said seriously, "I think you are too excited. Go back to the beast control space and be quiet for a while." Seeing the insect lady turning into a shadow and returning to the beast taming space, Chun Wan walked to the bed and looked at the insect lady's saliva dripping on the sheets. He felt a little funny in his heart. What abyss demon? I think it's the abyss succubus. Is it because it has been suppressed for too long? Chun Wan wiped the saliva of Chung Xinyang. It must be said that there was a taste of coconut milk coffee. In the beast taming space, the gorgeous appearance of the insect girl attracted the attention of other sisters. "Wow, girls change a lot when they grow up." Xiaozi said, "Now you are the prettiest among our sisters. The master must like you the most this time." This is not just a compliment. At present, Bug Girl does have the highest appearance, but she is a little short. The bug lady shook her head proudly. "Of course, the name my master gave me is Baby." "Ah, Baby?" Xiaoying came closer and said, "I actually gave you such an intimate nickname. The master has never called me Baby." "I'm so envious," said Xiao Miao. Chun Wan looked at the beast girls discussing in the beast taming space, smiled lightly, and also felt helpless. But no matter what, he had obtained a powerful pet in its final form at the maximum level, and the power of the beast controlling space had been greatly enhanced. Go to sleep. There's a game tomorrow. The next day, Chun Wan and Luoying went to the competition venue. Waiting room. Compared to yesterday, there are half as many people in the hall. After all, there were 50 guilds yesterday, but today there are only 25 guilds left. Only the victorious guild can stay in the main arena. Everyone started talking. Guess who will be in line for the Osmanthus guild? How can I guess that? There are 25 guilds. But the biggest highlight will definitely be winning the Epic Guild. If that happens, the popularity will skyrocket. Yes, the Guan Guild is fighting the Guild of Osmanthus. One is the #1 guild that has risen in recent years, and the other is the #1 guild that used to be there. I really want to see these two fight. The Guan Guild only has Chun Wan and Kulung Yu, while the Guild of Osmanthus has many geniuses. Can the Guan Guild handle it? I don't know. Besides, it looks like Chun Wan will be the next player to play today. He performed very well last time. Don't let me pick him, or I will surrender. Yeah, it's too scary. I don't want my career as a beastmaster to be cut short. After all, I'm in the top 25 now, so I'm not afraid of losing. Hearing everyone's words of fear for Chen Wan, Kulung Yu smiled at Chen Wan and said, "Brother Wan, your reputation has improved. Everyone is beginning to be afraid of you. I don't need them to be afraid of me, because this kind of fear has no quality." Chen Wan said. These words were not ostentatious at all. In Chen Wan's eyes, these people were just like little ants, shouting, "I'm afraid of you," and "I'm afraid of you." This kind of fear is without value. The fear of tigers, giant bears, and dragons is something to be proud of. "Oh, you're still pretending." Majila cynically walked up to Chen Wan with a walnut in his hand, raised his head and said, "They are afraid of you because they are rubbish, and I look down on you because you are not worthy of looking me in the eye." Chapter 163, The Beauty King's Attention. Okay, Chun Wan turned his head. "If I can match you, I will return this sentence to you 10 seconds after the game starts." Haha, how arrogant. You're so lost after beating up a few losers. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. Majila laughed. People around started talking again. Oh my god, it looks like the Osmanthus Guild is going to send out Majila, the strongest newcomer. Boss Majila is going to play. Please let him go. I want to see him and Chen Wan fight. A showdown between two big guys. Peak. Majila looked at everyone. What nonsense are you bunch of idiots talking about? How can someone like Chun Wan be compared to me? At this time, Xiao Qingqing said, "This Majila has been following me since he was a child and has received my training. When he grew up, he awakened his super talent and defeated various top masters. Now you compare him with Chen Wan, a bastard. You are looking down on us too much, ha ha ha. I think your old wife is the bastard," Su Yutong said contemptuously. You've lived for so many years, and you can't even speak human language? Xiao Qingqing smiled and shook her head. Let you guys go wild for a while now. After all, there won't be many chances later. As soon as the words fell, the big screen lit up and the matching began. Arisher Guild, Shinzi Guild, Wild Dog Guild, Wild Boar Guild, Bird Guild, Fish Guild, Cheetah Guild, Antelope Guild, Goshawk Guild, Dove Guild, Spirit Fox Guild, Snow Ferret Guild. Matches are released in rounds. According to the original rules, there are a total of 25 guilds, one of which needs to have 3 guilds, and the winner is decided in a free-for-all mode. However, one of the guilds withdrew from the competition and remained at 25th place. The big screen continued to scroll, but the names of the GUN Guild and the Osmanthus Guild had not yet appeared on the big screen. Could it be that these two guilds are really matched together? Everyone said. Why do I feel like this is an intentional arrangement by the authorities? The popularity of guild wars is decreasing year by year. The real hotspot is when the GUN Guild fights the Hohot Guild. As long as the two are matched together, the number of people watching online will definitely skyrocket. That shouldn't be possible. The official won't secretly adjust the matching probability. If two guilds are really matched together, it's just a matter of luck. Who knows? At this moment, the big screen froze the final frame, and the last pair of guilds were matched. Osmanthus Guild, Era Guild. At this moment, there was a heated discussion both in the venue and on the internet. Holy crap, these two guilds are really fighting. I was right. This is so entertaining. Chunwan's current strength is unquestionable. He has broken everyone's misunderstanding of him. Now it depends on which of the two guilds is stronger. One is the veteran leader, and the other is the rookie leader. The number of people watching the game online skyrocketed. Current live broadcast viewers, 100,000. Current live broadcast viewers, 150,000. Current live broadcast viewers, 200,000. Current live broadcast viewers, 250,000. Current live broadcast viewers, 300,000. Current live broadcast viewers, 900,000. And it continues to rise. So many people are watching the live broadcast. It's so lively. Is this the first time in history that the number of spectators at a guild war has exceeded 1 million? That's right. The entire Yanlong Empire has only about 20 million people, and 1/20th of them are watching the game. What does that mean? At this moment, at the Yanlong Empire competition headquarters, a tall woman in a golden robe looked at the big screen in front of her with an expressionless face. This person is the king of Yanlong Empire, Feng Huang. He just turned 40 this year and is already the ruler of a country. Although she is a bit older, she looks like she is just over 30 years old, with a strong mature vibe. She wears a crown and has long, slightly curly hair in gorgeous flame red. Her graceful figure is displayed to the fullest under her slim golden robe, and her 2 snow-white legs are faintly visible. The collar of the golden robe was slightly open, revealing a piece of snow-white skin and delicate collarbone. At her feet, a pair of burgundy high heels sparkled with a delicate luster, contrasting with the golden robe she was wearing. Noble and sexy. On both sides of her, all the officials stood and nodded. This event was so popular that the king came to the event office to supervise and watch the game. Chenwan, this is the first time I've heard of this name, Feng Huang said. I'm very familiar with Majila. He's one of the top 10 talented young people in the country. Yes, king. Li Guanghao, director of the tournament general administration, said, Majila has achieved outstanding results in major competitions. And this Chenwan is 2 years younger than him, Feng Huang said. It has only been less than 2 months since his natal pet awakened. If he can defeat Majila, I will definitely focus on training him. It's difficult, Li Guanghao said. I estimate that this will be a very tense battle that will last at least half an hour. Feng Huang stopped talking and continued to look at the big screen expressionlessly. At the competition site, the enthusiasm in the audience seats was unprecedentedly high, with a huge crowd chattering and saying all kinds of things. But 99% of the discussion was about the GUN Guild and the Osmanthus Guild, as well as Chenwan and Majila. It's so wonderful, so wonderful. The tickets are really worth it. I saved up these $2,000 for the front row tickets for a month. It's totally worth it. Come on, Majila. Defeat Chenwan. Come on, Chunwan. Defeat Majila. Now most people still have doubts about Chenwan and the Era Guild, but some people have already become fans of Chenwan. The vast majority of them are women, ranging from 3 or 4 years old to 70 or 80 years old. Chenwan's audience covers a wide age range. Among the fanbase, a small number of them like Chenwan because of his outstanding performance in the previous game, but most of them like Chen Wan because of his appearance. He is a handsome big brother in the eyes of little girls and a handsome little boy in the eyes of aunts and grandmothers. Women of the same age were even more attracted to Chen Wan because of his calm demeanor and handsome looks. He is a beastmaster, a competition contestant, and a star. At this moment, Chen Wan was standing on the ring. He didn't know that the popularity of this game was so high that it had attracted the king's attention. "Are you scared already?" Majila asked. "Do you regret what you just said in the waiting room?" "Within 10 seconds of the game starting, I will let you know what regret is," Chen Wan said. Xiao Qingqing looked at Majila on the ring very confidently. He was absolutely sure that Majila could win the game. After all, Majila's pet has obtained ancient power. Currently, most people in this world do not know the concept of ancient power, but I already possess and master this power. She looked at Su Yutong and said, "President Su, your little man is going to be embarrassed on the stage." Chapter 164, Do you regret it? Su Yutong smiled slightly. "Okay, I'll wait." In the air, the chief referee stood up and shouted, "The game begins." Buzz. Suddenly, a force from ancient times swept across the arena. A 10-meter-tall beast suddenly stood on the stage. Oh my god! What the hell did Majila summon? A creature that's 10 meters tall. This is the first time I've seen a creature that tall. Me too. I've only seen it in textbooks. It's 10 meters tall. If it's a strange beast, it's probably siege grade. What a talent. It looks like Chun Wan is doomed to fail. The old Osmanthus guild is stronger than this era guild. Chun Wan looked at the upright giant tiger and opened the information to check the data. Pet, Frost Blade Tiger. Gender, male. Qualification, level. Level 120, level full. Type, ice. Form, 3 evolutions, final form. The Frost Blade Tiger. It shouldn't look like this, Chen Wan thought. He then conducted a second search. Used item, Heart of the Devil, also known as Extreme Capsule. It seems that this is what Yu Wushuang said, Chen Wan thought. Even Su Yutong's eyes flashed with fear when she saw this big guy. Tournament General Administration. Feng Huang frowned slightly as he looked at the big guy summoned by Majila. Li Guanghao, the director of the General Administration of the competition, said, "What kind of monster is this?" "Oh no, it's a pet." Most people would not think a 10-meter-tall creature is a pet, but a strange beast. Siege monster. It refers to those strange beasts that can capture cities. They are usually huge in size and have great oppressive power. Feng Huang said, "Based on the facial features, it is not difficult to determine that this is her natal pet, the Frost Blade Tiger. She should be using some kind of prop or equipment, or some kind of gem." "It should be the Heart of the Devil," said another red-haired girl at the side. This girl was different from other officials. She didn't seem to be in awe of the king, and even sat with her legs crossed on the throne that Li Guanghao prepared for Feng Huang. The girl had medium-length red hair, soft and lively facial features, a brown work suit and black boots. Very capable. This is Feng Huang's sister, Feng Shuiting, world-renowned geologist, archaeologist, and treasure appraiser. Although he is in his 30s, he looks only in his early 20s. Feng Shuiting continued, "This is a burial object from the ancient demon tomb, but it is missing now. It should have been taken away by the Osmanthus Guild. The heart of the demon is an ancient treasure that can increase the combat power of pets by 5 to 10 times. Wouldn't that mean Shan Wan would be crushed?" Li Guanghao said, "What's the point of doing this? His pet is already at level 1, and if it's increased 5 to 10 times, its combat power is too outrageous. It'll probably kill Shan Wan in an instant." Although Feng Huang thought so in her heart, she would never express her opinion. As the head of a country, how could he express his unfair opinions in such an occasion? She just looked at the screen and didn't say anything. Sister Feng Shuiting said, "It is not against the rules to use this kind of tool in this kind of arena, but it is morally unacceptable. Since there is no violation, there is no reason to blame you," Feng Huang said. On the court, Majila put his hands on his waist and laughed out loud. "Ha ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. Chun Wan, you didn't expect that. You didn't expect that I would summon such a big guy. To tell you the truth, my tiger has absorbed ancient power. Its strength has increased several times. If you admit defeat now, I can still spare your life. Are you going to summon just this one?" Chunwan said, "You really look down on me. Do you think you are worthy of my respect?" Majila said, "Since you are seeking death, I will grant your wish. Summon them all." All at once, 6 max-level pets appeared. Majila is a 3-star beastmaster and owns 6 pets. Seeing this scene, Chunwan smiled slightly. His plan came true. What he had to do was to completely destroy Majila's beast-controlling space. How to destroy it without summoning all the pets? 3, 4, 5. Chunwan suddenly began to mutter to himself. What are you talking about there? Have you forgotten our agreement? I'll make you regret it in 10 seconds. Ha ha ha. That's too crazy. Come on, Xiaozi, kill them. Chunwan summoned Xiaozi. Xiaozi immediately drew the sword from its sheath, and a burst of cold light and sword energy appeared. Snap! A cold light flashed, and the sword energy shot out like a blue lightning. The speed was so fast that everyone only saw a flash before their eyes. At that moment, the world on the ring seemed to freeze. The power of ice and frost is bursting out. The shadow of the sword energy left a series of blurry afterimages in the air, spreading out countless sword flowers. The sword energy is everywhere. The 6 maximum level pets didn't even have time to react before they were instantly enveloped by Xiao Zi's sword energy. Only a few muffled puff-puff sounds were heard. Blood splatters. The sound of breaking bones was crisp and harsh. Click, 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 click. The blood mist enveloped the entire arena. If there was no protective shield, it would probably spread directly to the entire venue, including the audience seats. Especially the ice blade tiger, which was large in size and was now chopped into pieces. Together with the corpses of the other 5 pets, the bones piled up into a mountain. The whole process took only 1 second. It was unbelievably fast. The audience opened their eyes wide, opened their mouths, and their faces were filled with shock and horror. They simply couldn't imagine that Chunwan could kill 6 powerful pets in such a short time. It's a real instant kill. There was dead silence on the stage. Xiaozi stood proudly beside Chunwan, the sword in his hand emitting a cold light and blood still flowing on it. When everyone saw this scene, they all gasped. The scene on the ring was simply horrifying. The ground was stained red with blood and crisscrossed with sword marks. Not a single pet beast was left with an intact corpse. It can even be said that no pet can leave a piece of intact skin with an area of 1 square centimeter. The corpses were piled up. It was no exaggeration to say it was a sea of blood and corpses. Majila on the ring was completely stunned. He looked at the mountain of flesh and blood around him, and his mind went blank. Suddenly, his whole body began to tremble. How could he possibly believe that the bloody mountain before his eyes was his own pets? How could he possibly believe that the 6 pet beasts that were so powerful a second ago would instantly turn into a mountain of corpses? Horrible, exaggerated, thrilling. What frightened him even more was that his beast-controlling space began to close rapidly. He is no longer a beastmaster. He is a disabled person. He is a flawed man. No, no, no. It's the 7th second now, Chunwan said with a smile. Do you regret it? Chapter 165. Bug Lady. Go. Chunwan is too strong. Will anyone still question this? Fuck. This is even scarier than the Dark Beastmaster. 6 pets were killed in 1 move. So terrifying. Now, no one dared to question Chunwan anymore. After this battle, it can be said that he became famous in the Yanlong Empire. Xiao Qingqing's body couldn't stop shaking, because if Chunwan had a hard time killing Majila's 6 pets in seconds, then it would be easy for him to kill her. Although he is a 6-star Beastmaster, this only means he has 6 more living targets than Majila. Even if she had a more powerful ancient treasure, she knew it would be of no use. After all, the ice blade tiger that had merged with the heart of the heavenly demon failed to block a single attack and suffered a crushing defeat. Stop yelling on the stage. Xiao Qingqing said to Majila. It's embarrassing. Xiao Qingqing then looked at Su Yutong, hesitated for a moment, stood up and said, President Su, the previous misunderstandings have offended me a lot, and have had a lot of impact on you and all the members of your guild. I know you won't let me go, and I won't let myself go either. Just wait and see how I perform next. Su Yutong narrowed her eyes and sneered, You've got the final word. You've shut me up. Get out of here and stop getting in my way. Tournament General Administration. When Feng Huang saw this scene, her 2 beautiful snow-white legs couldn't help but tremble, and fragrant sweat instantly flowed down her curves. King, this. Li Guanghao was so surprised that his mouth opened wide and his jaw almost fell to the ground. Feng Shuiting could no longer sit still and stood up. That was the frost blade tiger that had merged with the heart of the heavenly demon. It was killed in an instant? As a world-renowned expert and the top archaeological expert in the Flame Dragon Empire, she is well aware of the horror of the heart of the heavenly demon. At this moment, In Feng Huang's heart, Chunwan already has a very high status. She took out her cell phone and directly retrieved Chunwan's information from the population database. When he saw that Chunwan had served as a special security officer in Shanghai City and fought against the Dark Beast Master, a trace of respect suddenly appeared in his eyes. As a high school student, he can make such a contribution to protecting the city. It is really respectable. He has good looks, abilities, and qualities. Even though Feng Huang has never met him before, she couldn't help but feel a little moved. Although Feng Huang is already 40 years old, she has never had any formal contact with a man. The reason is simple. He is already the ruler of a country, a 7-star beastmaster, graduated from the world's top federal university, and is invincible. She felt that no man was worthy of her. But now, she actually had a strange feeling when looking at the high school students on the screen. Unconsciously, her fair cheeks turned slightly red. Sister, what's wrong with you? Feng Shuading noticed something was wrong with Feng Huang at a glance. Maybe it's a little hot. Feng Huang said. Someone come. Li Guanghao hurriedly said to his men, go buy some cold drinks for the king. Wait a moment. Feng Huang raised his hand, looked at the screen, and frowned slightly. Just as Xiao Qingcheng was fawning on Su Yutong with an attentive look on her face, something suddenly happened on the stage. Ma Jila suddenly started to grab the flesh and blood of the pet beside him and started to eat it. Baji, 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 baji. He scooped up handfuls of meat with both hands and swallowed them madly, a face covered in blood and full of enjoyment. What are you doing? The referee said. You have been judged as a loser. The match is over. Please leave the ring. Baba, Baba. Majila seemed to have gone crazy, and his stomach slowly bulged. Dark Beast Tamer. Su Yutong suddenly shouted. In order to avoid detection, he hid the banned drugs in his pet and relied on eating lean meat to find the drugs. Stop him quickly. The chief referee immediately launched an attack and summoned his pet to try to stop Majila. However, it was too late. Majila's round belly exploded. Countless tentacles frantically drilled out from Majila's exploded belly, twisting and dancing wildly. The tentacles were dark all over and emitted a fishy stench. At the same time, Majila's face was completely distorted. His eyes were bulging and bloodshot, and his eyeballs seemed to be rolling out of their sockets. His mouth was wide open, revealing sharp fangs, with pieces of unchewed meat and blood still remaining between his teeth. Buzz. Hundreds of tentacles directly entangled the chief judge's pet and pierced into it. It was like cheese, with holes all over it. Instant death. Majila is crazy. He can't turn back. The body has been reshaped by the power of darkness. It is irreversible. His skin became as rough as sandpaper, covered with strange lines. The tentacles kept extending and twisting. Majila looked like a monster crawling out of hell, extremely terrifying. It's actually the Dark Beast Tamer. Holy crap! The chief judge's pet was killed in 1 second? The audience exclaimed, is this the fighting power of a Dark Beast Master? In response to this sudden incident, the general administration of the event quickly disconnected the live broadcast on all platforms, leaving only the live broadcast within the bureau. Emperor Feng said, send reinforcements quickly. At this moment, Majila has gone completely crazy. The tentacles directly broke through the protective shield of the ring and began to attack the audience seats. I have no way out. You will all be buried with me. Majila said, die. All of you. Oh my God. Run away. Help. Help. Crazy. Run. The entire stadium was thrown into chaos. Evil beast. Xiao Qingqing said, you actually practiced forbidden techniques. Majila suddenly looked at Xiao Qingqing, and poof, a tentacle directly cut her head off. How dare you judge me? If the power you gave me wasn't strong enough, would I have lost? After saying that, Majila looked at Chunwan again. I won't regret it. Never. We have paused just now, and the countdown continues now. Chunwan said calmly, 7 seconds, 8 seconds? As Chunwan counted, the bug lady appeared beside Chunwan. As long as she is not fighting against ancient powers, Bug Girl is now absolutely the #1 in combat power. Lady Bug stood on the stage, seeming to turn the entire stage into a funeral. This is a skill, a top-notch funeral. The insect lady slowly raised her hand, and a dark light suddenly burst out from her hand, instantly shrouding the surrounding space in darkness. Locking. Majila, who was locked in, felt a chill in his face. His whole body was cold, and his movements were slow. Immediately afterwards, the ground began to tremble slightly, and countless white bones emitting a foul smell broke out from the ground and covered Majila's body. Majila said, "What kind of fancy stuff are you doing?" Every bone carries the breath of death and makes a constant, sizzling sound of corrosion. Majila's skin was being eroded at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his body was unable to move at all. Chapter 166, Royal Guild, End. These bones corroded his body at an extremely fast speed. No, no, no. No, no, no. At this moment, even if he wanted to attack, he didn't have the strength. The large tentacle in the abdomen collapsed to the ground, and the entire body gradually turned into blood and was swallowed by the bones. At this moment, the surroundings were still in panic and people were fleeing madly. The panic of the crowd formed a sharp contrast with Chun Wan's calm appearance on the stage. Is it necessary to continue this guild war? Feng Shuiting stared at the screen, stunned. Why not just award the championship to Juan Guild? Li Guanghao said, "Heroes emerge from youth. Great job." At this moment, everyone in the bureau couldn't help but admire and fear Chen Wan. Just as Feng Shuiting said, there is no need to continue this guild war. Majila, in the state of Dark Beastmaster, killed the chief judge's pet in seconds. Chun Wan killed Majila in seconds. This proves that Chun Wan's strength is many times higher than that of the chief referee. The chief referee's strength is already quite high, and it is no problem for him to suppress all the contestants. Therefore, it would be easy for Chun Wan to win the next game. In other words, even if Chen Wan really participates in the next competition, will those who are matched with him dare to accept the challenge? That's true, Feng Huang said, and the honor of first place in the guild war is not enough to crown their actions this time. Chen Wan alone saved the lives of tens of thousands of people in the field. I will personally commend the Jiuan Guild and Chen Wan himself. Feng Huang is now not stingy with his praise for Chen Wan, because Chen Wan's performance is now obvious to all. The guild war was held as normal, Feng Huang said, but the Jiuan Guild withdrew and was promoted to the Royal Guild. The Royal Guild, commonly known as the King's Personal Guild, is an organization with extremely high status and honor. Being at the top level of the guild system, they enjoy many privileges. He is also the leader of all other guilds. Prior to this, the Royal Guild was just a name, a blank name, and no specific guild had received this honor. Because Feng Huang felt that no guild was worthy of this honor, not even the former Epic Guild. However, now that she had met Chen Wan, she felt that a guild that could retain someone like Chen Wan must have its own unique charm. But he is the head of a country after all, and he has various important tasks to attend to. The recent world turmoil has made Feng Huang unable to spare time. "Sister, go and personally invite the Jiuan Guild tonight and bring them to the palace," Feng Huang said. "Directorly, the guild war will continue, but I think we should first announce the Jiuan Guild's promotion to the Royal Guild tonight." Okay. Red Moon Empire. Under the dark red blood sky, a sharp castle stands in the center of the empire. Inside the castle, a long-haired beauty in red armor sat on the throne. The armor's attached area was very sparse, so the beautiful legs, waist, arms, and collarbones were all exposed. Under the high-nosed bridge is a pair of tender and tempting red lips, as bright and beautiful as if they had just drunk blood. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly, her slender fingers were hooked in her mouth, and the fragrance emanated from between her teeth and lips. The fair skin looks very delicate against the red armor. The long and straight beautiful legs were crossed, and a spike was installed on the sharp combat boots. This person is none other than the king of the Red Moon Empire, Gong Fengyue. Humph, he dared to kill the top 10 assassins of the Red Moon Empire. "I think he must be tired of living," Gong Fengyue said. "Also, you are no longer the Empire's staff officer. Why didn't you tell me in advance when you dispatch personnel?" Mu Yu knelt on the ground and said tremblingly, "King, I am afraid that you will not agree. No matter what, you have made many contributions to the Empire. I will not let your grandson be killed in your old age," Gong Fengyue said. "What's more, this man has killed one of my top 10 assassins. It is even more impossible for me to let him go." "This Chen Wan's strength is extraordinary," Mu Yu said. "I'm afraid it will be difficult to take him down. Then we must get rid of him as soon as possible. What I want to do is to rule the world. If we allow this tough guy to continue to develop, it will only make future operations more difficult. We must kill him as soon as possible." "Yes, Your Majesty," said Mu Xian, who was kneeling on the ground beside him. "And I heard that he has achieved extraordinary results in the Guild War recently and has become a celebrity in the Flame Dragon Empire." Gong Fengyue said, "Those 10 assassins are at the bottom of the ranking of combat power in my Red Sun Empire, and above them, there are many more powerful warriors." "Isn't he famous?" Then I can make an example of him and let the entire Yanlong Empire know how powerful I am. After saying that, Gong Fengyue raised his hand and a red light suddenly appeared. Then, a sticky red slime man appeared in the palace. The facial features seemed to be mixed together like mucus, and the arms hung to the ground like threads. The head was connected to the upper body, with the neck almost non-existent, as if it had an enlarged thyroid gland. At the same time, his whole body was swollen, and his lower body was like a huge flesh bag, as if it was filled with unknown liquid, shaking slightly as it moved. Gurgle, 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 gurgle. The surface of the skin had a wet sheen, and from time to time small bubbles would pop out of the surface and then burst. The eyes were sunken deep in the mucus, like two yellow beads emitting a faint glow. Slime monster. The third warrior on the Red Moon Empire's list. In the dim castle, the slime demon stood there quietly, waiting for Gong Fengyue's next instruction. The so-called famous list is the combat power ranking list set up by Gong Fengyue for everyone in the Red Moon Empire. Ranking is determined through duels every year, with a maximum limit of 30 people. The top 10 assassins are the last 10. The truly powerful ones are the top 3. Slime Demon, you will follow Mu Yu's arrangements from now on. Gong Fengyue said. Gurgle. The slime demon has lost its language system and can only make strange sounds. It walked to Mu Yu and waited for the next instruction. Mu Yu with him. I believe it will be easy to get rid of Chenwan. Gong Fengyue said. Mu Yu looked at the slime demon with a look of joy on his face. Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you, Your Majesty. Go ahead. I'll wait for your good news. Due to the chaos on the field, today's guild war has been suspended. Chenwan and his companions returned to the Jiyuan Guild first. Just a few minutes after I returned, I saw Feng Huang standing at the door and waving inside. Who is that? Kalungyu asked. She looks like the king's sister. Su Yutong said. Is it that Feng Shuiting? Kalungyu asked in surprise. Afterwards, the Era Guild was designated as the Royal Guild and became the strongest guild in the Flame Dragon Empire.